Chapter 1, 300,000 Betrothal Gifts. Parallel World. Red Star Federation. The 16th day of the 12th lunar month in 2016 is a good day for getting married, traveling, and praying. The weather is fine. In Donggang City, Handong Province, a row of red Mazda CXs with pink balloons tied to them were seen outside Huimin community in the Old City area in the north of the city. Leading the way was a white Porsche Cayenne, which was decorated with fireworks and looked particularly festive. Chen Shusheng, sitting in the Porsche Cayenne, had a strong smile on his face. Coming soon. In Chen Shusheng's view, today is destined to be a festive day. Because the one-year love marathon has finally reached the end. Today, he is the groom and he is getting married. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them. Chen Shusheng happily watched the sound of the band and firecrackers coming from outside the car window. The car slowly stopped. A round face blocked Chen Shusheng's view. Standing outside the car window, looking at Chen Shusheng who was daydreaming and grinning foolishly inside, Suandong's face was filled with black lines. He reached out and knocked on the car window. Chen Shusheng reacted and realized he had arrived. The car door opens. "Brother, what are you thinking about? Why don't you get off the car now that we're here?" Suandong urged. Most of the people who came to accompany Chen Shusheng to pick up the bride today were his college classmates, high school classmates and his childhood friends. There weren't many people, but they were all very good friends. Suandong, a fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds, is one of them. Chen Shusheng likes to call him Fatty, which sounds affectionate. "Mr. Chu, it's your turn. Hurry up." Outside the car door, a group of friends gathered around. When a good brother gets married, you naturally have to give him some honor. Appearance is important. Chen Shusheng got out of the car and looked at the many brothers in front of him, feeling more confident. "Brothers, please give me some support later. My future bright life depends on you." Chen Shusheng, who was wearing a black suit and a groom's boutonniere on his chest, clasped his fists. "No problem, I'll go up and remove the door and the person." It caused a burst of laughter. Chen Shusheng, who was already quite handsome, straightened his chest and took a deep breath, looking even more outstanding, and walked towards the bride's house. The neighbors watching downstairs watched the groom get out of the car and talked a lot. "The Zhang family's son-in-law is really good looking." "Yes, he's a handsome guy. The Zhang family is really good at choosing sons-in-law." "I heard that the groom's family is near the airport, which is not close to us." "Yes, it's about 100 miles away." At this time, Chen Shusheng had already arrived at the entrance of the third floor and was looking at the security door with the word pasted on it. Chen Shusheng didn't hesitate. "Dong dong dong. Wife, open the door, I'm here to pick you up." Click. Who would have thought that this door could be opened from the inside without any difficulty? Who is so good? The person who opened the door was Chen Shusheng's long-awaited girlfriend Zhang Wenwen. But there was no trace of smile on his face, and Chen Shusheng didn't understand why. "I didn't think much about it." Chen Shusheng, with a look of joy on his face, said quickly, "Wenwen." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Wenwen. "You come in first, my mom has something to say to you." Chen Shusheng was confused. What was going on? "But today is a happy day," Chen Shusheng nodded. "Okay. Close the door." When Chen Shusheng stepped into Zhang Wenwen's house, he did not feel any joyful atmosphere of marriage. Is this a show of force? To prevent me from bullying Wenwen in the future? There's no need for that. Come with me, my mother is here. Zhang Wenwen took Chen Shusheng to a bedroom with a complicated expression. When I entered the bedroom, Zhang Wenwen's parents and his brother were there. Seeing his mother-in-law's expressionless face, Chen Shusheng asked with a stiff face, "Auntie, do you have anything to say? Did you bring the betrothal gift?" Wenwen's mother frowned. "Yes, there is 100,000 yuan in this card." Chen Shusheng took out a bank card from his pocket. 100,000? 100,000 is not enough. Add another 300,000. Wenwen's mother glanced at the bank card and did not take it. "Auntie, what did you say?" Chen Shusheng thought he had misheard. "Add another 300,000. His tone became heavier. Chen Shusheng heard it clearly now. Thinking about it again, I had this weird feeling that started as soon as I walked in. It turns out that this is where the problem lies. But wasn't it agreed to be 100,000? Both families agreed. What's the matter with this temporary increase in money? What's more, it's 300,000. In Hong Kong, there has never been such a high bride price. Generally it is 66,000, 88,000, or the highest is 100,000. No matter how much the bride price is, in a place like Hong Kong, others will laugh at the man for being useless. Chen Shusheng is not afraid of being laughed at by others, but he still has parents, and it is always not good to be talked about by others. The most important point is that Chen Shusheng can't come up with so much money. He graduated just over a year ago. Auntie, didn't we agree on 100,000? Chen Shusheng looked unhappy. He never thought that his aunt, with whom he had gotten along quite well before, would suddenly change her mind. Before was before, and now is now. Without an additional 300,000 yuan, you will go back to where you came from, Zhang Wenwen's mother said in a firm tone. Chen Shusheng turned his head to look at Zhang Wenwen, who had been sitting on the bed silently. Zhang Wenwen looked at Chen Shusheng's gaze and lowered her head. Wenwen, are you sure you want this 300,000? I don't know. Zhang Wenwen's voice was very low, but Chen Shusheng heard it. The answer is already obvious. In Chen Shusheng's eyes, the bride in white wedding dress and the rose in her hand suddenly lost their color. After nearly a year of contact, this is the first time I know this. He is just wishful thinking. But that is true, they are relatives and I am just an outsider. How could I possibly listen to myself? Ha! But now that things have come to this, Chen Shusheng still has a glimmer of hope to make amends. After all, the two of them once lived a very sweet life. 300,000, how can I possibly take that out? You said you wanted to buy a car, and I bought it. You said you wanted to buy a house, and I bought it. I promised you everything. All the money in the family has been invested, so where would the money be left, can't you understand? Chen Shusheng was indignant. No one plays with people like this. He was just from an ordinary family. He had tried his best to satisfy her for this marriage. The car and the house were bought with loans. He didn't want to rely on his parents, but he overdrew his family's savings for this relationship. At the age of 23 or 24, this family has endured pressure that it shouldn't have to endure. Zhang Wenwen was somewhat tempted, but her mother said coldly, if I say no, then it's no. Zhang Wenwen, I told you that being handsome is useless. If you can't afford the money, don't even think about getting married. Your brother is almost 30 years old, and the girl's family wants to add 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. Otherwise, your brother won't be able to find a wife. Think it over carefully. Zhang Wenwen stopped talking. Wenwen's father sighed and said nothing. Wenwen's elder brother on the other side had a blank expression on his face. Chen Shusheng glanced at Wenwen's family and realized that he couldn't take out the money. Besides, even if he had money, he would not agree to such a ridiculous thing. It seems that this marriage cannot be completed. Well, since she chose her family over her love, this relationship is over. Roses fell from Chen Shusheng's hands, and the falling petals were like broken love. It is no longer possible to maintain. Chapter 2 Real Life Game. Ha! I won't get married. Chen Shusheng said self-deprecatingly, looking extremely embarrassed at this moment. He actually got involved in this terrible thing. Such an absurd thing is simply ridiculous. Today really gave him a huge surprise. Without money, you can't get married even if you want to. Wenwen's mother Li Xiulan looked at Chen Shusheng with dissatisfaction and disdain. This old woman. Chen Shusheng's favorability towards her dropped sharply, and he felt disgusted no matter how he looked at her. The marriage did not take place and he returned alone. Chen Shusheng could already imagine his family being talked about behind their backs. Hong Kong is not small, but it is not big either. If this matter gets out. Thinking about his parents, Chen Shusheng became more and more angry. It's all this old woman's fault. 300,000? I can sell it to whoever you want. With that 300,000, I can find a different princess every day, but I will never marry your daughter. You. Get out of here. Don't even think about marrying my daughter if you don't have money. Li Xiulan's face turned red with anger. You asked me to stay with you, but I'm not willing to do that. Oh, by the way, there is one thing you said that is wrong. Do you know why your son can't find a wife at the age of 30? Chen Shusheng sneered, that's because he's not only poor, but more importantly, he's short and ugly. Although I'm handsome, I can't make a living, but I can make your daughter call me daddy every day. Chen Shusheng, you. Wenwen's elder brother Zhang Wenli stood up with a grim expression. Why do you want to fight? You are not qualified. Chen Shusheng looked down at Zhang Wenli, who was only about 1.6 meters tall, and sneered. Although Chen Shusheng did not engage in physical labor, he was 1.8 meters tall and no one took him as their opponent. I don't know how he looks like. Zhang Wenwen is obviously a pretty girl, but his elder brother is really unsightly. No one can tell that they look like siblings. That's right, the one who can ruin his sister's lifelong happiness is truly a relative. Never mind, it's all in the past. Let it go. Chen Shusheng was somewhat bored. After mocking Li Xiaolan, Chen Shusheng didn't want to stay even for another second. Turn around and walk away. Real-life game loading. The character has been locked, unlocking the memory of the Earth world copy. System integration completed, tasks loading. Please wait. As soon as Chen Shusheng took a step forward, a lot of inexplicable memories popped up in his head. What is real-life game? Is this true or false? Earth? Isn't this planet aquamarine? China? Red Star Federation? Task loading completed. The current mission is in progress, a tortuous wedding. Task option 1, agree to give the future mother-in-law a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, task reward, immediately obtain federal currency, 300,000. Task option 2, step out of Zhang Wenwen's house and end this relationship. Task reward, none. Chen Shusheng. System? Whose family are you from? Are you sure you're not kidding me? NDZZ. If you have any questions, please contact the Game System Operation Guide. Character panel unlocked. Host, Chen Shusheng, the most beautiful kid on the aquamarine planet. Level, 10100. Strength, 6. Normal human upper limit is 10. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Charisma, 7. Ability, CET4, Advanced CAD Drawing, First Level Parenting, Elementary Bedroom Arts, Proficient in Vocal Music, Proficient in Writing. Attribute points, 0. Mission, a tortuous wedding, in progress. Li Xiaolan looked at Chen Shusheng's hesitant steps and thought he regretted it. She sneered and said, bring me 300,000 yuan and you can take my daughter away. You won't get it again if you miss it. The old Wang family in the west of the city, which was just demolished, has already sent someone to propose marriage a few days ago. They don't need the 300,000 yuan. Chen Shusheng was interrupted by this impolite voice. Is this something human can say? Even if I had 300,000 men, I would not bow my head. This damn system is playing tricks on me, damn. Logically speaking, as long as she agreed, she could get 300,000 yuan and save this relationship. But I choose to, who cares? Chen Shusheng cursed angrily and slammed the door and walked out in frustration, leaving everyone in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. What to choose to? Seeing Chen Shu rushing out in a rage, Zhang Wenwen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly burst into tears. Shusheng! I'm with you. What are you following? Did I raise you in vain? You'll never get any good life if you date a poor guy like him. You'll have to pay off the loan for 20 years. I suffered so much because I was blind to fall in love with your father. What's the point of being handsome? Li Xiaolan scolded the sobbing Zhang Wenwen. Old Zhang on the side was silent. He couldn't refute it. Inside and outside the house, two different worlds. Chen Shusheng, who came out of Zhang Wenwen's house, stared at the big red wedding character on the door and tore it off. He walked downstairs without looking back. Hey Shusheng, where are you going? Where's the bride? Seeing Chen Shusheng walking downstairs without saying a word and without seeing the bride, his friends became anxious. This marriage is not over. Let's all go back. Chen Shusheng stopped. Then he said coldly, don't persuade anyone, just pretend you never came. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Looking at the bride's house with the door closed, the red double happiness flags falling on the ground were particularly eye-catching. Brothers, let's go back. Shusheng knows what's going on. Zhang Jinsheng, a childhood friend, was the first to go down. Although I don't know what happened when Chen Shusheng went in alone, given Shusheng's personality, people wouldn't normally let him do that. It seems that an irreversible change has occurred. The band stopped playing and the wedding procession returned along the same route. But the neighbors who were watching were stunned. Where's the bride? Why didn't I see the bride coming down? How can you marry without picking up the bride? Watching the groom get into the car and leave without saying a word. Looking at the wedding procession that was gradually disappearing on the street, the fireworks scattered on the ground, and the groom's boutonniere that fell into the soil. The imaginative neighbors have already started to imagine. Is this marriage not going to happen? It should be. Why don't you get married again? I guess. I heard that the Wang family, whose house was demolished in the west of the city, brought a matchmaker to propose marriage a few days ago. Maybe. What you said reminded me of this, it really happened. I heard that the boy is not young anymore, almost 30 years old. He couldn't find a wife before, but now he is finally facing a house demolition. What's his name? Yes. Wang Zibo. That's his name. The demolition households, considering Li Xiulan's personality, that's really possible. That's not true. Their eldest son is already 30 years old. I heard that the woman thinks the money is not enough. Alas, it's all about money. We were all neighbors, so we couldn't hide it, and most of the information was guessed. In this marriage, perhaps the only one who got hurt was Chen Shuxing's family. What people say is scary. Chapter 3: Growth and Cost. More than a year after graduation, Chen Shuxing once again experienced the beatings of society. He could only endure it with nowhere to vent and nowhere to escape. I thought that the love that was pledged forever turned out to be so fragile. The failure of love, the rumors that the family will soon face. This added a sense of depression between Chen Shuxing's brows. Chen Shuxing, sitting in the car, said nothing, lost in thought. The driver looked at the young man who was daydreaming beside him from time to time and sighed. With the tone of a person who has experienced it, he advised, "Little brother, take it easy, you are still young. It's all about money. Youth is our capital. Unlike me, I am too old to venture out, I can only drive a Porsche and live an ordinary life." Chen Shuxing. Tilting his head to glance at the driver who had a sighing expression on his face, Chen Shuxing fell silent again. What the hell is this? Why do I always feel like everyone is out to get me when I'm down on my luck? Especially the dog system. Oh, right, the system. Are you there, system? Chen Shuxing. I stared at the operation guide, in my mind for a long time. Chen Shuxing stammered in silence. Real life game? Earth world copy memory. It seems that these are not hallucinations. Staring at the latest system prompts. Twists and turns of the wedding, mission completed, no reward. Mission experience plus 100. Character level increased, attribute point plus 1. Newbie's first mission benefit 1, for dimensional attribute plus 1. Newbie's first mission benefit 2, random ability improvement. During the ability selection, vocal proficiency is upgraded to vocal master. The rewards for this mission have all been distributed. Host, Chen Shuxing, the unluckiest kid on planet Aquamarine. Level, 20500. Strength, 7. Normal human upper limit is 10. Constitution, 8. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 8. Ability, CET4, Advanced CAD Drawing, First Level Parenting, Elementary Bedroom Arts, Vocal Music Master, Proficient in Writing. Attribute points, 1. Mission, none. Chen Shuxing felt the changes in his body, the muscles expanding and contracting. It was really nice to feel the 5 limbs filled with strength. You can see it from the rearview mirror. He is indeed very handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. This dog system is still something. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Shuxing always felt awkward. First level of eating old people. Oh, forget it. I am now just living off my parents. As for the extra attribute points, the game system guide tells you that they can be used to improve physical attributes or enhance personal abilities. Chen Shuxing thought about it and felt that 7888 looked a little weird. I simply added a little to myself. 8888, not bad. Well, this looks much more comfortable. With his current physical attributes, Chen Shuxing is already considered a very strong and normal human being. This made him feel like he was back to the peak of his life after sitting in the office typing on the keyboard for a year. A blessing in disguise. Although the wedding was cancelled, it was still a blessing. Maybe this is the constant. This is the fact, this is a beating. Chen Shuxing. Do you regret it? I regret it so much. Oh, mortal. BGM, it would be a lie to say that I don't feel pain. After all, my heart is made of flesh, too. System, You've had enough. What a rubbish game. I want to complain. Game GM, this game comes from the 23rd century on Earth. Please travel through time to make a complaint. You are a dog. The driver took another look at the embarrassed groom. Little brother. Why do I feel like you suddenly become handsome again? Chen Shusheng was frightened by the stare. Brother, look ahead, the car is driving. Ahem, don't worry, old driver. Yes, old driver, he drives a Ferrari with one hand, and you drive a Porsche with one hand, which is just as impressive. It doesn't matter whether it's a car or not, as long as it looks good. Little brother, do you want me to introduce you to a new wife? Forget it, brother, let's go back first. Chen Shusheng shook his head. Alas, how can I be so depressed at such a young age? The driver muttered to himself. The wedding car drove east from the north of the city and returned to Chen Shusheng's hometown more than an hour later. Chen Shusheng's hometown is located outside the suburbs and can be said to be a genuine rural household registration. Thanks to the good policies of Handong province, we moved into a collective community 2 years ago. Shusheng's family was also allocated 2 houses. But after all, it was still a rural area, and when I was dating Zhang Wenwen before, the house here was definitely not an option. If my child couldn't get a city hukou in the future, I agreed to Wenwen's conditions and bought a new 2-bedroom house in the new city area and paid the down payment. After 16 years in Hong Kong, there are no houses priced below 10,000 yuan anymore. Chen Shusheng's family scraped together money from all sources to pay the down payment for this wedding house. But this wedding room is no longer needed. But the mortgage still needs to be repaid. No need to run. After getting off the highway, it took less than 2 minutes to reach Chen Shusheng's residential area. The red sign at the entrance of the community is particularly eye-catching. Chen Shusheng stared in a daze for a while. I've reached home, and there's no turning back. What needs to be faced must always be faced. When Chen Shusheng got off the car, he did not receive the lively welcome he had imagined. This undoubtedly saved him from a lot of embarrassment. It seems that someone had informed us in advance. But even so, Chen Shusheng still felt a lump in his throat. It's all because of my own uselessness, and I feel so ashamed of my parents. I returned home and looked at my old mother sitting on the sofa. Chen Shusheng didn't know how to start. Come in first, it's no big deal. The mother is indeed very insightful. Mom, for this marriage, their family wants an additional 300,000. As soon as Chen Shusheng finished speaking, he was met with a burst of curses. This family is such a jerk. 300,000, why don't you just go and rob it? This is not a marriage, this is clearly selling a daughter. Changing your mind right before getting married is really a jerk. These are all my relatives. Chen Shusheng's parents sighed. Chen Shusheng knew what his parents wanted to say. My nose feels even more sour. The marriage was over. This absurd day is like a dream. After bidding farewell to relatives and friends, the Chen family returned to peace again. But there is no longer any trace of joy in the house. The old couple was afraid that their son would see it and be sad. You know your own child best. Although the child is strong and doesn't say it, in his heart. Chen Shusheng stayed at home for 3 days and then returned to the city. 3 days of wedding leave. The work still has to continue. Life goes on, and it will be the same without anyone. Rongxing Furniture Industry is where Chen Shusheng worked after graduation. I have worked here for more than a year and earned 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. In Gangcheng, a small third-tier city, the salary is not low, but it is definitely not high either. With a house price of more than 10,000 yuan, he may not be able to buy a house of his own even if he works hard for 20 years with this salary. Will house prices rise again? Reality is so cruel. He originally felt that his job was good before he got married, but his mindset has changed. But the price of this kind of growth is somewhat heavy. Chapter 4 Main Mission Released. Pantao Garden is the residential area where Chen Shusheng rents a house. The houses in this community are more than 10 years old. Fortunately, the rent is cheap and it is close to my workplace. A single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. 400 yuan a month. Chen Shusheng came back empty-handed and looked at the familiar place in front of him. I don't know how long I will stay. He has no choice. Return to the city, main mission released. Host, please accept. Hearing the prompt, Chen Shusheng glanced at. Main quest, you can't work as a part-time worker. Chen Shusheng, I won't get anything if I don't work. You're going to support me? You're a fake system. Is there no money prospect in working? I know. Then I looked at the task introduction. Main quest: a good man has great ambitions. Please resign as soon as possible. There is no quest reward. Chen Shusheng always felt that this was a fake system. This is to trick him. Don't you think your life isn't miserable enough? Mortgage, car loan, rent. The monthly expenditure is nearly 4,000 yuan. If I lose my job, I will be starving. I am considered an old reader of Dianyan, but why can't I come across such a rich system that rewards hundreds of millions of dollars at any time? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Game tips: we are different. Chen Shusheng, you win. Host, please change your mindset as soon as possible and establish a correct outlook on life, values, and thoughts. Chen Shusheng was too lazy to compete with him. It was getting late, so he had to go to work. Bus number 92. 4 stops away, get off at Industrial Park. After walking for 5 minutes, Chen Shusheng finally arrived at the company. Rongxing Furniture Industrial Company is not very big, with only about 100 people. The furniture industry has been in a downturn recently and the overall environment is not good. Chen Shusheng's company's profits are also average. At this rate, there is limited room for growth. Chen Shusheng started as a draftsman when he first joined the company. Now he is basically familiar with the furniture industry. In recent months, he has also gradually come into contact with the design industry. It's not just because a designer sounds better than a draftsman. The salary is also high. But it seems that it is no longer necessary now. Chen Shusheng walked into the office with some hesitation about the main task. Hey, happy wedding, Xiao Chen. Oh, Sister Han. Chen Shusheng was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to answer. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Fortunately, I didn't invite anyone from the company to the wedding, otherwise the news would have spread. Chen Shusheng walked over with his head down. Han Yan looked at the handsome Chen Shusheng and said, "Why does Xiao Chen seem weird today? Isn't it nice to get married?" Sitting at his familiar workstation, Chen Shusheng felt somewhat bored. The enthusiasm to work hard for one and for a better life in the future is gone. Why is CAD suddenly not so popular anymore? Staring at the keyboard in my hand. It seems that I have really become inflated. Chen Shusheng staring at his attribute panel. Ability, vocal music master, proficient in writing. Lost in thought. Hey, what are you doing? Wake up. You came at the right time today. Draw these pictures and hand them in to me at noon. The time is short and the task is heavy. Don't make any mistakes. You will be responsible for any mistakes you make. Li Dapeng, the leader of the second drawing group, threw the pile of materials in his arms in front of Chen Shusheng's computer. Chen Shusheng frowned as he looked at the information in front of him. With so much stuff, was he sure it wasn't another attempt to trick him? Chen Shusheng knows everything about this bastard. Ever since Chen Shusheng started to get involved in design, Li Dapeng felt particularly uncomfortable. He always felt that Chen Shusheng was going to jump on his head. How could he be nice to Chen Shusheng? Chen Shusheng had been targeted by him a lot in the past few months. I can't finish the painting, please find someone else. Chen Shusheng was not without temper and he often argued with him. You are here to work, not to buy groceries and shoes. Others have tasks to do, so be more conscientious. Li Dapeng didn't care what Chen Shusheng said. He is the team leader and he has the right to assign tasks. It is true that the King of Hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. After deep thought, the host discovered that this job was not what he wanted. Maybe the job is not so good anymore. What are you still hesitating about? Take action. Task option 1, put down the keyboard, go to the Human Resources Department and choose to resign, there is no task reward. Task reward 2, open CAD to complete your mission, task reward, 300,000 federal coins. This broken game adds drama to itself. It seems like there is no choice? Chen Shusheng put down the keyboard and stood up. He was half a head taller than Li Dapeng, and scared Li Dapeng so much that he took a step back. I thought Chen Shusheng was furious and wanted to beat him up. What do you want to do? Chen Shusheng thought he could resist the temptation, regarded money as dirt, refused to continue drawing, taught Li Dapeng a lesson, and then resolutely resigned. However, when he stood up, the operation had already been deformed. Guarantee to complete the task. Chen Shusheng saluted Li Dapeng. Thank you, my friend, for saving half my life. At the end of the month, I have to pay my mortgage, car loan, rent, water and electricity bills. Face, how much is face worth? People who have not experienced the harsh treatment of society tend to speak with inaccuracies. Chen Shusheng typed vigorously on the keyboard, thinking that with the 300,000 yuan he could finally take a break. Li Dapeng gave Chen Shusheng a look that said you'd better know your place and left with a smug look on his face. Like a victorious rooster. However, Lili, who was standing by, had a faint blush on her face. Brother Chen, there are so many. How about I help you? I have to say, being handsome does bring privileges. Even in their eyes, Chen Shusheng was already married. No, I'll do it myself. It's no big deal. At this moment, Chen Shusheng was full of energy and politely declined the little beauty's kindness. All I'm thinking about is the 300,000 yuan. He is just a small figure now, so there is no need to worry about that. Accompanied by the pleasant sound of keyboards, near noon, Chen Shusheng finally completed the task that seemed impossible to him. Maybe this can also be considered a kind of Krypton ability? 3 minutes before lunch, Li Dapeng came to Chen Shusheng's side on time. He decided that if Chen Shusheng didn't finish painting, he would not eat lunch. Where's the picture? Li Dapeng glanced at Chen Shusheng, who was swinging his arms. I've sent it to you, go back and read it yourself. So fast? Li Dapeng began to doubt his life. You're drawing so fast, if you make a mistake, you'll be in trouble, Li Dapeng insisted. Tisk. Chen Shusheng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Little Lily, accompany your brother to dinner to take care of Lily. Lily went to the cafeteria with excitement. After all, you need to be full to have the energy to quit your job, right? Brother Chen, what are we having for lunch? Lily's red face is so cute. Of course it's you who's eating so delicious food. Chen Shusheng touched her bun. Brother Chen, you are annoying, Lily said shyly. Let's go eat braised pork, it's tender and fragrant. Okay. Li Dapeng, who was following behind Chen Shusheng, felt jealous. What the fuck? Game tips, mission completed, rewards issued, experience plus 100. The phone vibrated, Chen Shusheng looked down. Reminder from Federal Bank, 300,000 renminbi has been received in your bank card. Satisfied. Chapter 5 300,000, huh? Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Little Lily looked at the handsome Chen Shusheng curiously and bit her chopsticks. But I was thinking, why does it seem like Brother Chen has become much more handsome after getting married? Looks so greedy, moi. Nothing, just a text message. Your wife? Lily asked curiously. Are you cute and eat too much, so you come here to punish me? No, I'll make a little money and take you out for a nice meal tonight. Really? My sister-in-law won't be angry, right? Lily was both happy and depressed. Can you not mention this? Chen Shusheng didn't want to tell anyone in the company about this. But I have been upset by this matter. He sighed in his heart, little girl, don't mention your sister-in-law in the future. Your brother is not married yet, Chen Shusheng said in a low voice. The little girl has known him for more than half a year and knows him well, so he is not afraid of her saying anything nonsense. Then, the little girl was startled. It's all over. Brother Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lily stared at him, afraid that he would be angry. Don't think too much, I'm fine. Aha. Also, I'm going to quit my job soon, so I'm telling you first. Chen Shusheng has become more open-minded about resigning. Leaving may be the best option. He used to be just a nobody struggling to survive, but now. When Lily heard that Chen Shusheng was leaving, her eyes showed reluctance. No words. The baby is unhappy. Okay, it's not like we won't see each other anymore. I'll take you out to play when I have time. Chen Shusheng felt itchy and touched her bun again. You said this, don't deny it. After leaving the personnel department, Chen Shusheng was finally liberated. No one expected that the handsome young man who worked diligently and hard on weekdays would suddenly resign. Host resignation completed, no mission reward, experience plus 200. Host, Chen Shusheng. Level, 2,300,500. As he stepped out of the company gate, Chen Shusheng had the illusion that the sky was high and free for all birds to fly. This feeling is just like him who just graduated, but after going through 2 periods of social hardships, I finally got a job in a company. Give up those unrealistic fantasies. Fortunately, Chen Shushang now has 300,000 yuan in his card. If you have enough food, don't panic. The rent and utility bills can definitely be paid at the end of the month. The afternoon is often short. Chen received a lot of messages these days. There are relatives, friends, and hers. However, he has not seen. Without even looking, he knew roughly what the messages sent to him were. He still remembers that absurd day vividly. 300,000, haha. Since completing the main quest, there has been no further news about this game. I don't know what is going on. Is this a free game? After an afternoon of discussion, Chen Shusheng finally realized the charm of his singing. The Thief Chicken sounds good. It seems that this vocal master's ability is not given for nothing. Especially the many songs in his mind that he couldn't help humming. Listening to your ears will make you pregnant. Chen Shusheng seems to have found a good way. As for starting a business, he still doesn't have any good ideas. The 300,000 in my hand is just a drop in the bucket. More importantly, it's 2016 now. The days when pigs could fly are long gone. I don't know how many of the pigs that flew into the sky have died. But I heard that some time ago, pig farmer Ding Sancher made a fortune. Pigs used to be able to fly, and now pork can too. When I was poor some days ago, I don't even dare to add a piece of pork belly when eating flat noodles. But I agreed to take little Lily out for a big dinner in the evening, so isn't this going back on my word? I, Chen Shusheng, have no dignity left for cheating on a young girl. I have lost my job now, but fortunately I have this 300,000 yuan in my pocket. Don't panic at all. But I'm afraid this fake system will pop up and embarrass me. That's really enough. Plot mission release, carefully prepared dinner. MP, this is really enough. Can't help but talk about it. It doesn't come when it should come, but it shows up when it shouldn't. Tell me, it's infuriating or not? Task: prepare a rich dinner for Lili who is about to come. The task reward will be issued according to Lili's satisfaction. Oh, conscience. Chen Shusheng complained without hesitation. It's a rare normal task. Rare. However, this character was just what he wanted. Should I go to a high-quality restaurant and order a sumptuous meal, or go home and prepare an even more sumptuous meal myself? Chen Shusheng was a little hesitant. This was really a difficult decision. Cough, wake up. I didn't take cefuroxime at noon, why are you talking nonsense? The old system thief who had been silent all afternoon was speechless to Chen Shusheng. It found that this guy was floating. My mission was completed successfully, but you got carried away. You are playing a counteracting role to me. I can't tolerate it. Take a small notebook to write it down first. Chen Shusheng, a little awkward. I don't seem to be very good at cooking. Why can't I get over it? Oh, forget it. Don't make things difficult for your own people. Wouldn't it be nice to have a meal at a star-rated hotel? When I think about it this way, this is reliable. After a stroll, Chen Shusheng returned to the vicinity of the company. There are 10 minutes left before get-off work ends, so I'll give Xiao Lily a call first. Hey, little Lily, I'm waiting for you at the company gate. Okay, you must not lie to me, Lily said happily. In the office, Han Yan looked at the suddenly happy Lily curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Girl, are you so happy that your boyfriend is here to pick you up?" No, don't talk nonsense. Lily shook her head, but her rosy face betrayed her. You're still saying no, but it seems like our little Lily is really going to be kidnapped. Why are you blushing? Han Yan teased without hesitation. Sister Yan, stop talking nonsense. You're just bullying me. I'm ignoring you. Lily stared at her phone. In 5 minutes she will see her lover. Oh no, Brother Chen. So happy. Brother Chen also promised to go out for a big dinner. So delicious. I feel beautiful today. The 2 pretty girls, one big and one small, attracted the attention of the male colleagues in the office. Li Dapeng, who was secretly peeking at Lily, felt itchy in his heart and had some good ideas about the beautiful girl. Often show kindness for no reason. It's a pity that little Lily doesn't like him at all. Not because of anything else. Well, maybe it's because I'm not handsome enough, huh? Lily, how about I treat you to dinner after get off work? Give me a chance. Li Dapeng looked at Lily with a flattering look on his face. With her curvy face, Lily found it difficult to accept the invitation. It's not that she is obsessed with looks, but she really likes handsome guys who look warm. For example, Brother Chen? Reality. No need, Brother Chen will treat me to a big dinner tonight. Lily moved Chen Shusheng out without hesitation. I mean, don't you know what you look like? You have a very good calculation. Poochie. Someone in the office couldn't help but burst out laughing. Someone quickly covered his mouth and coughed. Sorry, I couldn't help it, you guys continue. When Li Dapeng heard this, his face instantly turned green. You are really making things difficult for my little brother. Don't I want to save face? Chapter 6. Look how good I am today. As soon as 5:30 arrived, Sister Chen, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. After saying that, little Lily took small steps and ran away. Like a happy silly roe deer. Brother Chen, I'm here. As soon as she walked out of the company gate, little Lily spotted Chen Shusheng on the side of the road with her big black, sparkling eyes. When Chen Shusheng heard this, he turned around and smiled. Lily was stunned for a moment. Wow, so handsome. Chen Shusheng looked at little Lily standing there stupidly, and walked up to her and rubbed her little head with amusement. Why are you standing there like an idiot? I'll take you to a nice meal. Chen Shusheng put his arm around her shoulders and naturally took her to a taxi and headed for the restaurant they had booked. Lily, who was hugged by Chen Shusheng, had already frozen her little head. I didn't recover until I got into the taxi. The little rosy face is so cute. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but pinch it. Soft. Fragrant. It's true that Loli has 3 good points. Smells so good. In the taxi, Lily leaned in Chen Shusheng's arms, feeling extremely excited. He didn't realize at all that Chen Shusheng was taking advantage of him. As if she secretly took a big advantage. It seems that taking advantage of others depends on the person. For example, now, she is secretly happy in her heart. Brother Chen is so warm. Mua. I secretly glanced at Chen Shusheng's handsome face. Satisfied. 2 little hands pinched the corners of her clothes, making Chen Shusheng not know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, the taxi arrived. Chen Shusheng took her out of the car. After turning 2 corners, we finally arrived at our destination. Yi Wei Young Theme Restaurant. This is a rare restaurant in Hong Kong with a relatively high style. Has considerable fame. When Lily saw the place, her face turned red again. She also knew the Yi Wei Young restaurant. But, isn't this a couple's restaurant that has been passed down by word of mouth and has a good reputation? Why did Brother Chen bring her here? Could it be? Plop, plop. Let's go. Why are you standing there in a daze again? I've prepared a delicious meal for you today. Chen Shusheng took her to the hall. Chen Shusheng reached out and held her hand, then lowered his head and whispered in her ear, eat here, couples get a 20% discount. Do you mind if I hold your hand? The warm breath coming from her ears made Lily feel like her ears were about to become pregnant. The little girl nodded with a red face and let Chen Shusheng lead the way. Chen Shusheng reported the order number, and the enthusiastic waiter said, please come in, handsome men and beautiful women. Welcome to our restaurant, wish you a happy meal. Our restaurant offers a 20% discount for couples. Are you a couple? The sweet smile made people feel no disgust. However, the receptionist at the front desk stared at Chen Shusheng with a strange look. So handsome. Sure enough, all the good boyfriends are from other people's families. After hearing this, Lily huddled up beside Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng smiled and said, she is a little shy. I am her boyfriend. Take us there. Box. Chen Shusheng and Lily sat opposite each other. Chen Shusheng could see that this girl had been acting abnormal since she left the company gate. This wasn't how he usually looked. Today is so strange. But Chen Shusheng didn't think much about it. He really just wanted to treat her to dinner. French foie gras, Australian steak, Japanese toast, North American abalone, Italian caviar. Chen Shusheng was not stingy at all with this dinner. The dishes were served in pairs. What's wrong with you, little Lily? I took you to a big dinner, but why are you sitting there like an idiot? Chen Shusheng had to speak up. This little girl. He was counting on her to give it a 5-star rating. If you don't eat this, aren't you making things difficult for my little brother? When Lily was asked this by Chen Shusheng, her face turned red. It was so embarrassing. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. My mind went blank. Just let Chen Shusheng do whatever he wants. There is no intention of making decisions on one's own. Brother Chen, I'm fine. Thank you for treating me to a big meal. I just didn't expect it to be so sumptuous. It must be very expensive. Lily almost blurted out her true thoughts. I secretly glanced at Brother Chen, luckily no one noticed. Now that you're here, enjoy it, dear. Come, try this goose liver and see how it tastes. Chen Shusheng cut a small piece of goose liver for Lily and fed it to her personally. Lily was stunned for a moment. If she didn't answer, Brother Chen would be embarrassed. So she ate it anyway. Thinking of this, Lily opened her cherry lips, and Chen Shusheng extended his hand when he saw her. The little girl put it in her mouth. Is it tasty? Tasty. Chen Shusheng thought, as long as it tastes good, it's worth his personal service. Looking at Lily's eyes, there is a sentence. Dear, don't forget to give a good review. Just like that, the two of them happily. After drinking a bottle of red wine, little Lily's rosy face was full of confusion. Seeing this situation, Chen Shusheng became anxious. This was not okay. He couldn't drink anymore. What if he is drunk? Who will give him a score? Without points, this dinner would be wasted. Given the nature of the dog system, it will definitely trick him once. This can't be tolerated. Seeing that the meal was almost over, Chen Shusheng put his arm around Lily, who was sitting next to her, and asked, Little Lily, do you think Brother Chen was nice to you today? Good, very good. Lily looked up at Chen Shusheng in a daze. Are you satisfied with the meal I treated you to today? Satisfy. Then look, if the total score is 10, how many points do you think I got today? 10, no, 100 points. Lily lay in his arms and gave him a big hug. Feeling the little girl in front of me. After hearing this, Chen Shusheng was delighted. Good girl, your love for you today was not in vain. Marvelous. That's really thoughtful. Chen Shusheng feels satisfied today. At least the 30,000 yuan was not wasted. Really delicious. Come on, keep drinking. Brother is happy today. Let's drink together. Chen Shusheng ordered another bottle of red wine. Two people sat next to each other, drinking one cup after another. Two people did it. Two young men and women with average drinking tolerance ended up drinking so much that they became brothers. There were 2 bowls of white rice on the table with 2 chopsticks stuck in them. Today I, Chen Shusheng Lili, share the same interests and aspirations. I am willing to share the joys and sorrows and become brothers of the opposite sex, different surnames. I do not ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but I ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The 2 days people clinked their glasses again and drank from the same cup, a wedding wine. Officially became brothers. Brother. This operation is really amazing. The system witnessed this scene and recorded a short video. The waitress who came to serve wine had a different look in her eyes when she looked at the two of them. This is really jaw-dropping and unbelievable. They were clearly a couple before they came, but became brothers when they left. It really made her laugh and cry, but she couldn't laugh, so she had to hold it in. I ate what I should eat, drank what I should drink, and worshipped what I should worship. The two staggered away under the attention of a dozen waiters. You are talking about these two. Aha! TSK, these two are so funny, ha! Chapter 7: The Fragrance Moment. Hanting Express Hotel. The next morning, Chen Shusheng rubbed his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around me, the messy clothes and quilts. This is obviously not my home. Chen Shusheng was startled and suddenly lifted the quilt. Cow! What the hell is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Chen Shusheng walked around the room and didn't find anyone. Oh, it's already past 10 o'clock. Chen Shusheng, who had recovered, then remembered. System? Ignore me? I'm inviting Lili to dinner. Why did you invite her here? Yes. Stroke it. Last night, I invited Lily to have a big dinner at Yueyang, and I got a perfect score. That's right. Task. Chen Shusheng, system, don't play dead. I have completed my mission. Where is the reward? The story mission carefully prepared dinner has been completed, and the calculation is being made based on the other party's satisfaction. Rewards. Don't hesitate. Calculation completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 free attribute point, mission experience plus 100. That's it? No more? Besides. Chen Chu Shen. Can't you just say it all at once? Task completed in excess 10 times. Congratulations to the host for winning 350,000 federal coins. You still have some conscience. Chen Shushan was satisfied. This smells so damn good. What's wrong with drinking too much? What's wrong with picking up corpses? Tenfold return. The $35,000 was well spent. Oh, right. Where's Li? He took out his phone and called Lily. Little Lily, I love you so much. Chen. Brother Chen, you know everything? In the office, Lily took out her cell phone and took a look. It's that enemy. I feel a little nervous. No? I know everything, what's wrong? Chen Shusheng was confused. By the way, where did you go yesterday? He couldn't remember. Lily, Brother Chen, you were so annoying. I have to go to work, I'm hanging up now. Chen Shushan was a little confused holding the phone, but he gave up and stopped thinking about it. Isn't it great to have these 300,000? Since little Lily is so supportive, I will continue to take her out to eat next time. Host, Chen Shushen. Level, 2,400,500. Strength, 8. Normal human upper limit is 10. Constitution, 8. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 8. Ability, CET 4, Advanced CAD Drawing, First Level Parenting, Elementary Bedroom Arts, Vocal Master, Proficient in Writing. Attribute Points, 1. Federal Currency, 613,600. Mission, none. The experience increased by 100, and a few more attribute points were also added. Chen Shusheng had just finished taking a shower. I started to be narcissistic again in front of the mirror. If only he were more handsome. As I was thinking about it, this attribute point disappeared. Charisma, 9. So delicious. 9 o'clock charm, in Chen Shusheng's own opinion, is already perfect. If the full score is 100, he would get at least 91 points. A definitely handsome guy. 600,000. Before he knew it, his net worth had exceeded 600,000. It's only been a few days. Chen Shusheng, you are a fake system. Although you often mess with me, but this time I have to praise you. You are really good. He felt that this fake game system was like a tsundere little girl, and he thought that he would conquer her sooner or later. Let you know who was the real master. Ha! Ding dong. What? Chen Shusheng's cell phone rang. He took it and took a look. It took him 3 minutes to finish reading. After reading, I'm going to vomit blood. I don't know where he got the video of him and little Lily becoming sworn brothers last night from on his phone. And he sent it to little Lily from his cell phone. Withdraw quickly. Tip, time limit exceeded, cannot be withdrawn. You idiot, are you calling out to me so early in the morning? A female voice from the next room yelled at Chen Shusheng like an angry tiger. Chen Shusheng. You DJ. Tigress, don't you see what time it is? It's still damn early. System, you did this? Was it you? Playing dumb expression. Chen Shusheng took one look and thought, that's it. He confessed himself. He said, how could his cell phone possibly contain that kind of thing? I don't know what little Lily would think when she sees this. Lily, I want to die. We agreed to be brothers, I was screwed by the system, which was a bit embarrassing. But since she is little Lily's own family, that doesn't matter. Humming a tune and putting on clothes. As he was about to leave the room and check out, he remembered something. He returned to his room, leaned against the wall and shouted to the neighbor next door, Tigress. The sun is already shining on your ass, it's still early. As soon as he finished saying this, Chen Shusheng himself laughed. Next door, just wait for me. Chen Shusheng was enjoying himself at the moment and ignored it. I ran out of the room in small steps and went to check out. Hey, you can't find me, right? Chen Shusheng's mood instantly became very good. Beauties, check out. Chen Shusheng walked to the front desk happily, and two pretty girls were standing there. More pleasing to the eye. Chen Shusheng's shout was a bit frivolous, which made people look at him sideways. The girls at the front desk turned around and said, "Oh my god, what a handsome guy," one of them blurted out. Her little face turned red, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and lowered her head in embarrassment, occasionally looking up and peeking at Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng was confused. Is it that serious? Little did he know that he was already so handsome that it was stunning in the eyes of others. Especially in the eyes of a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Who doesn't dream of having a Prince Charming? Unfortunately, Chen Shusheng is not a white horse, he is at most a donkey, and he is stubborn. As soon as Chen Shusheng put down the room card, he prepared to leave. Hey, wait. I haven't received the deposit yet. Chen Shusheng looked at her name tag, Songya. Deposit? Chen Shusheng didn't even know how he moved in, and he was even confused about who rented the house. Yes, the deposit is 500. Can I transfer it to your WeChat? Well, okay, thank you. Chen Shusheng didn't doubt him and took out his cell phone. Songya's eyes sparkled, and she added Chen Shusheng's WeChat. Handsome guy, the money has been transferred to you. My name is Songya. Remember to receive it. The little girl smiled sweetly. Okay, thanks. It was the first time that Chen Shusheng received such thoughtful service. He never thought that he was tricked by the girl in front of him. Chen Shusheng left the hotel with a smile, still thinking as he left. Is the service industry so good now? How come he hadn't noticed it before? Chen Shusheng's behavior without any reason. Xiaoya, please send your WeChat to me, please do it quickly. Another little girl from Hanting Hotel begged Songya while holding her arm. No, Songya thought, such a handsome guy, how can I bear to share him? But they overlooked one thing. When did Chen Shusheng move in? How come they didn't notice such a handsome guy? Two little girls were making a scene at the front desk. Here you go, here you go. Chapter 8, Chen Shusheng. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day I rode it and secretly went to the market. Chen Shusheng hummed a little tune and returned home happily. After changing my clothes, I immediately felt much more refreshed. It's a new day again, even though I have money in my pocket. But we still have to work hard. Looking at the small house in front of me, I ended up taking a different path. That night, Chen Shusheng took a taxi to Yiweiyang Bar. That's right, it's still night. It should be opened by the same owner. Likewise, Yiweiyang Bar is one of the biggest and best bars in the area. Chen Shusheng didn't care, it was his first time here. It was just for experience, but more importantly, he wanted to test the waters for his future path. The 600,000 yuan he had was not a lot. Once the loan was paid off, it would be gone. So, after all, he is still a pauper. Chen Shusheng, who has nothing of his own, can only focus on his personal abilities. Vocal master as well as writing proficiency. Relatively speaking, he is more optimistic about his master-level vocal skills than his master-level writing. So, here he comes. In addition, it is also to vent the depression in my heart during this period of time. Chen Shusheng can endure it at home, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have emotions. He is also a human being. Although he doesn't want to think about the fact that the marriage did not take place, how could such a thing be allowed to pass so easily? In the end, I became a laughingstock in the mouths of others. It's only been a short time, and a year's worth of love gone to waste is the least of my worries. The most important thing is that I'm really devastated by this fucked up life. He is also a human being, a normal man. Anyone who says it doesn't hurt is lying, his heart is made of flesh. The atmosphere in the bar is nothing more than drinking to forget your sorrows, which only makes you more sorrowful. It's not that Zhang Wenwen didn't look for him later. But he didn't answer any calls or reply to any messages. A few days ago, it would have been a lie to say that he didn't hate her, but now Chen Shusheng has already figured it out. If he had the 300,000, he wouldn't feel so helpless for not being able to pay even half of the money. At most, he would just feel that his feelings were betrayed. Ultimately, the problem lies with oneself. Can't blame others. He sees it very clearly. If he had 10 million or 100 million, her mother would have to kneel down and lick his ass, and even worse, her own standards would be higher. It's all about money. As soon as Chen Shusheng entered the bar, he attracted a lot of attention. There is admiration and urgency, but also jealousy and hostility. Here comes a super handsome single guy. It was quite a sensation for the ladies in the bar. What are you doing in the bar? This goes without saying, everyone understands it. Acquiesced. Of course, some people drink just to relax. For example, Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng found a secluded place to sit down, ordered a bottle of wine and quietly looked at the surrounding environment. I have to say, Yi Wei Yang lives up to its reputation. On the stage, an unknown band was singing passionately. Chen Shusheng listened to it and, with his master-level vocal ability, it naturally didn't sound that good. The lyrics of the songs in his mind that he felt were so popular that he was shocked when he compared them with them. But he was really hesitant about singing for money. A handsome guy like Chen Shusheng sitting alone naturally attracted a lot of young girls to come up and chat with him. But Chen Shusheng rejected all the hints with a smile. Chen Shusheng is still a novice when it comes to this kind of thing. Besides, he's not interested. When I came out of the bar, the stars outside were almost disappearing. Today's trip to the bar wasn't very good for him, to be honest. So he was still undecided. The system was also quiet for a day. To be honest, Chen Shusheng was unwilling to put aside his pride and ask her to send him a task. It was so embarrassing to ask for help. With mixed feelings, Chen Shusheng chased the starry sky back home. After drinking a little wine, I always feel that this road belongs to him. The lost lamb. Are you alive? Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Some people are dead, but they are still alive. MMP even talked to him about philosophy. Chen Shusheng, you mean, you are dead? Drinking some cat urine makes you dare to confront the system. BGM, it would be a lie to say I don't feel bad, my heart is made of flesh to infinite loop. Chen Shusheng walked on the road and cursed impatiently, that's enough. Are you done yet? At this moment, a magical scene happened. Not far from the bar, where Chen Shusheng happened to be passing by, there happened to be two drunk old men chatting up a drunk woman. Still planning to start. Chen Shusheng happened to pass by and didn't notice it because this dog system was always bickering with him. MMP. Chen Shusheng, who was annoyed by the system's endlessly looping background music, finally couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out. It's just this sentence, that's enough. Will you ever stop? Chen Shusheng was regarded as a good man who was chivalrous, willing to help others when he saw injustice, and who was nosy. The two men who were about to forcibly pull the girl aside paused. They turned their heads to the side, threw the cigarettes in their hands hard on the ground, and stared at Chen Shusheng, who was meddling in other people's business, with a bad look on their faces. He cursed at him viciously, "Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. This is a bar, not your home. She is not your mother." His ferocious expression tried to scare Chen Shusheng away. The two burly men cursed viciously and with disdain. Chen Shusheng, who was passing by, was stunned. Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng was a little annoyed. What bad luck! He always encountered all kinds of shit. This damn system forced Chen Shusheng to swear without restraint. But only he himself understood what this matter was. However, there were many people coming and going near this bar, so in the eyes of others, this was considered a heroic act. Damn, you dog system, you come to harm me again today. Can't you just let me have a day of peace? I got involved in this mess for no reason and was scolded by others. And now, the dog system that caused the trouble has gone silent again. Ignore him no more. Chen Shusheng got angry again and cursed directly, I'm not done with you. Now it's even more lively. Damn, it's so unlucky. Where did this idiot come from? Are you really looking for a fight? Two greasy men with potbellies, reeking of alcohol and cursing, temporarily put down the drunk woman and walked towards Chen Shusheng. After being messed up by the system and scolded by two idiots, Chen Shusheng, who was also furious, knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He was not going to give in now. Looking at the two people coming closer and closer, Chen Shusheng said that it was impossible to have no pressure. This isn't a TV drama or a movie. He can knock down both of them in just 2 moves. Chen Shusheng's epic battle after returning from the city is about to begin. Don't be a coward. Please give me a recommendation vote, thank you. Chapter 9 Note. Although the whole incident was bloody, but now is not the time to be timid. Do we really have to wait for 2 of them to come over and attack him from the left and right? Chen Shusheng is not stupid. Even a rabbit will bite when it is pushed into a corner. What's more, it's him. Damn, it's better to strike first. Chen Shusheng, who was thinking of taking action after being still for a long time, suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. He accelerated with 2 steps, stood up and kicked one of the men to the ground. But Chen Shusheng, who hadn't exercised for a long time, also staggered and fell on the man. There was a loud snap. It was so embarrassing. Hiss. Chen Shusheng took a breath of cold air, his mouth grimacing. It hurts. Even though there was a human cushion underneath, my knee still bumped against it. Chen Shusheng looked grim with pain, and for a moment he couldn't stand up. Although Chen Shusheng was in a mess at the moment, his mind was still clear. The fat guy below should be feeling bad too, but there are 2 people on the opposite side, so they have the advantage in numbers. When Chen Shusheng was in school, he was not considered a good student and he often got into fights. In a group fight, especially when there are many people fighting against each other, Chen Shusheng knew that he couldn't be a coward. The more he was cowardly, the harder he would be beaten. 2. Catch someone and beat him to death. He is scared, shock them and make them afraid of you, then you have won temporarily. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers later. Bars are a hodgepodge of people, especially at night, and fights are not uncommon. It is possible that just a small thing can create a brilliant spark. After all, people come here to drink and seek excitement, and secondly, everyone understands. It is true that beautiful women are the root of all trouble. The ancients were not deceiving me. Who doesn't want some face? If you drink enough wine, the moon will be yours. Look, Chen Shusheng's side started fighting. People who were hanging around not far from the bar heard the noise and watched curiously, but no one stepped forward to stop it or even call the police. This scene is very common near bars, and unless it is serious, no one will bother to call the police. Fuck you, you little bitch, let go of that bag. Eru. Seeing Chen Shusheng pressing down on Eru with a fierce look on his face, he punched his good brother hard. Li Erlong became anxious and hit and kicked Chen Shusheng on the back, but Chen Shusheng refused to let go. Chen Shusheng, who had forgotten the pain, clenched his fists and beat Eru, causing him to groan with a painful look on his face. The cat urine in his stomach was hammered out and vomited all over the floor. A farce is over. The 2 men, who were mostly sober, walked away in embarrassment. I am scared. However, Chen Shusheng was not feeling well either. I didn't feel any pain when I was beaten, but not now. As soon as his nerves relaxed, he stretched out his hands with a grin and touched here and there. My whole body hurts. Chen Shusheng cursed inwardly, what bad luck. I am such a bad mouth. Why would I bother with something that is not even human? Chen Shusheng was upset and dissed this crappy game system in a roundabout way. Chen Shusheng got up, held his waist and was about to walk back. But after taking only 2 steps, he turned around and looked at the drunk woman lying on the side of the road, and felt a little bit sorry for her. We can't just leave her here and not care about her. I have become a hero who draws his sword to help others when he sees injustice. Just be a good person to the end. Chen Shusheng sighed inwardly. Bad fate. Did I owe this guy money in my previous life? Well, Chen Shusheng helped the drunk and limping unlucky girl to this dangerous place. Just consider it as something I owed you in my previous life. After walking a few steps to the intersection, Chen Shusheng waved to stop a taxi. Master, let's go to the nearest hotel. Chen Shusheng finally helped her into the car. The driver looked back at him and said, Hey handsome guy. Okay. He said this, but his eyes revealed that I understand what you mean. Chen Shusheng felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. Master, please hurry up, my girlfriend is sleepy. The taxi moved forward, and the unlucky girl leaned on his shoulder without looking anything unusual. Arrive. Stop the car, pay and get off. Chen Shusheng helped her down and looked up. Why do I feel like this place is familiar? Hanting Express Hotel. I remembered that I left from here this morning. Forget it, I've gone around in circles today and ended up back here. Chen Shusheng looked left and right, and found that he was carrying a burden. There is no other choice, I'll just stay at this one. Front desk. Chen Shusheng didn't recognize him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't those 2 little girls. I guess it's a shift change. He took out his ID card and went upstairs with the unfortunate guy under the flickering eyes of the girl on duty. Chen Shusheng arrived at the door. I started to doubt my life again. Have I been here before? I opened the door and looked around. They look so damn similar. It really made him unable to complain. I feel like I've been possessed by some evil spirit today. Where to go out and where to come back. Chen Shuxing threw her on the bed, shook his head and ignored her, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. I had a fight with someone today and my body is dirty and smelly. After taking a hot bath, although Chen Shuxiang was still a little drunk, he felt much more comfortable after the bath. After taking a bath, Chen Shuxiang was laughing and lying on the bed drunkenly, drowsy. The unfortunate drunk woman had long been left aside by him without any care. Within a minute, Chen Shuxiang began to snore softly. Fall into a deep sleep. The night is long. I don't know how much time has passed. The drunk woman then sat up from the bed and looked at Chen Shuxiang, who was sleeping naturally on the bed with a strange look in her eyes. Thin lips whispered, "Thank you for saving me." His eyes were somewhat complicated. She walked to the bathroom with her lotus steps. A charming figure flashed faintly on the misty glass, but no one appreciated it. The drunk woman looked so perfect in the mirror after washing up. But Chen Shuxiang threw her aside like garbage. With a charming smile, she walked to the sleeping body of Chen Shuxiang, lowered her head and looked at him quietly. Chen Shuxiang's handsomeness also surprised him. But compared to his appearance, she liked his courage more. This is a beautiful misunderstanding. So let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. The long night passed. When he woke up in the morning, Chen Shuxiang grimaced and felt pain all over his body. Damn, I haven't fought for a long time and my body is not in good condition anymore. He shook his head and stopped thinking about that bullshit. Oh, by the way, where is the person I picked up yesterday? I looked left and right but didn't see anyone. Chen Shuxiang muttered, "What a shame, this guy just ran away without even saying thank you." People's hearts have really changed. There are not many young people like me who are brave enough to do something righteous, and they don't know how to cherish it. What's on the table? Chen Shuxiang picked it up and saw a note. "Thank you for saving me, but to thank you, I picked up your body. The drawer under the table contains my gift for you. Don't mind. We will meet again, Chen Shuxiang, huh?" Chen Shuxiang pulled out the drawer and found $100 bill. Chen Shuxiang, oh my god, what does this mean? I took out the money and saw a small note underneath. Chapter 10, People Can't Float. Little note, tip for you. Chen Shuxiang, fedged hicks. Chen Shuxiang stared at the small piece of paper in front of him. Again. How come I don't know anything? Why should I say again? What am I missing? Chen Shuxiang held his head with both hands and grabbed his hair. What did I do wrong? Why are you messing with me? Next door, you're calling me so late in the morning. Chen Shuxiang heard it, it was a familiar voice. But this tigress was a little less energetic than yesterday. Why is it you again? What bad luck? Next door, ha! Isn't that unlucky, you just don't know it. Chen Shuxiang immediately got up from the bed, fearing that the tigress next door would come to cause trouble for her. Check out, I want to check out. Chen Shuxiang quickly withdrew. When going down. Why does my body feel a little uncomfortable? It's true that I fight for 1 minute and feel pain all day. Let others do the good deeds of bravery in the future. It was the same two girls from last night. Chen Shuxiang checked out of the room quickly. He didn't want to stay in this evil place for even a second longer. Not long after, the tigress next door to Chen Shuxiang also came down. Also checking out, Chen Shuxiang's next room. The girl at the front desk looked at her strangely. Isn't this the person that the handsome guy brought back last night? What's going on here? From a distance, she looked at his back with a half smile in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. This trip to Hong Kong City. This tortuous journey is destined to be remembered by someone. Is it a passerby or a returnee? Looking at Chen Shuxiang again, he went to the pharmacy, bought some medicine for diarrhea, and went back home to apply the medicine. It's not a big deal to have a swollen and bruised body like this. Chen Shuxiang, who was forced to rest at home for a day, now calmed down. Since I got this cheap game, I haven't made much money, but it's still a lot. Chen Shuxiang is not a person who is dissatisfied. He was just a young man who had just graduated from school a few years ago, and he had encountered many setbacks. Knowing the difficulties of life. But the more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. I have the money temporarily, but so many inexplicable things are happening. Chen Shuxiang, I say, were you sent by God to mess with me? Overthinking. Chen Shuxiang, so what about what happened last night? Getting a bargain and still acting cute. Chen Shuxiang? Ruthless. Chen Shusheng, what the hell? What about the video from last night? If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. Chen Shusheng. If we continue talking about this, it will just be like acting in an opera. Come on, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Play is play, but don't joke with your life. Survival, life, and enjoyment. Chen Shusheng is currently only on the edge of survival in life. But fortunately, he has plenty of time to work hard. He went to the bar last night and had an average experience. But it should make a lot of money. As for his proficiency in writing, being a stay-at-home guy is not what he wants. Bitch Chen Shusheng hasn't even learned how to walk, but she's already acting like she wants to run away. Author. No, the system is going to punish him. Task release, stay in the present, focus on the future, don't drift. Mission option 1, use your vocal ability to earn 10,000 yuan, mission deadline is 3 days. Failure, 3 days of the lingering charm of the ancient road, no mission reward. Task option 2, create a novel with over 1 million views, task deadline is 3 months. Failure, baldness, no task reward. Chen Shu, who was lying in the rental room, was stunned for a moment. I'm fantasizing about it. Can you help me with this? Chen Shusheng got up in an instant, and his legs and feet no longer hurt. The mission is here. But, what the hell is the reward? Are they all punishments? Stay in the present and look to the future, it makes so much sense. People can't float. Have I been drifting lately? Well, I really haven't accomplished anything since I left my job. The game system is unbearable. He accepted the task. As for option 1 or 2, it is worth considering. One for 3 days, the other for 3 months. 3 days seem short, 3 months seem long. How to choose? Don't mess around. If he chose 3 days, the time was tight, the task was heavy, or not, he had no idea. If he chose 3 months, he might be able to delay the time a little. When he thought about it, he was also shocked. I choose 1. Damn, I almost fell into her trap. Want to see my handsome head? No way. As soon as the task is started, the countdown starts at 72.00.00. It's starting now? 72 hours, time passed by little. It really made him nervous. What is the 3-day lingering charm of the ancient road? It sounds really nice. Isn't it just 3 days of fart? What the hell are you thinking about? Chapter 11. Who doesn't have a QR code? In 3 days, I earned 10,000 yuan by singing. For Chen Shusheng, it is an unknown concept. However, since the task has been accepted, then you can't be timid. Whether it works or not is another matter, just do it first. This is the vitality of the new generation of young people. I have nothing and I'm all alone, what is there to be afraid of? The more Chen Shusheng thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. As I thought about it, I became more excited. Let us go. The afternoon was a bit chilly. It's winter after all. There are still more than 10 days until the Chinese New Year, so he has to struggle hard. I can't just go back home in disgrace. So cowardly. I found a music store and bought a beginner guitar for $2,000. With his ability, he can naturally distinguish between good and bad. It doesn't need to be very good, just acceptable. What is a master? To turn decay into magic. As soon as Chen Shusheng made a move, the owner of the musical instrument store was stunned. The guitar originally cost 8,000 yuan, but I sold it for 2,000 yuan. For those who engage in art, feelings are very important. The boss was immediately impressed by Chen Shusheng's guitar and even asked for Chen Shusheng's cell phone number. People have generously given him a guitar, how can he be stingy? He still understands the ways of the world. At the subway entrance in the city center, Chen Shusheng found a suitable place to stop with a large guitar bag on his back. The flow of people here is just right and it does not hinder traffic. However, as soon as Chen Shusheng appeared, his artistic outfit and his natural beauty immediately attracted a wave of young girls to follow him. The little brother Chen Shusheng stopped and immediately surrounded Chen Shusheng. Even though Chen Shusheng was thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it. I didn't expect that after becoming handsome, I would become a beautiful trouble. But fortunately, he has no shortage of audiences now. I tuned up my guitar and wondered what to sing. Inexplicably, lyrics and music that he liked very much flashed through his mind. Chen Shusheng closed his eyes slightly and thought for a moment. The slender fingers flicked lightly, and a beautiful yet unfamiliar melody sounded softly at the same time. The onlooker's eyes lit up. What a beautiful melody! Is the singing about to begin? A song about the girl by the bridge, dedicated to everyone. Chen Shusheng's magnetic voice instantly caught the audience's ears. Under the warm sun, I welcome the fragrance. Whose girl is this? I walked on that little bridge. You play the piano and play sadness. The little girl singing by the bridge, tears are flowing from your eyes. You said one person is trying to be strong while the other misses his hometown. The magnetic singing voice seems to be telling a story softly, full of infinite warmth. A leisurely picture slowly unfolds in the sea. On the poetic bridge, a graceful and beautiful girl stroked the strings of the zither and sang softly about the sadness in her heart, about the separation, the longing, and the hometown. You are graceful and elegant. Sitting on the bridge, I listened to you singing. You said no one was around and you were wandering alone. Chen Shusheng sings softly, melodiously, and sincerely. Every word of the lyrics seems to be engraved in my heart. Chen Shusheng has been immersed in his own world. The charm of the vocal master is from the inside out. This moment is fully displayed. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and listen quietly. Chen Shusheng's fingers moved across the strings over and over again, as if he had played and sung the same instrument countless times. In just a few minutes, it felt like a whole year had passed, and Chen Shusheng felt as if he was in another world. He opened his half-closed eyes, looked at the vast audience in front of him, and smiled slightly. Some people are still immersed in the singing they just sang. It seems that the effect I wanted has been achieved. Thank you all for your support. I hope you like this song, The Girl by the Bridge. Chen Shusheng bowed politely. Crash! Suddenly, there was a burst of applause at the scene. The little girls watching cheered, "Handsome brother, do it again." Yes, it sounds great. Can you sing it again, handsome? One more time. The cheers were a bit loud, so Chen Shusheng gave a slight signal. Since everyone likes it, I will sing it again. The Girl by the Bridge is here for everyone again. The familiar piano and singing voices thinking of them again. Chen Shusheng's use of vocal music has become more and more profound. Every time I play and sing, I gain different insights. If his vocal mastery before referred to his panel strength, then his vocal mastery now refers to his true personal strength. After Chen Shusheng finished his song, he received warm applause again. Similarly, the audience who listened to the song did not hesitate to spend money and expressed their support. Especially, many young ladies who were watching wanted to add him on WeChat and send him red envelopes as a token of encouragement. MMP, am I the kind of person who was blinded by money? I casually took out a pre-prepared QR code from my pocket and placed it on the guitar case, to remind the girls who were chasing me to add WeChat and give me red envelopes to continue. Are you trying to trick me with red envelopes? He. I think you are greedy for my body. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. It's 2016 now, who doesn't have a QR code when they go out? Don't you think so? Chen Shusheng makes money based on his own ability, so naturally he doesn't feel ashamed of it. And after singing the song twice, he himself fell in love with the wonderful feeling of being immersed in the singing. It was a wonderful feeling that could not be described. Handsome guy, why can't I find this song on the internet? Suddenly a curious girl asked in surprise. Many people lowered their heads and searched with their phones, but there was really nothing. Use those lyrics that come to mind and you can't find the same. That means, this song was originally created by this handsome young man in front of me. Chen Shusheng was slightly stunned when he heard it. This was a song from another time and space in his mind. How could it exist in this world? He smiled and said, "This song is not available online, because it is my original song. I am singing it for the first time today. I hope everyone likes it." Wow! This little brother is so talented, I love him. This is truly a treasure boy who combines handsomeness and talent. Brother, can I invite you to watch the sunrise together? Can I add WeChat? Chen Shusheng encountered such an enthusiastic audience for the first time singing, and he was almost overwhelmed. Why are there so many people who are greedy for my body? Do you really think I'm a white eye who knows nothing? Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't get so close. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic donations, Chen Shusheng was satisfied. Not because of money. Although he was eager to complete the task, he never intended to rely on the money to complete the task. The reason why I am so satisfied is that my hard work in singing has not been in vain and has been recognized by the audience. Although this song comes from his mind, he puts his understanding and feelings into every performance. Every line of lyrics has its own emotion. The girl by the bridge is still deeply engraved in his mind. It was as if I saw her whole life, like a dream, like an illusion, like a fleeting life. Chapter 12, Waiting for the Rabbit. However, just when Chen Shusheng was singing passionately for the second time, a pretty and playful girl walked briskly down the subway with a selfie stick in her hand, talking and laughing at her mobile phone. Xiao Qianxin is a well-known outdoor anchor on the HuYu live broadcast platform. She has more than 1 million fans and her live broadcast popularity is often in the hundreds of thousands. The live broadcast content is often based on outdoor shopping, chatting and gossiping, supplemented by eating. The live broadcast atmosphere is very good and she has a beautiful appearance and a playful smile, so she has a large audience base and is deeply loved by fans. He is also a relatively successful outdoor anchor. Look honey, what's going on in front? There are so many people watching. Come on, honey, go for it. The little sweetheart was walking and chatting, looking at the barrage, and didn't notice the crowd in front of her. However, the audience of the live broadcast fired up comments to remind her. The little sweetheart looked up and it seemed like someone was singing. Don't worry, honey, I'll take you to watch. It seems like a little brother is singing. She talked as she walked, and when she came outside the crowd, she realized that there seemed to be quite a lot of onlookers. She couldn't squeeze in. But everyone was quiet as if waiting for something. And he looks particularly pious and serious. The little sweetheart was too embarrassed to speak, so she didn't ask what happened inside. The comments on the phone were refreshing like crazy. Everyone was asking what happened. Wasn't it said they were singing? Why was it so quiet? The little sweetheart is only 1.68 meters tall and can't be seen in the crowd at all. In front of the live camera, the little sweetheart looked helpless. Friends in the live broadcast room left messages one after another. The king is as big as the earth, and the sweetheart is only 1.5 meters tall. Sweetheart, I'm so sad. I can't even see inside. She was said to be above average height. We are all family, give sweetheart some face. Sweetheart was speechless. What can I say? I am helpless too. But she still saw a few useful comments. Just at this moment, a very nice guitar sound came from the crowd. Then a magnetic and slightly hoarse voice came into the ears, like a lover's expression of longing. It caught the little sweetheart's ears immediately. Similarly, many listeners in the live broadcast room also heard it at the same time. Oh my God. Nice to hear. The ear is pregnant. Honey, you have to take responsibility. Look at my little brother. Sweetheart, can you please show some energy and see who's singing? There is such a girl beside the bridge under the warm sun. She has long black hair and bright eyes. Girl, you make my heart flutter and my heart beats wildly. You said no one was around and you were wandering alone. Chen Shusheng's singing voice is soft and melodious, and his sincere feelings are conveyed to every listener along with his narrative like singing voice. Every word of the lyrics is deeply engraved in their hearts. The little sweetheart was anxious, but there was nothing she could do since she couldn't see. So angry. Everyone was listening quietly. Although she wanted to listen quietly, the audience in her hand did not allow her to do so. And she dare not offend the public. Suddenly he thought of a barrage that appeared before. Even though I can't see it. She raised her selfie stick and pointed her phone at the singer in the crowd. When the mobile phone camera was pointed at Chen Shusheng, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. I'm so cool. I'm so cool. Identification completed, he is a handsome guy. Handsome guy, excuse me. Ah. The screen is so dirty, let me lick it. I'm done, how about you sisters? Just a quick question, am I the only one who thinks he sings well? Your skirt has been revoked. Rest in peace. Look everyone, there is an honest man here, come and bully him. The little sweetheart raised her head and looked at the barrage. Is there a handsome guy in it? I was thinking to myself that this audience is not good. Is it necessary to be like this just because they meet a handsome guy? She has seen so many handsome guys that she thinks she is immune. Even after Chen Shusheng finished singing, everyone was still not satisfied. Sweetie looked at the comments on her phone gloomily. Are you satisfied now? I'm full, I'm full. I've licked the screen, love it. Ha! Why are there so many viewers? The live broadcast room that originally had only over 500,000 viewers now has 800,000 views. And it's still increasing. Even the subscriptions have increased by thousands, and the gifts have increased by tens of thousands. When the sweetheart saw this, all her previous depression disappeared. Satisfied. However, she was still thinking that the little brother in the song sang really well. It's just that you can't see it. But it doesn't matter, she has already made plans, just wait here. She doesn't believe he won't come out. Sweetheart, don't worry, everyone. I have made up my mind. I will not leave today. I will wait for him here until he comes out. I don't believe that I won't be able to see him. I want to see how handsome the handsome guy you are talking about is. The little sweetheart chuckled, this is called waiting for the rabbit to come to you, hee hee. The little sweetheart silently gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Sweetheart, don't praise me, I am just a pretty girl who combines intelligence and beauty. Calm down, don't do any basic exercises and sit still. Sweetheart, you are getting cocky. Be careful or you will get slapped in the face. Watch the sweetheart fishing for the moon in the bottom of the sea. I already knew the ending. Same as above. Same as above. Little sweetheart pouted, you audiences have never seen the world and have no idea what a handsome guy is. I've seen so many of them. I've become immune to them. The anchor is beyond saving. Let's all burn some incense before we leave. Everyone, listen. Someone at the scene said this is an original work. Such a beautiful song, why haven't we heard it before? It seems like it might be original. It can't be unfamous if it's so good. Isn't it because the little brother sings well? Show her upstairs, sit down for me. I remember the song is called Girl by the Bridge. I'll look up the lyrics. Half a minute later. The barrage broke out. Oh my god, I'm shocked. It's really original, solid evidence. What a great original song. Honey, it's your turn. What a great opportunity. The situation in the live broadcast room is constantly changing, and the same is true on the scene. Chen Shuxing's song is so stunning that it can stun passers-by. He is so famous that no one else can compare to him. He also didn't expect that he would become famous in a certain live broadcast room. The playful little sweetheart held her mobile phone and supported her chin, quietly waiting for the crowd to disperse, and interacted with the audience in the live broadcast room from time to time. But the melodious song keeps echoing in my mind. The girl on the bridge? Who is yours then? What a lucky girl, someone actually wrote a song for you. When will my bridge girl come out? Staring blankly. Chapter 13. Can I ask a question? The song Girl by the Bridge successfully portrayed Chen Shuxing as a handsome man who combines talent and handsomeness in the crowd. But he didn't sing much. No matter how beautiful a song is, it will become boring if you listen to it too much. He still understands the principle of quitting while you are ahead. After singing 3 times, Chen Shuxing planned to pack up and go back. The experiment was completed. Thank you to the audience one by one. Thank you all for your support. I'll stop singing here today. I wish you all a happy life and see you again if we have the chance. Chen Shuxing's warm smile is irresistible. Although many people are reluctant. The crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Shuxing packed his luggage and prepared to leave with his guitar on his back. Seeing that Chen Shuxing had finally finished, the sweetheart who had been waiting for him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Take small steps closer. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Crazy. Wake up. Sweetheart, saliva. It's over, sweetheart. My mouth is watering. Sexy pretending to be a pen, slapping someone in the face online. It's a delicious moment. With a bang, the absent-minded little sweetheart bumped into Chen Shuxing. Car crash. When Chen Shuxing turned his head, he saw the silly girl bumping into him, and it was too late to dodge. Chen Shuxing felt something pressing on his hand. The little sweetheart woke up with a start and took 2 steps back. The two of us, eye to eye, you look at me and I look at you. That. They said at the same time. And another silence. Sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. Before he could finish his words, the two of them laughed. Exactly the same. Chen Shuxing was puzzled. This. Hello, little brother, you sing so beautifully. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The sweetheart looked at the handsome Chen Shusheng, and the thick-skinned little sweetheart blushed rarely. It's a heart-pounding feeling. Waiting for me? You are. Chen Shusheng was a little surprised. He looked left and right, but he didn't recognize him. But, it seems familiar. Ahem. It's like this, I'm an outdoor anchor, my name is Sweetheart. I just enjoyed your singing, it was very nice. You are the best singer I have ever heard. Seeing that Chen Shusheng was easy to talk to, Sweetheart talked non-stop. The little sweetheart got a little clever and praised Chen Shusheng to the sky. This way Chen Shusheng would be embarrassed to refuse her next conversation. Full of routines. Anchor? No wonder she was holding her phone to broadcast live. Sweetheart? Isn't this a famous anchor girl in Hong Kong? Did you see the real person today? Chen Shusheng was a little surprised. Thank you. This is my first time singing, so I still have a lot of shortcomings. Thank you for the compliment, but it's like this, many friends in my live broadcast room like to listen to your singing, can you say hello to the live broadcast room? Sweetheart asked tentatively. Chen Shusheng thought about it and did not refuse. I didn't suffer any loss, and I didn't lose any weight. I greeted my friends in the live broadcast room. Then I was ready to leave. There was still work to do in the evening, so he had to go back and prepare. Seeing that Chen Shusheng wanted to run away after just saying hello, then she had waited in vain. That one tea work, I didn't even get their WeChat. Hey, little brother, wait a minute, can I take a moment to ask you 2 questions? The way was blocked by this clingy anchor again. What do you want to ask? Chen Shusheng. The little sweetheart smiled shyly and rolled her eyes. Do you have a girlfriend? Sweetheart, I'm moved. Oh my god, the goddess is going to die. The live broadcast room exploded. However, the little sweetheart doesn't care at all. However, the little sweetheart's soul-searching question instantly made Chen Shusheng explode. Girlfriend? Hiss, so angry. Chen Shusheng looked unhappy and stared at her. What did you say? I said, do you have a girlfriend? Sweetheart didn't realize that Chen Shusheng already. Previous sentence. Can I interview you? No. After saying that, Chen Shusheng walked around her and left. Brush. The live broadcast room exploded again, and the popularity was increasing, reaching 2 million. But the sweet anchor was already confused. Why did he suddenly change his mind? And ran away. For a moment, the little sweetheart felt particularly wronged. Who did I offend? Just because you are handsome you are awesome. He stared at Chen Shusheng's back, gritting his teeth. I'm not done with you. Sweetie muttered fiercely. The audience in the live broadcast room was delighted. When he was leaving, Chen Shusheng clearly felt someone was looking at him from behind, and he felt a little scared. I'm so angry. When talking about his girlfriend, Chen Shusheng would think of that failed marriage. After returning home, Chen Shusheng sorted out his things. Put the guitar back together. In fact, there were many tips given by the audience during the street singing just now. There were some scattered coins, including a few $100 bills. After taking a look, Chen Shusheng was slightly surprised. There are actually more than 500 yuan. I made $500 in just 3 songs. 180 per hour? MMP. It turns out those street singers make so much money. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but fantasize. I have to say, Chen Shusheng's unfilial behavior is deeply disgusting. Plate hashtag. Not only that, Chen Shusheng's QR code is even more amazing. Just open WeChat and take a look. A dozen red envelopes. Either 1314 or 520. Of course, most of them have decimal points. Naked confession of temptation. You don't have to think to know that it was done by a girl. All in all, he earned more than 1,700 yuan for the song Girl by the Bridge. Mission accomplished, nearly 1/5. He still has 3 days. But for something like this where you can make a living by singing on the street, the time you spend still depends on the time, location, and the flow of people. Today's situation is just a coincidence. Chen Shusheng doesn't have the mysterious confidence yet. Stick to the original plan. Set off. Taking advantage of the night, Chen Shusheng took a taxi and arrived at Yi Weiyang again. This time, he didn't come for a drink. It was still early, the nightlife hadn't started yet, and there weren't many people in the bar. Instead, he went straight to the bar owner and explained his purpose. "Boss, are you still hiring singers?" Chen Shusheng was led by a waiter to an office where a woman was sitting. Chen Shusheng was a little surprised that the famous Yi Weiyang bar was actually managed by a woman. Strong woman. But it has nothing to do with him, he came here to sing. If you sing well, stay, if you don't, leave. There is no point in saying anything extra. Chen Shusheng has already understood this through his 2 years of social life experience. When we meet, we get straight to the point. The exquisite beauty in the office looked at Chen Shusheng with interest. With this appearance, you come out to sing for money? Isn't this stealing people's jobs? However, a strong woman is a strong woman. Although he was surprised by Chen Shusheng's handsomeness, he still said in a businesslike manner, "There is no shortage for the time being." Chen Shusheng knew that the show was not going to be big. After all, how could such a big and famous bar like Yi Weiyang lack singers and bands? However, she changed the subject and said, "If you perform well, we are still willing to keep you." Chen Shusheng's eyes lit up, there was still a chance. With his ability, how can he say no? Can I try it? Chen Shusheng pondered. Chapter 14, Born as a Human. It's about 10 o'clock at night. After the DJ warmed up, Chen Shusheng, who had just arrived, was arranged to go on stage second. All in all, the bar manager was very considerate of him. At least there was someone in front of him to give him a sample. But he is still a small role responsible for warming up the audience. Chen Shusheng doesn't care, he is just a newcomer. He just wanted to make money, and would leave when he made 10,000. Now he already knew the name of the strong woman just now, Jiang Weiyang. The time is almost up, it's Chen Shusheng's turn to go on stage. Jiang Weiyang, the general manager of Yi Weiyang Bar, was sitting in a corner. She wanted to see how the new young man would perform. If she performs well, she is still very willing to stay. Chen Shusheng's appearance alone can attract countless women. Chen Shusheng's time on stage. As soon as Chen Shusheng came up, he attracted a lot of attention. What a handsome guy! Many bar guests' eyes lit up. A new handsome guy? I just don't know how good he is. Coincidentally, Hong Kong's famous outdoor anchor Xiao Tianxin was also there on that day. I unexpectedly discovered Chen Shusheng on stage. It's fate that brings us together no matter how far apart we are. The delighted little sweetheart stared at him closely, and the live broadcast room screen was projected onto the stage, where Chen Shusheng appeared again. Wow, it's him, it's him, it's him. That man is here again. Isn't this the little brother who sang this afternoon? The anchor follows the little brother adult version? He took a bar-specific guitar and faced the crowd of audiences without any nervousness or stage fright. President Zhang nodded on the side. At least he was brave. Chen Shusheng, holding a guitar, stood on the stage. The invisible aura of the master instantly took control of the stage and stunned everyone. President Zhang saw all of this, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. He's an interesting person. I plucked the strings gently, tested the tone and tuned it. The chaotic sound spread throughout the bar. What? Is this the level? What's the point of being handsome? It turns out that he's only good looking but useless. Go down, go down. Two young men in the audience laughed loudly. Chen Shusheng was ridiculed by inexplicable voices from the audience before he even started. Chen Shusheng's expression remained unchanged. He wanted to see me make a fool of myself. We'll know who gets slapped in the face soon. The live broadcast room was also restless. What's going on? My brother is obviously not at this level. Are you suffering from stage fright? Have you no experience on stage? Wow! There are so many barrage kings? You don't even know how to tune the sound? Sweetie also looked at Chen Shusheng nervously. Although this man was a little weird, I still forgave him for his sake. A song born to be a human being for everyone. Chen Shusheng pronounced it for the first time, and his magnetic voice once again caught the ears of the audience. With his hands stroking the strings, Chen Shusheng held the guitar and began to play and sing on the stage alone. A strong emotion instantly infected the whole audience. I once said I wouldn't smoke. I've been breathing it into my lungs for years. Later, I was only thinking about money. People change, sorry. Chen Shusheng's sincere lyrics, along with his affectionate singing, explode directly in the listeners' minds. Each sincere line of the lyrics is undoubtedly a resounding question to the world, hitting everyone's heart hard. Bring up memories that are buried deep in your heart and that you don't want to recall. Some of the audience members shed tears while listening to the song just because of a few lines of the lyrics. People will always change. Yeah, people change. Who still remembers the original self? It's not that I don't want to recall, but I don't dare to face my past self. After all, who wants to live? The look that I once hated. Chen Shushing's singing shocked everyone as soon as it started. Yi Weiyang Bar Jiang Weiyan looked at the young man in front of him in shock. She now urgently wanted to know what this seemingly young man had experienced to be able to sing with such a voice. Based on her experience, she was sure that this song was a song that had never appeared before. So terrifying. Chen Shushing quietly played the guitar and sang this one-man show. With a slightly hoarse voice, he performed word by word. It is said that life can be divided into nobility and nobility. But some people are born to be called master. I really mean it. Sorry. There is no distinction between high and low in life, but people are born with different levels. Some people are born with a destination that others will never be able to reach in their entire lives. Some people, however, can only work hard all their lives, digging for food in the soil, living a life of having one meal or the next. Chen Shusheng holds his guitar and falls into memories. Haven't those dirty faces appeared in his world? Li Xiulan's mercenary face on the wedding day, Li Dupeng's mean face in the company. I encountered many setbacks along the way, but finally I honestly went to work in the company. A handful of bitter tears, unforgettable heartfelt words. How many people in reality are forced to bow to society? Chen Shusheng was and is. If this broken game system can be sold, he must exchange it for a super rich system that can make money in a heartbeat. The rich rely on technology, Chen Shusheng is a poor man. I can only rely on this unreliable game to mutate. Chen Shusheng's hoarse voice echoed in the bar, and the strings of the guitar touched my heart. I want to forget everything in the past. Be a layman who doesn't ask questions. Travel thousands of miles without forgetting your original intention. At the end of the song, Chen Shusheng shed tears. Looking up at the sky, not wanting the water to drip down. That's right, Chen Shusheng sang himself to tears. This is a true expression of true feelings. Sweetheart's live broadcast room quietly recorded this moment. They say women are sentimental, that's right. At this time, the little sweetheart was already in tears. There are balls of paper towels on the table. I don't know whether I feel sorry for myself or for Chen Shusheng on the stage. Even deep in my heart, a voice was echoing, I want to raise him. Even if I have to spend less every day and buy fewer snacks, I want him to live a better life and not suffer any injustice. The little sweetheart was completely captivated by this song. However, she was not the only one captured. More people at the scene had tears in their eyes. Some people, some things, some words, some songs. It always touches people's hearts. Chen Shusheng perfectly interprets what a vocal master is. One person, one guitar. A live solo performance of legendary quality. Shocked everyone and moved everyone. Born as a human being, never forget your original intention. Heart-touching. Chapter 15 Encounter 4200. After Chen Shusheng finished singing a song, the sound of the piano gradually faded away. The audience in the bar was shocked. The warmest and most sincere applause. Many listeners were moved. Rewards are pouring in. Chen Shusheng expressed his gratitude one by one. Just as he was about to put down his guitar and leave the stage, he was stopped by the enthusiastic audience. However, he is not a resident singer in the bar yet. This song is just to show his ability. Chen Shusheng wanted to leave, but the audience disagreed until the bar manager came over and said to him, "The boss agrees, you can continue to sing 2 more songs." Chen Shusheng nodded. He would get a share of the gifts. As for his salary, he was confident that. So he just stayed and continued his performance. Thank you all for your support. Today is my first time to perform on stage. I feel honored to have so many friends' support. The following new song is dedicated to all the friends present here. Fingers plucked lightly, the guitar sounds. Chen Shusheng's mind was reverberating with every bit of yesterday. With unspeakable affection, convey emotions to everyone. Hug. Just as if we were never together. Just because I met you. Chen Shusheng played the guitar, and a sad atmosphere quickly spread throughout the audience. From love to breakup, from wedding dress to long hair. There are too many things that have to happen, so many lovers. Parting ways. In the world of emotions, the deeper the love, the greater the pain. If possible, please don't say love. The word love is too sacred, too solemn, and too great. Can't afford. The singing continues. No way, it's terrible. That me is outrageous. Always fighting without hesitation. I am too stupid. The little sweetheart looked at Chen Shuxing on the stage with tears in her eyes, feeling so distressed. How could anyone have the heart to hurt such a handsome boy? Is he saying that he loved too deeply and was hurt too badly? If you can't say love, don't lie. That's how feelings are. How could I accidentally go too crazy? At this time, many people were already crying. The popularity of the Sweetheart's live broadcast room once again climbed to 5 million after the song Born to be Human. Countless gifts were given to the little sweetheart, who asked her to give them to the little brother Chen Shuxing on the stage. I cried, how about you? I feel so sorry for my little brother, I really want to hug him, what should I do? Get lost, young brother is mine. This song is so nice and touching. But why did it happen before? I guess this is also the original work of the little brother, he is so talented. Chen Shuxing screamed at the top of his lungs, like a tragic love story. But in fact, Chen Shuxing's relationship is really not going well. Hug. No matter how well you realize it, it won't last long. Always reluctant to get along. Always exhausted. How could I accidentally go too crazy? There is no right or wrong in the world of love. After a long time, love hurts, and you cry when you are in pain. When you are tired of crying. Looking back, love can no longer return. If there is any debt, please do not pursue it. If we couldn't make it to the end, it means our destiny has not arrived and we haven't worked hard enough. Chen Shuxing thought of him and Zhang Wenwen. Maybe they just didn't work hard enough. The cigarettes that I once said I would not smoke have been inhaled into my lungs for several years. My dreams used to be innocent, but later on, they were all about money. This is the most realistic portrayal of ordinary people. Chen Shuxing could understand it, but he couldn't let it go. Don't regret. Will you be sad when I'm not around? Are you as free and easy as me? The restless music and the shouting at the top of their lungs. Chen Shuxing vented the pain in his heart these days alone. Maybe it's time to say goodbye and become strangers from now on? Looking back at the past, memories become a river. Forgive everything. Because of growth. We suddenly said goodbye. After singing this song, Chen Shuxing left the stage. It's not that he doesn't want to sing, but he's a little tired. You will eventually have to face the love that you have never been able to face. Chen Shuxing no longer wanted to know what happened in the bar. He followed Mr. Jiang and signed the contract. A very special contract, with a contract period of 3 days. There is no basic salary, only sharing of gifts. The split is 2:8, and Chen Shuxing gets 8. Chen Shuxing took the contract and left with more than 3,000 yuan. This is the revenue brought by his 2 songs. Leaving quietly from the back door of the bar, Chen Shuxing felt a little melancholy. But soon he laughed at himself and figured it out. I'm only in my 20s, I'm still young, fuck love. Afraid of hair. Chen Shuxing's mission is already half completed. He planned not to sing again after completing this mission. The self under the spotlight is not his true self. That's too tiring. He wanted to take it easy. However, he didn't know that he had become completely popular on the internet. A song about a girl by the bridge, a song about being born as a human being, and today's parting. This talented and handsome guy was lying on the bed chatting with Lily via video. Little lowly Lily, brother Chen, where have you been these 2 days? You didn't come to see me. Chen Shuxing, why, do you miss your brother? Little lowly, humph. Brother Chen, you are so mean. You actually secretly filmed a video that night. Chen Shuxing, ahem, well, brother, let's talk it over, at worst I can treat you to dinner again. The little girl curled her lips and said dissatisfiedly, bah. Who is your brother? Is there such a way to treat brothers? Do you still want to treat me to a meal and take advantage of my body? Chen Shuxing, forget about sworn brotherhood, you fucking slept with me and I'm still pretending I don't know. Damn brother Chen. Little lowly, brother Chen, you really didn't know about that night? Chen Shuxing, what do you know? Chen Shusheng's bewildered look made Li Li very angry. The little loli said angrily, "You treat me as your brother, and then you can sleep with me." The scumbag ate everything and refused to admit it. "I will ignore you." The video was disconnected, and Chen Shusheng was confused. What the hell? Asleep? But why don't I know anything? Although he likes little Lily very much, he still treats her as his little sister. If what she said was true. Hiss. Chen Shusheng didn't dare to think about it. In the next 2 days, Chen Shusheng completed the game tasks. A full 17,000 yuan, which he earned by his own ability. But he never wanted to perform on stage in that kind of occasion again. Although it looks glamorous, he still feels that it is no different from being a monkey. After that, he was sure that he was not destined to do this. Can't stand it. There are many agents and scouts here who have come to him. But the arrogant Chen Shusheng politely refused. It's not that he doesn't want to agree, but the system doesn't allow it. In fact, he himself is not very interested in entering the entertainment industry. Task 1 completed, no reward, mission experience plus 100. 3 days later, Chen Shusheng completed the task that he initially thought he could not complete. It turns out that he was right. Don't worry about whether it works or not, just do it first. At least you have to try. Only by actually doing it will you know if you can do it. He submitted the task, although there was no reward, but his self-confidence was successfully built up. Changed the unconfident mentality before marriage. Host, Chen Shusheng. Level, 301,000. Strength, 8. Physical strength, 8. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 9. Ability, CET 4, Advanced CAD Drawing, First Level Dependent, Vocal Master, Proficient in Writing, Elementary Art of Sex 97-100. Attribute points, 1. Although there was no real reward for completing the task, he gained 100 task experience points. Chen Shusheng successfully upgraded his game level. Also gained some attribute points. Chen Shusheng was a little hesitant, wondering where to use this attribute point. The ridiculous Chen Shusheng suffered from indecisiveness on the spot. Directly use the ultimate selection method. ... Pull pigs and herd sheep. Drink if you have money, leave if you don't. It's settled. The real Chen Shusheng put his latest attribute into charm. The charm value has officially reached 10 points. This is the peak attribute of a normal person. Watching myself in the mirror becoming more handsome again little by little. So delicious. Game tips, charm value reaches the maximum value, perfect conditions are met, game system upgrades. Perfect life system at your service. What do you mean? Is there any difference? Aren't you still the same person? Do you think I don't recognize you just because you changed your skin? Chen Shusheng complained in confusion. Am I wrong? Are you the same old dog system? Don't you have any idea? The game system has been improved to assist the host in developing morals, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. Task. Wait. What do you mean? I am a red scarf young pioneer and a 5 good boy in Hong Kong. Are you insulting me by saying this? Chen Shusheng, Jchkask. Let you go. Chen Shusheng magnanimously stopped his chattering. Chen Shusheng, who was sitting in a taxi and preparing to go home, unexpectedly saw someone. The person he had been avoiding, Zhang Wenwen. Hanting Express Hotel. Chen Shusheng's taxi just happened to pass by, a familiar figure. Chen Shusheng believes his own eyes. You are definitely not mistaken. It's her. How could she be here, with a man supporting her? Mission release, the follow-up mission of the tortuous wedding, meet Zhang Wenwen. Task introduction, Li Xiulan is blinded by money, and Wang Zibo forces Zhang Wenwen to meet in the name of a blind date. Zhang Wenwen can't stand her mother's pressure and has to agree. However, the insidious Wang Zibo gets her drunk and intends to forcibly take her, but she is lucky enough to be met by the host. Task option 1, turn a blind eye. We've already broken up, so out of sight, out of mind. No matter what he does. Task reward, 1 million. Mission option 2, save Zhang Wenwen from the clutches of the enemy. Mission reward, none. Chen Shusheng felt uncomfortable looking at this terrible task. Damn, I thought I would look more classy after changing my skin, but it turns out I still look like a piece of shit. Uncomfortable. However, after reading the mission introduction, he realized that he had misunderstood Zhang Wenwen. This made him feel much better. After all, they were still lovers who had been in love for a year. Even if he didn't want to see her anymore, he had already met her now, and Zhang Wenwen was framed by someone. He couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Otherwise, he will regret it. Master, stop the car. Stop the car quickly. Chen Shuxing suppressed his anger, asked the driver to stop the car, gave him a ticket, and got out of the car immediately. Seeing Wang Zibo holding Zhang Wenwen and about to walk into the hotel, Chen Shuxing walked forward quickly, grabbed Zhang Wenwen from behind and kicked Wang Zibo in the back. Wang Zibo fell flat on his face. You old bastard, you're using tricks to chase a woman. You're useless. Chen Shuxing kicked him hard twice. Wang Zibo crawled on the ground for 2 circles and finally stood up. Who the hell are you? She's my girlfriend, what's it to you? Let her go, or I'll call the police. I'll let your mother go. Chen Shuxing was furious. Chen Shuxing wanted to let Zhang Wenwen go and hit him a few more times, but his arms were tightly hugged. Chu Shang, are you Chu Shang? You are Chu Shang. Woo woo woo. I miss you so much. You finally came to see me, whoa. The drunk Zhang Wenwen hugged Chen Shuxing's arm tightly, fearing that he would disappear. Hearing the crying, Chen Shuxing felt a pain in his heart. Men hate to hear women cry. Chen Shuxing is no exception. Zhang Wenwen's crying made him feel distressed. Holding Zhang Wenwen, who was nestled in his arms, he looked at Wang Zibo, who was a few meters away, and yelled, "Get out of here!" At this moment, Wang Zibo finally understood. The man in front of her has a close relationship with Zhang Wenwen, and it seems like he's her ex-boyfriend. He used some tricks to get Zhang Wenwen drunk, and was discovered by her. Wang Zibo, feeling guilty, ran away in shame, although he felt a little regretful. Zhang Wenwen hugged Chen Shuxing's arm and kept crying. The 2 men stopped at the entrance of the hotel, allowing many people to see what had just happened. We can't stay here any longer. He wanted to leave by himself, but he couldn't bear to leave Zhang Wenwen alone. Not assured. This idiot, I won't say anything more. Stop crying, or I'll leave. Chen Shuxing said to her fiercely. Don't cry, I won't cry, please don't leave, Wu Zhang Wenwen begged. Just don't cry. Chen Shuxing had no choice but to. Where are you going? I'll take you home? Chen Shuxing asked Zhang Wenwen. I won't go back, I have no home, Wu. Zhang Wenwen started crying again. Chen Shuxing looked helpless. Auntie, stop crying. Women are really made of water. Chen Shuxing didn't know why she said this. Zhang Wenwen didn't want to go back, and he actually didn't want to go either. Forget it, take her back to where you live. Can you take me to the wedding room? Zhang Wenwen asked in a low voice. Wedding room? Chen Shuxing felt a little complicated. Ever since I bought the house and renovated it, I planned to use it as a wedding house so that I could move in after getting married. But, on the wedding day. Since then, Chen Shuxing has never been there again. I don't even want to think about it. Now that Zhang Wenwen has mentioned it, my heart is even more complicated. That's all. If she wants to go, take her there. Holding Zhang Wenwen, Chen Shuxing stopped a taxi and headed towards the wedding room. Open the door and the red interior is still there. This 2-bedroom house. Like him, the future is full of unknowns. Zhang Wenwen, lying on Chen Shuxing's back, looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar wedding room and burst into tears again. Tears fell on Chen Shuxing's neck. The hot tears made Chen Shuxing feel bitter. What has already happened, can we go back? Maybe this is fate. Don't cry, I'll put you down, and put Zhang Wenwen on the sofa. Chen Shuxing breathed a sigh of relief. This girl seems to have lost a lot of weight. Why? Plot notice: if you don't like Zhang Wenwen's plot, you can choose to skip the next 15, 24, 25, 26 chapters. It will not affect your reading, because the plot about her has come to an end. Chapter 16: Misunderstanding. It's night. The new 2-bedroom house was decorated with a festive atmosphere, but now it seems a bit abrupt. It can be said that things and people have changed a lot now. Zhang Wenwen, the drunk girl, held Chen Shuxing's hand tightly and refused to let him leave. She was afraid that this breakup would end her concern for her. She didn't dare to think or gamble, she had already missed the most important decision in her life. Chen Shuxing sighed, sat on the sofa and helped her up, you take a good rest first, I'll go boil some water for you. You can't leave. Zhang Wenwen stared at him pitifully, holding onto the corner of his clothes. Don't worry, I won't leave. Chen Shusheng reached out his hand and wiped away her tears. Maybe it was because of the drunkenness or because of the lover's eyes, but she always felt that Chen Shusheng became more handsome in her hazy vision. After changing her into a pair of comfortable new slippers, Chen Shusheng went to the kitchen. Because it was a decorated wedding room, it was stocked with all the necessary things except fresh vegetables. After cooking a small pot of millet porridge, Chen Shusheng went to the bathroom to fill the water heater with water and heat it up. Zhang Wenwen just sat quietly on the sofa, watching the familiar figures walking around busily. I sat on the sofa again, secretly crying with sadness. There are so many things I want to say, but I can't say them. After so many days, I still cry late at night every time I think of it. She knew what she had missed, so she tried desperately to contact Chen Shusheng, hoping to be forgiven. But Chen Shusheng never responded once. After so many days like this, she was almost in despair. With her family pressing her every step, she chose to accept her fate. In order to raise the 300,000 yuan for her brother, she agreed to meet a man 10 years older than her introduced by her mother. She lost her love because of her cowardice. On the wedding day, she wanted to go with Chen Shusheng, but her mother ruthlessly rejected her. Later, the indifference of his family made him disillusioned with this family. He gave up on himself and chose to let his mother treat him as a tool to make money. I just never thought that I would meet him again like this. Looking at Chen Shusheng busying himself for her. Comparing it with the cold home, she is now confused. Which is more important, your family or your love? My brother as selfishness, my mother as oppression, and my indifferent father. Is such a home really worth my efforts? Seeing the person who was deeply hurt by her running around for her, Zhang Wenwen could no longer bear it and slid to the floor little by little, knelt down in front of Chen Shusheng, and cried heart-wrenchingly. Chen Shusheng was startled when he heard the noise. I quickly ran over to see her. Looking at Zhang Wenwen kneeling on the ground and crying heartbreakingly, he panicked. He didn't understand why she did this. He took a step forward, squatted down, and picked her up. Stop crying, why are you crying? Yes, why are you crying? Chen Shusheng felt upset. However, after seeing Zhang Wenwen kneeling down, Chen Shusheng had already forgiven her in his heart. Zhang Wenwen fell asleep in Chen Shusheng's arms due to crying so much. Maybe when I wake up, everything will be over. Half an hour later, Chen Shusheng served a bowl of millet porridge, woke Wenwen up and fed her mouthful by mouthful. After dinner, I took Wenwen, who was unable to stand steadily, to wash up. Wenwen, lying in the bathtub, was almost sober. This warm place made her feel like home. But, after all, this is not her home anymore. One step away. The two had lived together for a year before, and they were considered an old married couple. Now living under the same roof, they are as tacitly connected as a real couple. Help her get her pajamas, blow dry her hair, and do the laundry. Chen Shu took care of her all the time. It was very late at night and the moon outside the balcony was so bright. Chen Shusheng held a cigarette in his hand and slowly blew out smoke rings. He hasn't smoked for a long time. In the end, he couldn't bear to say goodbye to Zhang Wenwen. Do you love her? Yes, I did. The deeper the love, the more painful it is, and the more tired I am from the pain. Maybe only cigarettes can numb his nerves. He took a few deep puffs and stepped on the cigarette butt. Why think so much? Just go to bed. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Zhang Wenwen looked at the wedding photo placed on the bedside table in the master bedroom with red eyes. She didn't expect that Chen Shusheng still kept their wedding photos. Does he still have me in his heart? Laughing and crying. What she didn't know was that since that day, Chen Shusheng had never set foot in this house, let alone take down the wedding photos on the wall. Today was her first time here, and she was here again. Chen Shusheng was not so ruthless as to take down the photo in front of her. Doing so would be too cruel to anyone. It's a beautiful misunderstanding. The bright moonlight shines on the head of the bed. The next morning, Chen Shusheng left a key for Zhang Wenwen, made breakfast, and left quietly. After purchasing a lot of daily necessities from the convenience store and bringing them back to the new house, he glanced at Zhang Wenwen, who was sleeping in the bedroom. He closed the door gently. When I came out of the new house again, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chen Shusheng shook his sore legs and feet, looked back at the seat upstairs, then strode to the platform to wait for the bus to leave. Chen Shusheng got on bus number 72 and returned to the main urban area. Suddenly he felt that many people were looking at him. Chen Shusheng was stunned for a moment, then reached out and touched his face. Is there something on your face? After one night, he had already forgotten the fact that he had turned into a handsome guy. Even men would look at him twice, let alone women. Chen Shusheng's face is now popular among men, women, young and old. Chen Shusheng reacted and ran to the back of the car embarrassedly, finding an open space to stand. During rush hour, there are still a lot of people on the bus. It can almost be described as people next to each other. However, since Chen Shusheng got on the car, the positions of the people in the car have changed. Chen Shusheng was squeezed into the middle back seat of the car. Looking out the window, he didn't notice that so many female compatriots had appeared around him without him noticing. Chen Shusheng, who was over 1.8 meters tall, looked down at a group of girls who were as tall as his chin and surrounded him tightly. I was wondering why it was getting more and more crowded. It's not because there were more people on the bus, but also because these little bitches were secretly squeezing on him. From time to time, some people would deliberately fall towards him as the car body shook. Don't you have to go to work? Before reaching the destination, Chen Shusheng squeezed out of the car in a panic and didn't dare to sit down again. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would soon die. Chapter 17, Do One Good Deed Every Day. Chen Shusheng 4100. I was busy all night last night and was busy until dawn. Therefore, Chen Shusheng had not had time to settle the tasks issued by this broken system yesterday. Task submission. The follow-up task of the Twists and Turns Weddings Save Zhang Wenwen has been completed. There is no task reward, and the task experience is increased by 100. Is that all? Looking at the unresponsive broken system, Chen Shusheng was speechless. It really is. Forget it, I'm too lazy to complain. After so many days, Chen Shusheng has become very strong inside. Not angry, not angry. Task released, do one good deed a day, help an old lady cross the road. Huh? What the hell? Chen Shusheng looked at the task interface in confusion. Shaping a perfect life auxiliary task, creating all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness and aesthetics. Do one good deed a day, help an old lady cross the street. Mission description, there is an old lady waiting to cross the road, she may need help. Task option 1, be kind-hearted and help the old lady cross the road. The task reward is 10,000. Task option 2, pretend not to see and pass by quietly. Task reward skill, scam. Chen Shusheng? This is obviously not the game style. Could it be that the nature of the system for achieving a perfect life has really changed? Chen Shusheng hesitated for a while. He was a red scarf young pioneer and a 5 good student, so it was only natural for him to help the old lady cross the road. There is still 10,000 to earn? Isn't this fragrant? Delicious. Chen Shusheng straightened his clothes and hid his beastly smile. Definitely choose one. Without hesitation, Chen Shusheng quickly walked to the intersection and went forward to greet the old lady. Grandma, do you want to cross the road? Chen Shusheng looked helpful. The old lady was staring at the main road. When she heard someone talking to her, she turned around and glanced at Chen Shusheng. Without saying anything, he turned around and continued to watch the traffic coming and going on the road. Chen Shusheng greeted him warmly, but it was as if nothing had happened, which made him very depressed. This is my 10,000. Ah, this is my kind heart. Just gone like that? Is this old lady hard of hearing? Chen Shusheng thought, it is very possible. Chen Shusheng's eyes lit up, this must be the reason. Or should we wait until the traffic light turns green and then help the old lady across? Good idea. Having made up his mind, Chen Shusheng stood beside the old lady, watching the red light pass by second by second. The light is green. There are only 2 of them at this intersection. Chen Shusheng put his big hands on the old lady's shoulders and smiled at her. Grandma, let me help you cross the road. As he said that, he exerted force with his hands and pushed the old lady across the road. Are you sick? An anxious elderly voice burst out from the old lady's mouth. She shook her shoulders violently and broke free from Chen Shusheng's loving hands. Hey, aren't you going to cross the road? Chen Shusheng stopped aside awkwardly. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Which eye of yours watched me crossing the road? Hurry up and don't delay me from doing my work, or you'll be in trouble. The old lady stopped at the intersection, cursing, and glared at Chen Shusheng angrily for meddling in her business. Facing this unkind old lady, Chen Shusheng was speechless. What did I say? How could there be such a normal task, and there's also $10,000, I'm just dreaming. This money is not easy to take. Is this a mission failure? MDZZ. We can't just let it go like this. We need to think of a way. The shameless Chen Shusheng did not leave. If you don't let me help you today, I will definitely help you. I have to waste time with you even if I do nothing. The old lady turned around and glared at him. Her meaning was very clear. Why haven't you left yet? You are getting in the way. Chen Shusheng pretended not to see it and stood on the side of the road with his hands in his pockets, humming a song. Chen Shusheng really didn't believe that she didn't plan to cross the road today, otherwise why was she standing here? Now that your brain isn't working as well as it used to, are you planning on eating exhaust gas? This duo of one old and one young at the intersection is really eye-catching. After all, Chen Shusheng is really quite impressive. The old lady looked at Chen Shusheng beside her with impatience. Wasn't he this little brat ruining her good thing? Young man, listen to grandma and stay out of other people's business when you are away from home. The old lady suddenly said. Chen Shusheng looked confused. Are you saying this to me? Hee, there shouldn't be any problem doing good deeds, grandma, how about I help you cross the road? Chen Shusheng was unwilling to give up. Young man, I don't need your support. If you meddle in other people's business again, I'll be lying at your feet. You better think it through, the old lady said in a sarcastic tone. Wow. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Shusheng took 3 steps back. What is going on? Are you trying to blackmail me? Touching a porcelain. When this word appeared in his mind, Chen Shusheng was suddenly shocked. Yes, he was standing at the intersection, not crossing the road and staring at the cars. This weird behavior seemed more and more abnormal the more I looked at it. Could it be that this old lady is an expert in this? Recalling option 2, isn't it a hint of fraud? Oh my god, this fucking system is causing trouble again. Ooks your sister. Just as the traffic light turned green, the old lady who had been waiting for a long time rushed to a BMW that had just started. Scratching, staggering, falling, wailing, all in one go. Chen Shusheng stood on the side of the road, stunned. This is really strong, so mature. If this person really wanted to blackmail him, Chen Shusheng probably wouldn't be able to escape. Looks like I'm lucky today. However, the BMW in front of me is in trouble. Just then, a panicked little girl got out of the car and stood in front of the car, at a loss. Chen Shusheng's eyes widened and he thought, wow, this old lady is so lucky. She dared to scam a female driver? Aren't you afraid that the girl might step on the accelerator instead of the brake when she gets nervous? One really dares to open it, the other really dares to touch it. Grandma, are you okay? Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital. The little girl was very nervous. After all, she thought she had hit someone with her car. Hearing that they had to go to the hospital, the old lady lying on the ground pretending to wail refused. You hit me, I can't move, I can't get up without 50,000 yuan. Ouch, ouch. She was pretending. If Chen Shusheng hadn't witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he would have almost believed it. This old lady is really a professional at scamming people. 50,000, I don't have that much. What should I do? Please don't get into trouble, okay? This is the junction of the new city and the old city, and the road facilities are not yet complete. Chen Shusheng looked around and there were no cameras. It seems that the scammer has also prepared a place. The right time, right place, and right people. Then how much money can you give? The old lady started to act pitiful again. I only have 30,000. Is 30,000 enough? The girl said nervously, flipping through her wallet. 30,000, never mind, 30,000 is 30,000. It seems that it is not easy for you, a little girl. I am not trying to blackmail you. After all, I am old. The old lady's words of consideration for her moved the little girl so much. The money in his hand was almost ready, and Chen Shusheng couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, girl, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? The old lady is scamming you. You believe this? As the old lady lay down, many people gathered around her. Chen Shusheng's words immediately angered some people. Several young men who looked lazy stared at Chen Shusheng with unfriendly faces. Don't talk nonsense, kid. We saw it too. It was this little girl who hit him with her car. Gang committing crime. Chen Shuxing thought of this word in an instant. When the old lady heard someone was making trouble, she started wailing and pretending to be pitiful, and people around her started talking about it. The little girl panicked again. Should I give the money or not? After hearing Chen Shuxing's words, she had already come to her senses. But in the current situation, she really has no choice. Seeing that she didn't know what to do, Chen Shuxing was not afraid of offending anyone. Girl, call the police. Just let the police handle it. Don't worry, whether it's really a hit or a fraud, the police will have the final say. Chen Shuxing's simple hint made her suddenly realize that, why not call the police? After hesitating for a moment, the girl actually picked up her phone and planned to call the police. This operation immediately made some people angry. How could she let the cooked duck fly away? In the crowd, little girl, think carefully. You caused an accident and hit someone. You will be held legally responsible and your driver's license will be revoked. Besides, there are no surveillance cameras around. Even if the police come, it will be useless. You might as well settle it privately. The girl was driving a BMW at such a young age. It was obvious that her family bought it for her. She had no social experience. After a little deception, she hesitated again. Chen Shuxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, when a person is stupid, it is hard to save him. My little girl, I won't blackmail you. Just give me 30,000 and you can leave on your own. The old lady was still trying to induce him. Chen Shuxing laughed angrily as he listened to this. Old man, you will be punished by God for doing this. I helped you cross the road just now, but you refused to do so and stared at the cars instead. I never thought you were a scammer. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have almost believed it. I don't know you, I don't know what you are talking about. Ouch. Ouch. Someone hit someone, someone bullied an old man. MMP. This old guy still refuses to give up and is very troublesome. The little girl wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. She also understood that she was being blackmailed. But after looking around, there was no surveillance. There were several people around to help him. Everyone else was watching the fun, only a super handsome young man was helping him. Although she was grateful, there was no way to change her situation. She was deliberately trying to scam someone, and she was ready to admit her bad luck. 30,000 yuan is not a small amount for her, but it is not too much either. Spend money to avoid disaster. Just as I was about to give the money, Chen Shuxing spoke again. Wait, don't give it to me. I have evidence. Chen Shuxing held up his phone. I've already recorded a video of what happened just now. Chen Shuxing came to the old lady and looked at the gang members in the crowd. He said confidently, I have evidence on my phone. I have taken a video of what happened just now. If you insist on blackmailing me, I will call the police. Think carefully, old lady. Going to jail at such an old age is not a glorious thing. Chen Shuxing's fearless tone made the old lady's eyes flicker. To be honest, they were not sure whether Chen Shuxing took the video, but it was true that Chen Shuxing witnessed the entire incident. This stupid young man who was trying to help her cross the road really made her anxious. If there is real evidence, waiting for the police to arrive will be a different matter. But what if that guy is cheating? This opportunity will be wasted. The situation came to a standstill. The police are coming. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, and looking up, a police car was coming towards them in the distance. I don't know who called the police. But when the police arrived, this group of fraudsters panicked. After all, everything was planned by her, and nothing could stand up to scrutiny. Even if the old lady tried her best to act, she would still be exposed when the results of her injuries came out. At most, she would only have some minor injuries from hitting the ground. Why are you still lying there? Run away. The old lady on the ground was no longer lying there. A few people came up from the crowd and took the old lady away from the green belt. They turned a few corners and disappeared. The police car finally arrived. A farce ended just like that. Chen Shuxing successfully fooled the scammers and saved the girl from disaster. Well, actually it wasn't really a scam. If necessary, Chen Shuxing could actually produce a video of the entire process. But since the purpose has been achieved, it is no longer necessary. The girl driving the BMW came to Chen Shuxing with a red face and looked at him shyly. Thank you for helping me. My name is Yu Weiwei. If it weren't for you today, I would be in trouble. Yu Weiwei bowed to Chen Shuxing, making him flattered. No, 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 miss you are too polite. I believe you will uphold justice if you encounter such a thing. Chen Shusheng waved his hand. Can I have your contact information? I don't mean anything else. I still have to go to work now. I want to treat you to a meal after get off work when I have time to thank you. Yu Weiwei looked at the perfect man in front of her nervously. Yu Weiwei's heart was beating fast. She thought, I just wanted to treat him to a meal to express my gratitude. I didn't have any other thoughts. Well, that's it. No need to eat, you still have to go to work, so go quickly and don't be late. Chen Shusheng smiled and returned. Ah? Yu Weiwei was stunned. The script didn't seem to be written like this. That. Yu Weiwei was anxious. This. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. The fraud incident was over, and Chen Shusheng didn't want to stay any longer. Then can you tell me your name? Yu Weiwei asked in a low voice. Is that all? My name is Chen Shusheng, goodbye. Chen Shusheng turned around and left in a cool manner. Yu Weiwei stood there blankly, looking at Chen Shusheng's back. What happened? Why would he reject me? Baby is unhappy. Yu Weiwei, who was sulking at Chen Shu, angrily chopped her feet and drove away. So infuriating. Yu Weiwei spent the whole day feeling unhappy. No one knew why she was so depressed, and everyone thought it was her menstrual period again. Chen Shusheng's mission was not completed, but this mission still exists. This means that it can be continued. He was just a little upset because he was cheated by a thief. Perfect life, I think it's more like playing my life, Chen Shusheng silently complained in his heart. Walking on the street, Chen Shusheng kept looking for a suitable target while being admired by others. This forced Chen Shusheng to buy a hat and put it on to feel better. When Chen Shusheng walked to Guozhuang Road, his eyes lit up. There are so many old ladies in front of RT Mart supermarket. Swish. Chen Shusheng swallowed his saliva. Chapter 18. I have no grudge against you. It's like searching for something everywhere but finding it, but it finally came to me without any effort. After traveling around the world, Chen Shusheng finally achieved many goals. Then a strange scene happened. On Guozhuang Road near the entrance of RT Mart, a young man wearing a hat was patiently helping old ladies cross the road. Passers-by gave him praise. He is such a kind person who dares to help an old lady these days. Old lady +1. Old lady +2. Old lady +3. Old lady +19. After working for a few hours, Chen Shusheng smiled with satisfaction. I am such a little genius. Chen Shusheng, System Settlement Task. Task, help the old lady cross the road, has been completed. Task reward +190,000, task experience +100. SMS alert, 190,000 has been received in the Commonwealth Bank account. As expected. Chen Shusheng smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the newly received 190,000 federal coins. Bidding farewell to these lovely old ladies, Chen Shusheng hummed a little tune and left here leisurely. It's really better to be a good person. Chen Shusheng took a taxi from Guozhuang Road all the way to Chanda Plaza. After doing good things all morning, he said he was really a little hungry. Chen Shusheng, who has a slender figure and wears a baseball cap and a mask, although his handsome face is hidden, he still exudes the aura of a masculine god. Just then, Chen Shusheng, who was planning to find a place to find food, was hit directly in the face by a microphone. Oh wow! Chen Shusheng took a step back and looked at the strange woman in front of him holding a fire poker with an unfriendly look. I really want to say you are sick. Hello handsome guy, can I bother you for a minute to interview you? I'm interviewing on the streets of Gangcheng. Before Chen Shusheng could react, the woman in front of him fired bullets at him like a machine gun. The speed at which he spoke left Chen Shusheng no time to refuse. It doesn't matter if you react or not, but I have said what I want to say. Chen Shusheng felt a little unhappy when he saw that she asked directly. I was stopped for no reason and confronted with a microphone, without even an apology. I'm still hungry, are you trying to make him angry enough? Move aside, I need to have lunch. Please pass. Chen Shusheng was not polite at all and was about to push away the fire poker microphone in front of him and leave. How to conduct an interview. It's amazing. Although this Hong Kong City street interview is indeed very famous on the internet, the audience for street interviews are all young people. Chen Shusheng used to watch it often when he was bored at work. After all, it is really interesting and there are many hot topics worth discussing. But this time it was different. I actually encountered an opportunity that I rarely see in a century. I was also confronted by this inexplicable interviewer from the program. The key point is that the other party was just like a normal person, without even basic courtesy. Chen Shusheng didn't want to spoil them. Walk. Task released, host accepts this street interview and answers relevant questions directly. Task option 1, suppress your unhappiness and accept this street interview. The task reward is a luxury gift package. Task option 2, ruthlessly reject the live street interview program crew. Anyway, I am wearing a mask and a baseball cap, so I am not afraid of being recognized. There is no task reward. Chen Shusheng, who had just taken a step forward, did a Thomas turn and turned back. Under the live camera, she showed off her sexy moves and stopped in front of the female reporter. Once the task is given, think about the pros and cons. There is an answer. Although Chen Shusheng said no, his body was actually very honest. Interview? Eat. This is a rare opportunity to be on camera, so of course you have to cherish it. The shameless Chen Shusheng once again changed his operation under the temptation of the system. Although Chen Shusheng didn't know what this dog system's so-called luxury gift package was, based on previous reverse reward experience, it was definitely better than option 2, which had nothing. Although it's a bit annoying, it's just a little bit. Isn't the gift bag delicious? I am a loyal viewer of the street interview column. I am very happy to be invited by your program team today. I can answer any questions you have. Chen Shusheng stood in front of her and spoke even faster than the female reporter just now. Female reporter Lan Lan looked at Chen Shusheng in shock. What is going on? The change in attitude took less than 3 seconds. I haven't even reacted to the last set, and your next drama has already begun. At this moment, a wave of barrages of comments flew up from the live broadcast platform of the street interview program team. Oh my god, this guy has great positioning, his operation is really cool. I thought Lan Lan was going to get humiliated, but this is a show of reverse operation. Mask man, I'm just giving you some face. Oh my god, this is one of ours. The mask guy must have made the production team feel good with this. It smells so good. Isn't this an interview? Just ask if you have any questions. Chen Shusheng looked at Lan Lan in front of him, dazed. Hi. 2A, what are you daydreaming about? Okay, can you take off your mask? Is it inconvenient to talk like this? If you are afraid of being exposed, we will mosaic your image. Lan Lan pointed at Chen Shusheng's black mask. Bah! What are you dreaming about? The mosaic of your program group is also called mosaic? Chen Shusheng knew what the mosaic in the street interview was. Those 3 weird mosaic words floating on his face seemed as if they were nothing. Chen Shusheng did not expose it, but complained silently in his heart. I don't believe you, you old woman are so evil. Don't even think about taking off your mask and hat. I have a cold and I'm afraid I can infect you. Are you sure you want to take them off? Chen Shusheng pretended to take them off. No, your health comes first, don't catch a cold. Let's get started. Interviewing reporter Lan Lan no longer insisted on whether Chen Shusheng should wear a mask or not. The interview officially began. Ken held the microphone and said to Chen Shusheng, with the Spring Festival approaching, many young people will encounter a hot issue that remains unchanged every year. Do you know what it is? Chen Shusheng had a question mark on his face. What the hell are you talking about? Are you testing my IQ? I really don't know. Every year? I don't quite understand. Chen Shusheng thought for a moment and didn't answer. How old are you, handsome? 24. 24. Reporter Lan Lan raised her voice and continued, a boy your age should be old enough to fall in love, right? Do you have a partner? I am. Chen Shusheng almost vomited blood on the spot. Dog system misled me. I have no grudge against you, why do you keep forcing me and refusing to let me go? Facing this good-looking reporter who asked questions seriously, I really wanted to drown her with a mouthful of spit. I never thought she would ask this question. This is not only abuse of single people, but also exposes Chen Shusheng's scars. Being a human being is so difficult. Chapter 19, Owning a House and a Car. Take a deep breath. Fortunately, Chen Shusheng was wearing a mask, so no one could see that his expression changed 3 times. You old thief system, the road ahead is long and the mountains are high, we will never meet again. Do you have a girlfriend? Is there any? Zhang Wanwan? Or little Lily? Chen Shusheng had a headache and he didn't want to face his emotional problems for the time being. Girlfriend? No. Chen Shusheng answered calmly, without any emotion in his tone. You are already 24, and you don't have a girlfriend at such an old age. Is it because you are not satisfied with your appearance so you don't have a girlfriend? Lan Lan brought up the first sharp topic, which raised the temperature of the program. Chen Shusheng had watched the show and knew that the questions would become more and more acute. After hearing this, Chen Shusheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, but he really couldn't hold it back. You know, since Chen Shusheng's charm began to increase, this is the first time I heard someone say that he is ugly. Poochie, sorry, I couldn't help it, I really don't look that good. Chen Shusheng answered her question seriously, which would be embarrassing for ordinary people. Lan Lan looked at the masked man in some confusion. How could he hold back like this? There is no explosion. It seems that my offensive will be intensified. By the way, blind dating is a hot topic for many young people during the Chinese New Year. What do you think about blind dating? Lan Lan finally asked the key question. How did I watch it? Of course I watched it, while standing. Chen Shusheng's answer, pretending to be serious, made many netizens on the live broadcast platform burst into laughter. The best answer to the soul-searching question. Funny. Damn it. I spat out a mouthful of rice. Mask brother, I am the best passerby king. Just when everyone was laughing out loud at Chen Shusheng's answer, Lan Lan couldn't help but twitched her face and continued to ask. Then do you think that if you were to go on a blind date, you would accept the questions you asked online? What's the problem? Chen Shusheng was puzzled. Then, if your blind date requires you to have a car, a house, and a heart that loves her, what do you think? This is very normal. Lan Lan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable because Chen Shusheng didn't respond to the hot topic. If this continued, this episode of the show would have little traffic. Use the ultimate move. Then do you have a car? Yes, I have. Do you have a room? Yes, I have. Then. Lan Lan was speechless. What should she do? However, Chen Shusheng's answer made her, a materialistic woman who advocates quality of life, look up to him. Not bad, having a car and a house at the age of 24. If he looks okay, he can be considered a half-quality man. But if this continues, this interview program will be a failure. Excuse me, what kind of car do you have? Lan Lan couldn't help but ask this question. Oh, the car is usually a Jetta, and I pay for it in installments. Lan Lan listened and looked up at him. Jetta. Isn't it just a taxi on the street? Do you think you own a car? Can a taxi be considered a car? Lan Lan's eye showed a trace of contempt. It turns out that you are just a showpiece, good-looking but useless. Lan Lan understood many problems instantly based on her many years of experience. Oh, so that's the case. It's good to have a means of transportation. Lan Lan replied politely. Then he continued, can you tell me about your house? What's the inconvenience? I bought a small 2-bedroom apartment in the new urban area, and I also paid for it in installments, Chen Shusheng said without any embarrassment. But it sounded different in Lan Lan's ears. This was indeed the true negative second generation. It's just a small apartment, but I have to pay in installments. But considering the housing prices in the new city area, I don't know how long it will take him to pay it back based on his salary. How much do you earn from your job? Lan Lan continued to interrogate him. Work? I just quit my job 2 days ago and am currently unemployed. Chen Shusheng once again generously gave her the answer she wanted. Chen Shusheng never expected that he would encounter the set of 3 quality encounters that often appeared in the video column in previous years. You have no job but still have to pay off your mortgage and car loan every month. Do you have the money to pay them back? Or are you relying on your parents for support? As soon as Lan Lan finished speaking, the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed. The ultimate topics of blind dating and living off parents have finally been brought up. If you say so, then you do seem to be relying on your parents for support, Chen Shusheng smiled indifferently. Thinking about my own attribute panel, the level of relying on my parents for support is indeed there. Chen Shusheng would not have the audacity to deny it. Men wearing masks, a group of people who rely on their parents for support. The live broadcast room was immediately filled with criticism, calling Chen Chusheng worse than a beast, sucking the blood of his parents and ungrateful for his parents' years of raising him. I thought he was an inspirational young man, but he turned out to be a jerk who only cares about his parents. Disgusting. You are such a jerk, still relying on your parents at this age. The man in the mask was labeled as a parasite and became an instant celebrity. In this situation, fortunately Chen Chusheng wore a mask and a hat. Otherwise, he would probably become popular on half of the internet, or even in the entire Hong Kong city. Netizens who don't know the truth don't care about the truth of the matter. It seems that only verbal criticism can justify their own justice. Lon Lon smiled with satisfaction. Her actions made the show popular. The man in a mask who was relying on his parents for support, this gimmick will probably be all over the internet in the near future, so happy. Looking at Chen Chusheng, who looked calm, Lon Lon silently gave him a look of take care of yourself in her heart. In fact, although these problems still exist, they are no longer a problem for Chen Chusheng. But Chen Chusheng still voluntarily bears the responsibility, and he can say no at any time if he wants to. Car? He was paying off the car loan and had enough money to pay it off. Besides, he had never touched the car since that day and had given it to his old father. Chen Chusheng's parents didn't want their only son to be reminded of his past when he saw the car, so they never mentioned the car again. As for the house, with his current net worth, he can pay off the 80 square meter house by himself, minus the down payment he has already paid. However, Chen Chusheng would never forget that his parents paid the bulk of the down payment for the house in order to get married. This was also the first time that he was in such an embarrassing situation, making his simple parents, who had never owed anyone a favor or money in their lives, bear the pressure that should not have been born for the first time. Born in this world, you and I are all mortals. Running around all day, no time to rest. Most of the young generation around the age of 23 or 24 are the most embarrassed generation. Family, career, house, car, these kinds of stressful things are simply not something a young person who has just stepped out of school can handle all at once. To find a good job, the company requires at least 1 year of work experience. Where can fresh graduates find work experience? If you want to buy a car or a house, millions of dollars is simply a fantasy for ordinary people. But for the sake of marriage, for a good family environment in the future, for the future of your children, for the expectations of your parents, can you not buy it? It is said that the world is full of suffering and nothing is beyond our control. Chapter 20. Where's your face? The most painful thing for young people who are just entering the society at the age of 23 or 24 is nothing is more important than when love comes, I regret that I can't give her the best. That kind of helplessness deep in their hearts makes too many ordinary people miss out on the love they have. Chen Chusheng's tortuous wedding, in essence, has different principles. 23 or 24 years old, that is the age when one races against time to pursue love and career. If you are slow, you will have nothing. During the live broadcast of the street interview, netizens criticized Chen Chusheng, the masked man, as a scumbag. But they have not thought that most people are in the same situation. How many people can buy a house of their own at this age? This episode of Street Interviews was as popular as Lon Lon had expected, but since it was already halfway done, she couldn't give up halfway. It's better to strike while the iron is hot. Then with your conditions, if you go on a blind date, what kind of girlfriend would you like to find? Lon Lon tempted Chen Chusheng, hoping that he would say something explosive. But Chen Chusheng ignored her thoughts and said, I have never planned to go on a blind date, and I don't want to fall in love for the time being. Is it because you have no money? Lon Lon. Can't you fall in love without money? Chen Chusheng asked back. Well, I can't say that, but doesn't love without material things seem a little humble? Even if a girl is willing to suffer with you, will you feel comfortable with it? Lon Lon asked another question. Are you willing to let the woman you love suffer? If I want to date, I won't let my girlfriend suffer. I have this ability, Chen Chusheng said lightly. Chen Chusheng's tone, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter, immediately made many people watching the live broadcast feel indignant. How can you be so calm while saying this while living off your parents? That's too pretentious. Where does the courage come from when you are in debt of hundreds of thousands? Chen Chusheng had no idea whether others had the courage or ability. But now, it seems like he can? You mean you are very capable? Lon Lon stared at him, but couldn't see. Chen Chusheng laughed and didn't answer. Does being strong have anything to do with you? I don't eat your rice. Chen Shusheng didn't answer the question and just smiled. Lan Lan didn't dare to continue asking. We're already halfway through, if you scare them away there won't be any follow-up. So do you have any specific requirements for your future girlfriend? It's not a request. In my current state, I have no intention of discussing it. But if we really meet, it depends on fate. Don't you have any requirements for the girl? The girl also requires a car, a house and savings during a blind date. I don't care about my girlfriend, as long as she is willing to follow me. Lan Lan was a little angry. Why was this masked man who was obsessed with relying on his parents so difficult to deal with? Then what woman do you think would be willing to be with you under your current conditions? It will take many years to pay back a loan of hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Lan Lan attacked without hesitation. Repay the loan? You can pay it back anytime, okay? Is this stressful? Also, whether a woman is willing to be with me has nothing to do with whether she repays the loan or not, right? Chen Shusheng said with a raised eyebrow. Sister, you're so angry. You're just short of a personal attack. But you've got the wrong person this time. Don't you say you're a parasite? Where do you get the money to pay off the loan? Are you going to continue sucking your parents' blood? Lan Lan's eyes were filled with disdain, and she looked down on Chen Shusheng. Living off parents has nothing to do with paying off the mortgage, right? I never said I needed my parents to help me pay off the loan as for money. Just because I don't have a job doesn't mean I don't have savings. Chen Shusheng smiled slightly. He was wearing a mask so others couldn't see it. It is true that his parents paid for the house, but Chen Shusheng himself never said anything else. This reporter Lan Lan relies entirely on sexual fantasies. I thought Chen Shusheng was a real parasite. Do you have a lot of savings? Lan Lan looked at him with amusement. After all, young people care about their reputation. It's just so. In order to prove that he is not a man who only relies on his parents, he brags without even thinking about it. Lan Lan looked at Chen Shusheng's outfit. Apart from his acceptable height and some spirit between his brows, the rest of his outfit was simply useless. If you have so much money, why do you dress so plainly? This outfit probably doesn't cost much, does it? How much is your coat? Lan Lan asked. She was disdainful of Chen Shusheng's pretentious behavior and vowed to expose him. Coat? I bought it on Taobao for less than 200 yuan, I forgot the exact amount. Lan Lan laughed in her heart. Sure enough. His true colors were revealed, right? She continued to ask. And your pants? The pants cost a little over 100 yuan, also bought on Taobao. Where are the shoes? The shoes are also over 100 yuan. This time I didn't buy them on Taobao, I bought them on Pink 60, Chen Shusheng said. I bought my socks on Taobao for 2 yuan a pair, my underwear on Tmall for less than 100 yuan, my mask on the street for 10 yuan, and my hat on the street for less than 30 yuan. I have given you all the answers you want. Now it's your turn to perform. Chen Shusheng looked at Lan Lan and pretended to be serious. Lan Lan, who was standing by, was too tired to complain. Although this guy is a bit boastful in other aspects, he is quite realistic this time. The live broadcast room also exploded. You don't have more than $1,000 on you? You call that having savings? Ha, I just took cefuroxime. Anyway, I believe it. This is the authentic Taobao Pink 60 man. Certified by Strength. Your entire outfit probably costs less than 1,000 yuan, right? Are you sure you have savings? Boys should be honest, no one will laugh at you. Lan Lan's considerate look on her face made Chen Shusheng feel very uncomfortable. Let's at least pretend to be like them. Less than $600 to be exact. It's good that you know it. Lan Lan looked at him speechlessly. Is she not going to pretend now? But Chen Shusheng changed the subject and said, actually, it doesn't matter to me what I wear. Lan Lan looked at Chen Shusheng in shock and wanted to greet him loudly, where is your face? But this is a live broadcast, so such words definitely cannot be said. But the audience in the live broadcast room had already scolded her. Netizens who don't know the truth are excited again. However, Chen Shusheng felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Do I need to rely on some external things to set myself off? With Chen Shusheng's stunning looks, even if he's wearing big shorts, a gray vest and a pair of flip-flops, he'll still be the most handsome guy in the crowd. Ahem, so what you mean? Lan Lan choked and couldn't help asking. Result? Chen Shusheng said calmly, let's not talk about this anymore. Let us not talk about this. What the hell do you mean by stopping halfway through your sentence? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Lan Lan is about to vomit blood. Chapter 21, Changeable. Is it because I'm too handsome and I'm afraid you can't accept the reality? Actually, what I want to say has little to do with this outfit, because Chen Shusheng stretched out his slender and charming fingers and took out the old mobile phone from his pocket. He calmly opened the text messages on his mobile phone and clicked on one in front of reporter Lan Lan. Lan Lan took a look and froze. 3 seconds later, when she confirmed that it was real information, she almost vomited blood on the spot. You bastard, you have been fooling around for so long, what's the point? Is it cool? Lan Lan stared at him with an awkward and resentful look without saying a word. Chen Shusheng probably understood her resentment. He didn't feel happy or not, and it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had definitely gotten the big gift package for this mission. I've been chatting with you like an idiot for so long, do you really think I'm stupid? It's all just a routine. Lan Lan's mind is still stuck on the moment when Chen Shusheng opened the text message. 190,000 renminbi received from Federal Bank, balance, 812,500. The interview fell into a strange silence due to Lan Lan's 3 seconds of autism. For a moment, netizens who didn't know the specific truth posted comments asking what happened. Why did Lan Lan have this expression? Like constipation. You're right, it doesn't matter what you wear, what's important is. Lan Lan was so speechless that she couldn't even speak. Lan Lan looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. What should I say? I really didn't forget the words. I really don't know what to say. It's really hard for me. Normally she is the one who makes things difficult for others, but today she was finally made difficult by a wretched man in a mask. Atue, what a bad luck. It's your own fault. In an instant, all the labels attached to the masked man, such as a parasite, a second-generation negative, and a tonic, have become a thing of the past. Just because of a text message. New label, Low-Key Man with 24K gold mask. The audience didn't know, and neither did the others. Only Lan Lan saw it with her own eyes but couldn't tell. If I bring this up now, a hot topic that was previously discussed on this show will be ruined. But in line with the principle of seeking truth from facts, we still have to speak out at the end of the show. More than 800,000 yuan in savings is really a lot. At least like Chen Shusheng said, I don't need to rely on my parents to repay the loan, I can do it myself. And this 800,000 yuan deposit is also not a small amount for her, who is quite materialistic. She thought of a lot, but Chen Shusheng took over the topic she hadn't finished. Chen Shusheng looked at him with a smile, turned his back to the camera, and took off his mask in front of the depressed Lan Lan. I took off my mask. That's right. While Lan Lan was still confused, Chen Shusheng told her with his actions what he was going to do. The moment the mask was slowly taken off, Lan Lan's eyes widened instantly. His eyes were fixed on him, shining brightly. Gudong. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Lan Lan, whose eyes almost popped out, instantly felt like she was in love. What a shit house. What a shit car. What a shit deposit. Are these important? That's no problem. Thinking of Chen Shusheng's face when he took off his mask, Lan Lan blushed and her face instantly turned red. It feels like the whole winter is not cold anymore. Is spring coming? Many thoughts suddenly popped up in Lan Lan's mind. Especially true. Even if Chen Shusheng in front of me is a person with nothing, so what? I will make money to support him and love her forever. Even if he is really a parasite, so what? I will make money to support him and love her forever. Even if he really owes hundreds of thousands of dollars, so what? I will work hard to make money to pay it back for him, support him and love her for the rest of his life. What is love? Love is great and selfless. Lan Lan's heart was filled with love for the masked man, and she even thought of the scene where he was slandered by netizens before. I'm so heartbroken. Obsessed Lan Lan raised her hand to touch his face to comfort her. But Chen Shusheng put the mask back on the moment he took it off. Looking at Lan Lan, who had completely changed into a different person, I found it a little funny. This woman, how can she be so fickle? Or maybe women are fickle. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but sigh that women's minds are really hard to guess. How could Lan Lan still have the initial rudeness at this time? Where is the initial disdain for him? Where is the ruthless sarcasm directed at him in the past? Just by looking at his face, Chen Shusheng made Lan Lan become a completely different person without even saying a word. Chen Shusheng put on his mask again and smiled calmly at Lan Lan. Actually, I've already told you the answer, but, like I said, it really doesn't matter what you wear. It really doesn't matter what you wear. It really doesn't matter what you wear. Lan Lan was already shocked beyond words by Chen Shusheng's stunning beauty. Yes, I look like this. Does it really matter what I wear? Unimportant. Even if he is wearing nothing, ugh. No. He is still so handsome that he can make countless female heroes bow down to him. After completing this final blow, Chen Shusheng smiled coolly. Is the interview over? I still have to go have lunch. Bye. Chen Shusheng, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, ordinary clothes, with his hands in his pockets, turned around and left the interview battlefield in a cool manner. The last part of the mysterious conversation between the masked man and Lan Lan really made the people in the live broadcast room burst with curiosity. Sister Xiaolan, please tell me, what happened just now? Bad review for the cameraman. Cameraman, the chicken leg you had for lunch today is gone. Gone. The dog ate it. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why did Lan Lan's expression change again and again? Did she feel like she was in love in the end? Are your eyes blurry? The interview hadn't ended yet, but Lan Lan was already in a dilemma. As the audience in the live broadcast room kept urging her, Lan Lan took a deep breath and told what had just happened. As Lan Lan continued to tell the story, she finally revealed a fact that netizens could not accept. In an instant, the image of the masked man as a scumbag who lives off his parents was instantly reversed. Of course, there are also viewers who don't trust and keep cursing. They feel that only their answers are the most truthful. What others say is an insult to their superior IQ. I firmly believe in the famous saying that everyone else is drunk but I am sober. But due to the authenticity of the street interview program, most people will not doubt it. After watching for a long time, I didn't expect the masked man to have such a plot twist. Can I say that I think this little brother is quite handsome in terms of his physique? The man who was dependent on his parents stopped being dependent on his parents and became a 24K high-quality man. So good. Life is nothing but a farce. Until the last moment, no one will ever know what the ending will be. Just like Chen Shusheng now. Having just finished a big competition, the cheerful Chen Shusheng found a random restaurant and sat in a corner, enjoying lunch while delivering tasks. Chapter 22. Please call me Boss Chen. Complete the mission accepting street interviews and get a surprise gift package as a reward. Mission experience plus 100. Host, Chen Shusheng. Level, 3200-1000. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 10. Item, surprise gift pack. When Chen Shusheng saw the surprise gift package, he instantly felt it was really delicious. It was not in vain that he wasted so much time and energy on the street interviews. Considering Chen Shusheng's self-perceived level of participation in the program, the reward should be quite large. Should I open the gift package now? Chen Shusheng couldn't wait. But after thinking about it, Chen Shusheng finally endured it and gave up this plan temporarily. After all, it's a restaurant with quite a lot of people outside. If something suddenly appears in front of you from the gift bag, that would be a big problem. It's better to be safe. Stay steady, don't panic. Chen Shusheng sat in the restaurant and ate slowly, just like a freshly cooked salted fish. After lunch, Chen Shusheng, in a very good mood, leisurely took a taxi back to Pantao Community. Chen Shusheng, who had been somewhat anxious at first, was not panicked at all at this moment. A calm group. After closing the door and closing the window, Chen Shusheng opened the surprise gift package. Obtain the property certificate of 117 Milk Tea Shop, Block A, Chengda Plaza. Chen Shusheng? What the hell is this? Can I get something like this? It's not against the law, right? Chen Shusheng glared at the air and said, "You win." Chen Shusheng looked at these paper certificates in his hands, and finally he was sure and certain that what he had in his hand might be real. Is it so fragrant? After looking around, Chen Shusheng finally decided to go for an on-site inspection. After all, this is a bit weird. Chen Shusheng himself has a prejudice against this game that is used to cheat him. It's better to go and see whether it is true or not. But when he thought of this, Chen Shusheng got angry again. I just came back from there, and you took me back again. How can I not toss and turn? If he had known that these were the papers he would get, he would never have been careful enough to go home and open them. Now he has to go through so much trouble. Getting an advantage and acting cute. Disdain. Chen Shusheng, what do you mean by again? Explain it to me. You bastard, I don't want to bother with you. Chen Shusheng put away the receipt, put his hands in his pockets, jogged to the intersection and hailed another taxi. As soon as Chen Shusheng got on the bus, the taxi driver in front spoke, "Hey, it's you again." "You're really an idiot." The taxi driver turned around and looked at Chen Shusheng, who was wearing a mask, with a smile on his face. When Chen Shusheng heard this, he asked, "You remember all this?" "Of course you did. You got off here 10 minutes ago, didn't you? I recognize your outfit at a glance. Where are you going this time? Go back to where you came from." Chen Shusheng said with a smile. "Hey, young man, you're testing me? Fine, then let's go now." The taxi driver turned the steering wheel and the taxi sped away. Chen Shusheng, who was sitting in the back, was amused when he saw the direction he was heading. The direction was indeed correct. "Master, yes, that's fine. Of course I do. I make a living from this. Now I drive a taxi." The driver heard Chen Shusheng chatting with him and he immediately started talking. When Chen Shusheng heard this, he thought, "This is endless." Feeling a little regretful, Chen Shusheng silently shut his mouth, leaving the driver alone to be annoyed. Fortunately, it was only 5 or 6 minutes away from Shanda Plaza. After paying, Chen Shusheng quickly got out of the car. There was no other way. Taxi drivers these days are actually no more talkative than the auntie downstairs. Speaking of it, Shanda Plaza in Hong Kong is a relatively famous complex that is more popular with the general public. It is located outside the 3rd Ring Road East, but the flow of people is quite large. Shanda Plaza on the East Ring of Hong Kong City, which has only been open for 3 years, has already boosted the surrounding businesses. With the establishment of a large number of industries, the Shanda Plaza area is now comparable to the old city center. The shops in Shanda Plaza are even more priceless. In 2016, the housing prices in Gangcheng had already exceeded 10,000 yuan. The shops near Shanda Plaza were extremely popular, and it was not easy to get one without some strength. But now Chen Shusheng had one in his hand. Full ownership of a 2-story shop covering 90 square meters. This alone would cost several million, not to mention it's a brand new milk tea shop that has been newly renovated and is now in business. Chen Shusheng came to building A and counted from the beginning, and there he was. When I looked up, I saw that it was indeed a newly renovated and very stylish milk tea shop. Kalixiang Milk Tea. This name is a bit far-fetched. Looking at the 3 milk tea girls who were busy doing business inside, Chen Shusheng sniffed his nose. "I feel something strange, are you sure it's here?" Chen Shusheng moved closer and took a look inside. His eyes were fixed on a business license on the wall. The 3 words Chen Shusheng were actually written as the legal representative. If he hadn't confirmed it again and again, Chen Shusheng would have thought he was seeing things. 7 Li Fragrant Osmanthus Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng 7 Li Xiang. The truth is out. At the bar counter in front of the milk tea shop, the cashier girl looked at Chen Shusheng wearing a mask. Why did this person just stare blankly after coming in? Silly. She had no choice but to speak. "Handsome guy, what would you like to order?" "We have." A sweet smile brought Chen Shusheng back to his senses. "Ahem. I'm just taking a look." After saying this, he realized that he was blocking someone behind him from buying tea. Chen Shusheng, who stepped aside consciously, hesitated and asked, "Where is your boss?" "Boss?" "The boss hasn't been here since the business opened," the milk tea girl replied casually without caring and continued working. Chen Shusheng had brought trouble upon himself. Chen Shusheng, with a gloomy look in his eyes, had no choice but to bow his head and ask for help from the thief. "Ah bah, what a clever little ghost." Chen Shusheng, who got the answer from the system, finally didn't have to worry about anything anymore. "That's right, here it is his, Chen Shusheng S." Chen Shusheng never imagined that one day he would be able to become a small boss. Is it so real? "You bastard, do you want me to fall?" In view of the host's tendency to self-degradation, the task milk tea shop delivery is specially launched. Task option 1, hand over the Kalixiang milk tea shop to someone else to manage. The task reward is unknown. Task 2, refuse to deliver. Wouldn't it be nice to be a small boss happily? There is no task reward. Chen Shusheng, you bastard, come on. How could I have fallen into such depravity? Can't I even think about it for a moment? The host feels insulted. However, this system has already seen everything. The road to growth is full of temptations. Stop, stop, stop. Are you done yet? You're forcing more drama. Chen Shusheng. Sigh, sigh. How can I choose? I have to choose one. But then again, who should I give it to? Chapter 23. I promise not to talk to you anymore. After confirming that Calixiang was indeed his shop, Chen Shusheng arrived at the milk tea shop on time after get off work at 9 o'clock in the evening. He also revealed his identity. Chen Shusheng had the certificate, his keys, and the labor contracts of the 3 young girls in the store in his hands. So it was natural for Chen Shusheng to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the milk tea shop. Finally, Chen Shusheng nodded with satisfaction and gave verbal commendations to the 3 employees. Milk tea has been popular for some time now. To be honest, the drinks at Chen Shusheng's milk tea shop are only average, a little worse than those old chain stores. Whether in terms of taste or the fame of the milk tea shop, it does not have much competitive advantage in the busy Tianda Plaza commercial street. It's okay now. The new store has just opened and the decoration still has a certain appeal to passers-by, but the question is whether it can retain these customers. That depends on real kung fu. After all, only good products can be sought after by more people. Only good service and good quality can keep his only non-chain milk tea shop alive in this fiercely competitive commercial street. Chen Shusheng was quite satisfied with the service of the 3 employees in the store. But when he tried several flavors of milk tea himself, he found that the taste was indeed worse than the tea drinks from well-known chain stores. Chen Shusheng dismissed 3 young employees and let them go home safely first. I stayed in the store to think about this problem. Chen Shusheng had a headache, thinking that it would be great if he could turn the milk tea shop into a business development game. Chen Shusheng was suddenly startled. Game system. Don't I have one on me? Damn it, it's your turn. Calixiang Milk Tea Shop. Size, 90 square meters, 2 floors. Shop assistant, 3 Zhu Miao Miao, liqueur. Reputation, general. Profit, 2,750. Recipe quality, 5 normal, can be improved. Chen Shusheng. Are you really going to give me the whole game? However, when Chen Shusheng saw that the formula could be improved, his eyes lit up. Do you want to spend 10,000 federal coins to improve the quality of the formula? Promote. Improved formula quality. Recipe quality, 6 excellent, can be improved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18 kinds of excellent quality, top quality oolong tea, vanilla milk tea, pearl milk tea. This is fucking possible. It turns out that the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. In an instant, Chen Shusheng, who originally knew nothing, had 18 ways to prepare high-quality milk tea in his mind. The store had ready-made equipment and raw materials. Chen Shusheng tried out the various recipes in his mind one by one. After half an hour, Chen Shusheng was convinced by himself. It smells so damn good. Are you sure he prepared these milk teas himself? Chen Shusheng licked his lips. So far, Chen Shusheng finally understood the true value of this formula. It may be many times higher than the milk tea shop in front of us. With just these recipes, any one of them can become a hit in a tea shop. It is easy to revive a store with one product. And now Chen Shusheng has as many as 18 kinds. Then, the question is, how to ensure that these formulas will not be leaked? Should he do it himself? It's so unrealistic. Then you can only find someone you trust to help you. Who can I find? The first thing that came to Chen Shusheng's mind was his parents. Unfortunately, his parents were old and he couldn't let them worry about him in their later years. Then, Zhang Wenwen, Xiao Lily. After cleaning up the store, Chen Shusheng took a taxi back to his small rental house. He had left the new house for Zhang Wenwen to live in. Wenwen had broken up with her family and now had nowhere to go. Although she had made mistakes in important matters, Chen Shusheng said it was unrealistic to not have her in his heart. If she wasn't in my heart, I wouldn't run away. When Chen Shusheng thought about Wenwen being there, he still felt a little worried. He doesn't want to touch any emotional issues at all now. Just like he said, let it be. Chen Shusheng was lying in the bedroom tossing and turning, not knowing why he couldn't fall asleep. Picking up his phone, Chen Shusheng opened WeChat. I saw several unread messages. Little lowly Lily, brother Chen, didn't you say you would treat me to a big meal again? Little lowly, when will you pick me up? Little lowly, brother Chen, why are you ignoring me, grievance? Chen Shusheng read from top to bottom, unread messages plus 99. This girl is really, very sick. It was fine at first, but Chen Shusheng never responded. I think this girl must have exploded a long time ago. Crying. That aggrieved look can appear in my mind. Chen Shusheng looked at the message from Lily with a smile on his face. Little lowly, damn scumbag, you just bully me woo. Little Lily, you actually ignored me, you have no conscience. Little Lily, if you eat it all and then you deny it. I'm not done with you. Little Lily, if you're a man, just say something. Little Lily, I hate you. I will never talk to you again. Chen Shusheng looked at his phone and said, okay, give her a message back. I was busy during the day and didn't pay attention to my phone. Chen Shusheng had just sent the message when Lily replied. So that's how it is. I forgive you this time. But if you ignore me again next time, I will really ignore you. Humph. Chen Shusheng? You're going a bit too fast. And you forgive me now. Where's your promise to be angry? What happened to me being a scumbag? You said you would never talk to me again. When Chen Shusheng saw that Xiao Lily reply to the message in seconds, he knew that the little girl must be waiting for him by the phone. Chen Shusheng felt warm in his heart. He really likes this little Lolita who speaks in a hostile manner but acts honestly. Ahem, it's like, not love, there's a difference. Although Xiao Lily always said that he cheated on her, Chen Shusheng had no impression of it at all. So he was skeptical about this matter. But this does not affect their relationship. After saying a few words, little Lily didn't reply, and Chen Shusheng thought she had stopped. After waiting for 10 minutes without receiving any message from this girl, Chen Shusheng was a little surprised. This was not her style. Sure enough, just when Chen Shusheng was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, Chen Shusheng's phone received another message. This is Lily's video. Do you want to answer it? Take it, just in case something happens. Chen Shusheng, lying on the bed, answered Xiao Lily's video request. Under the warm light, Chen Shusheng saw the little girl's pink boudoir clearly. At this moment, little Lily was sitting elegantly in front of the dressing table, holding her cell phone and smiling at him. Chen Shusheng understood it at a glance. He asked why this little girl suddenly disappeared. It turned out that she went to put on makeup, just to have a video call with him. It's almost 10:30. It was already late at night and time to go to bed, but I didn't expect little Lily would be so attentive to meet him. Brother Chen, hee, the shy little Lily finally laughed when she looked at the handsome face of Chen Shusheng lying down. The voice is so sweet. Chapter 24. The most familiar stranger guaranteed profit from investment. This is probably what is meant by women dressing up to please themselves. Chen Shusheng felt a little emotional. He felt that he was sorry for the love that Xiao Lily had for him. Maybe I really am a scumbag. Looking at Lily wearing light makeup in the video, Chen Shusheng was really touched. Very touched. Waited for me for a whole day, and tortured myself for him in the middle of the night. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Remember, Brother Chen will pick you up for dinner tomorrow. I won't break my promise this time. Chen Shusheng. Okay, come and pick me up when I get off work. Little Lily finally jumped up happily. After chatting with Lily for a while via video, Chen Shusheng asked her to go to bed early and not stay up late, and then turned off the video. Click on the message Wenwen sent him. Wenwen, thank you. And then it was gone. Chen Shusheng hasn't opened her moments for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Shusheng moved his fingers slightly. Chen Shusheng looked at the words and fell silent. He already regretted clicking it. Chen Shusheng didn't know how to deal with it. With mixed feelings, he simply turned over and fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Shusheng went to the Kalixiang milk tea shop and then took a taxi to his new house. After going upstairs, Chen Shusheng knocked on his door. After a while, Zhang Wenwen was wearing pajamas, holding a spoon in her hand and wearing an apron around her waist. As soon as Chen Shusheng saw her appearance, he knew that the girl was cooking. It seemed that she had been out of shape in the past 2 days. When Zhang Wenwen heard the knock on the door, she felt a little nervous, fearing that the person knocking was not Chen Shusheng, and that her excitement would be in vain. But apart from the property management, it was estimated that only Chen Shusheng would come here, so Zhang Wenwen still ran over from the kitchen quickly with anticipation, and then pretended to be normal when opening the door. In fact, I was so nervous that I even forgot to put down the spoon in my hand. When Zhang Wenwen opened the door and saw that it was Chen Shusheng, the joy hidden in her heart suddenly jumped onto her face. "Oh, you're here, then, oh. I'll get you some slippers." Zhang Wenwen looked flustered, which made Chen Shusheng laugh. He actually understood why it was like this. Zhang Wenwen brought slippers for Chen Shusheng to change into, and Chen Shusheng felt a little embarrassed. "Well, let me do it. You should be cooking something in the kitchen, right?" Chen Shusheng sniffed his nose and felt a smell coming from the kitchen. "Ah, oh. My food." Zhang Wenwen ran back to the kitchen in a hurry with a blushing face. Looking at the little cook in pajamas and an apron, it has been more than a year. I didn't expect that the gentle and graceful girl has now turned into this pretty and charming cook. I always feel like returning home here. But, isn't this my home? Home? What is home? This home ended before it even began. After returning here today, he thought about it all night. After all, who knows him best or who he knows best? Besides my parents, I am the only one in the family. The two have been living together through thick and thin for more than a year and have become inseparable. If it hadn't been for what happened later. Chen Shusheng walked around the room, watching the originally lifeless room filled with the breath of life. The house was cleaned up neatly. In the master bedroom, Chen Shusheng looked at the freshly wiped wedding photos in front of him, and knew it was Zhang Wenwen who did it. Although the two were not a legal couple, they had already been husband and wife for a long time. Watching the young cook Wenwen busying around in the kitchen, Chen Shusheng hesitated for a moment and walked in. "Do you want me to help?" Oh no, let me do it, just wait a moment." In fact, she had peeked at Chen Shusheng when he was walking around the room just now, and especially when Chen Shusheng walked into the bedroom, she was extremely nervous. After all, the wedding photo on the bedside. On the night she was drunk, she thought Chen Shusheng still missed her. When Wenwen woke up the next day after a crazy night, she looked around the room carefully and realized that Chen Shusheng should have never been here. I guess it was only that night that I came back because she begged me to do so. After understanding the truth, Wenwen felt unspeakable bitterness and loss in her heart. What she wants is not a house, but a warm home. Wenwen put away her good mood, realizing that this might not be her home, but it might be her only spiritual harbor. What more could I ask for? She spent a whole day cleaning up the wedding photos that she hadn't put away yet. She also cleaned up the whole house and made it look brand new. Secretly watching Chen Shusheng looking up at the wedding photo at the bedroom door, Wenwen's spoon in her hand shook 3 times. She was unsure of Chen Shusheng's attitude. But when he saw that Chen Shusheng just stared for a while without taking any further action, he couldn't help but feel relieved. When she saw Chen Shusheng lowering his head again, her face suddenly turned red. Then she remembered that she had left the small whip on the bedside that night and forgot to put it away. The nervous Wenwen didn't dare to peek anymore, and stood in front of the stove with a spoon in her hand in a daze. When Chen Shusheng came in and asked her if she needed help, she came back to her senses and replied nervously. At the dining table, Wenwen brought the prepared breakfast to Chen Shusheng. 2 bowls of red bean porridge and 2 fried eggs. A simple breakfast. When she sat at the same table with Chen Shusheng again, Wenwen secretly looked up at Chen Shusheng in front of her. I don't know why, but Wenwen always feels that the familiar Chen Shusheng seems to have changed a lot. If he wasn't so familiar, she might have thought he was a different person. Wenwen secretly looked at Chen Shusheng more than once. When her eyes locked on Chen Shusheng again, she finally confirmed that this was not the so-called lover's eyes. But this guy is really handsome. Wenwen looked at him with a look of disbelief on her face and mouth slightly open. Looking at Wenwen, who was blushing and staring at her blankly, Chen Shusheng rubbed her head with amusement, and after rubbing it twice, he felt that it was inappropriate and retracted his palm. The relationship now was very subtle, and unlike before, this old habit was forgotten to change for a while. Why are you looking at me in a daze? Chen Shusheng interrupted her thoughts. Wenwen's face turned red again when Chen Shusheng's warm big hand rubbed her head, but her heart darkened again when she saw Chen Shusheng's hand retracted halfway through judo. So sad. You've changed a lot. Wenwen pursed her lips and said what was in her heart. Oh? Really? What do you feel has changed? Chen Shusheng tasted the red bean porridge he made, and it still tasted the same as before. Somewhat sweet. Sweet taste. Wenwen looked at him with a red face, hesitated for a moment and said, "Everything has changed, like a different person. Becoming calmer. My figure has improved. Become more handsome." Chen Shusheng listened silently and ate breakfast with her. He couldn't help thinking. Yes, people always change. Chapter 25. Does the store manager mean the boss lady? Seeking investment. Eat it quickly, it tastes good, otherwise it will get cold. Chen Shusheng didn't want to discuss this issue with her anymore. Wenwen felt a little aggrieved when she saw Chen Shusheng like this. He lowered his head and ate red bean porridge without saying a word. But she couldn't hide the grievance and unhappiness on her face. She looked like a young wife who had suffered a great injustice and was feeling aggrieved. There is no way to refute, no way to complain, one can only bear it silently. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Okay, don't feel wronged and eat well. Chen Shusheng looked at Wenwen, who stole glances at him from time to time. Forget it, just comfort her. He picked up the fried egg in front of him and handed it to Wenwen. You can't feel wronged after eating it, do you want to eat it? Looking at the half-eaten fried egg at the corner of her mouth by Chen Shusheng, Wenwen hesitated for 0.5 seconds, then took a bite. Wenwen smacked her pink lips and finally put away the grievance on her face with satisfaction, just like a child. After having a relatively harmonious breakfast with Wenwen, Chen Shusheng consciously cleaned up the dishes. Looking at Chen Shusheng, who was cleaning the dishes, Wenwen took off her apron, hugged Chen Shusheng from behind and tied the apron on him. Smelling the familiar scent on Chen Shusheng, Wenwen couldn't help but hug him and leaned against his back without saying a word. Chen Shusheng paused. Should I let her go? Forget it, just let her hold me for a while. Wenwen hugged him tightly, with her little face pressed against his back. Soon Chen Shusheng felt his shirt getting wet. Hey! This girl is crying again. Chen Shusheng put away the dishes, wiped his hands with warm water, and then turned around. Gently wipe away her tears. Looking at Wenwen with red eyes, don't cry. If you cry and become ugly, no one will like you. When Wenwen heard this, she stopped crying immediately. Girls are most afraid of being told they are ugly. Wenwen hurriedly wiped her tears and looked at him aggrievedly. Now that you've become handsome, do you think you don't like me anymore? I knew you disliked my ugliness, woo-woo, woo-woo. Wenwen wiped her tears while speaking and cried even harder. Chen Shusheng felt a toothache. Why am I so rude? Seeing Wenwen crying even harder, Chen Shusheng said with a fierce look, if you cry again, I will leave. Hearing this, the crying stopped immediately. Chen Shusheng was delighted. This method was simple and crude. You just like to bully me. Zhang Wenwen sobbed. Although she stopped crying, her eyes were still filled with tears. Chen Shusheng sighed and said comfortingly, is this all right now? Wenwen sat in his arms, her body pressed against his chest. This time she finally cried and laughed happily. Crying and laughing. Chen Shusheng carried her from the kitchen all the way back to the room like he was carrying a child, put her on the sofa, and asked, You, home, what are your plans? Chen Shusheng hesitated and didn't know what to say. No matter what, he couldn't just leave her here and ignore her. Zhang Wenwen's eyes dimmed, she knew what Chen Shusheng was asking. Whenever I think back to what I've been through these days, I feel so aggrieved. Since that day, Wenwen has been hiding at home, refusing to eat or drink, feeling sad all by herself. No one understands her, no one cares about her. His father and mother suddenly became so unfamiliar, and even his brother, who had always been nice to him, no longer looked at her straight in the eye from then on. She just accepted her mother's coercion and that was it. But isn't it all because of him? Zhang Wenwen really doesn't know what she did wrong. Your marriage is love in the Aegean Sea, but my love and my future are the stinking ditch. It was as if the whole world had abandoned her. He lost his love, his job, his face, and his family was indifferent to him. He just hoped that she could get married easily. The condition is as long as you have money. Simply let her feel devastated. Zhang Wenwen thought of her father's indifference, her mother's constant pressure, and her brother's exaggeration. Let her marry an old bachelor who was 10 years older than her and has been decadent for more than 30 years. Let her marry him. Just for that little bit of demolition compensation. She knew that this home was no longer her home. The moment the numb Wenwen chose to accept her fate, she decided never to contact her family again. She knew that she was just a tool that was raised. Oh. The day after being picked up by Chen Shusheng, she never thought of contacting her family again. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Wenwen laughed bitterly. Who is she? Thinking of this, Wenwen couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Chen Shusheng's arms and burst into tears. I have no home anymore. Woo woo woo. For a moment, Chen Shusheng wanted to forgive everything that had happened in the past, but the thorn in his heart seemed to be impossible to remove forever. Wenwen lay in his arms and cried until she was tired. I don't know what I can do in the future. Don't you want to take care of me or think I'm troublesome? If you, I will leave today and live alone in a strange city for the rest of my life. Chen Shusheng felt her embrace getting tighter and tighter, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said he was leaving, but his body was very honest. You can live here from now on. I'll find you a job. Don't think too much about it. It's all in the past. We need to move forward. After all, we've all grown up. Yes, growing up. You have to learn to grow up on your own. When Wenwen heard Chen Shusheng say that she could stay here, she twisted in his arms, but when she heard the next sentence, she bit his chest in grievance. I don't ask for your love, I just hope you don't forget me. If you get tired one day, I will wait for you here for the rest of my life. You're born in the year of the dog. Chen Shusheng patted her head in annoyance. After being bitten, this girl was quite bitchy. After Wenwen calmed down, Chen Shusheng told her about his shop opening. Of course, he only said that he opened a store and didn't say anything else. Change your clothes and I'll take you somewhere. Chen Shusheng carried her back to the bedroom. Where are you going? Go and see where you will work in the future. Oh, help me get the clothes. 2 p.m. Chen Shusheng took the radiant Wenwen to the Kalixiang milk tea shop on Shanda Plaza Commercial Street. Are you busy opening a store at this stage? Wenwen looked at the newly decorated Kalixiang milk tea shop in front of her. Ahem, you can say that. Chen Shusheng said perfunctorily. These are not important. He can't just tell the truth. He's not that stupid yet. Wenwen followed Chen Shusheng into the store. The three young employees' eyes lit up when they saw Chen Shusheng. They called him boss in a cute way, and added silently in their hearts, why are you wearing a mask when you are so handsome? Chen Shusheng introduced Miao Miao, and Kur, three young employees, to Wenwen, and then took her around the store. He turned around and smiled at Wenwen. How about you become the store manager? Ah. Wenwen blushed. Does store manager mean the boss lady? Wenwen was stunned, and all she could think about was this question. Chapter 26 Back to Basics. But I've never been a boss's wife. Oh no, that's not it. I mean, I've never been a store manager. How can I do this without experience? Wenwen blushed. Chen Shusheng looked at her seriously. You don't want to? Chen Shusheng's thought was very simple. He couldn't possibly continue with Zhang Wenwen. But I watched helplessly as my former lover broke up with his family, became lonely and helpless and lost everything. Chen Shusheng couldn't give her love, but he can only give her some hope in life, such as a suitable job. No. I'm just worried that I'll mess it up for you. Wenwen was a little confused. Zhang Wenwen and Lili had to choose one. He chose Zhang Wenwen, who had severed ties with her family. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lili, but little Lili was still too young and had just stepped out of the school gate. She knew that Chen Shusheng might not belong to her anymore, and once lost, it was lost. A broken mirror is hard to make whole. How can a love with cracks last a lifetime? Zhang Wenwen, who has figured it out, has seen through how she has been viewed by others and her family over the past 20 years. She has decided to live the rest of her life just for herself. Although Chen Shusheng has no intention of getting back together with her now, they have been together for a long time after all, and she still trusts Chen Shusheng very much. Chen Shusheng brought her here, saying that he was looking for a job for her, but wasn't that Chen Shusheng's way of treating her? Zhang Wenwen is just a little woman and doesn't want to understand any big principles. She is very satisfied now. She just needs someone to treat her well. It is enough for her to treat whoever treats her well. It was too much for her to bear. From the night Chen Shusheng let her move into the new house, Chen Shusheng became the last spiritual harbor in her life. Although it wasn't home, it had the smell she liked. That's enough. I was humbled to the ground. What more could you ask for? Time passed quickly. After Chen Shusheng and Wenwen familiarized themselves with the overall operation of the Kalixiang milk tea shop in one afternoon, he officially appointed Zhang Wenwen as the manager of the Kalixiang milk tea shop. But it was only temporary because Zhang Wenwen herself asked to sign up for a management training course. It will take a week, and Zhang Wenwen will officially become the store manager of Calixiang after a week. Chen Shusheng also told Wenwen about the recipe of milk tea, and once Calixiang is on the right track, he will take them out one by one to create a popular tea drink. With this, Wenwen's heart was temporarily relieved. Although she only heard Chen Shusheng say that he had never seen it, but with her little woman's mentality in front of Chen Shusheng, she basically believed whatever Chen Shusheng said. She doesn't care what others say, she will only listen to Chen Shusheng from now on. This is a true portrayal of a woman who has been severely hurt by society. When a person suffers a great harm, he always wants to find someone to rely on. She has found him, even though he doesn't belong to her, but she doesn't care. Having missed it once, are you going to miss it again? On the roadside of Calixiang store? I'll stay here and get familiar with Kur and the others first. It would be a pity to learn as soon as possible. Wenwen said to Chen Shusheng hesitantly. She didn't want to disappoint Chen Shusheng. She didn't want to rely on the remaining relationship between her and Chen Shusheng and just live a life of eating and drinking and taking things one day at a time. Chen Shusheng originally wanted her to go back to the new house to rest. After all, she was very tired at home at noon. After he finished his work, Chen Shusheng brought her here without stopping. After walking for another afternoon, the girl was already weak and must be exhausted. So Chen Shusheng still cared for her a little and let her go home to rest. After all, Rome was not built in a day, so we can't rush it. Although Chen Shusheng was considerate and Zhang Wenwen was touched, she didn't want to disappoint Chen Shusheng more than taking a rest because of such a small matter. Wenwen, with her determined gaze, made Chen Shusheng understand. Okay then, don't be too anxious, take your time. Chen Shusheng could only agree to her request. Okay, go and do what you have to do first. I will never let you down again. Zhang Wenwen bit her lip and looked at Chen Shusheng. There are too many words that I can't express. Then don't worry. Upon hearing this, Chen Shusheng waved his hand to indicate that he was leaving. Wait. Zhang Wenwen looked at Chen Shusheng's back, hesitated for a moment, and blurted out. Chen Shusheng stopped and looked back at her, asking her with some confusion, is there anything else? Then, are you going home tonight? Zhang Wenwen's face turned red and her voice became smaller and smaller. If Chen Shusheng's body had not been strengthened, he would almost not be able to hear it clearly. Go home? Go home to which home? Is it the house you rent or? Looking at Zhang Wenwen, who was shy and timid in front of him, Chen Shusheng understood what she meant. Go home, what a warm word, but... Chen Shusheng hesitated, was silent for a second, then smiled and said to her, don't think too much, work hard, I believe in you, remember to be safe when you get off work tonight, I'm leaving first, bye. Hearing this, Zhang Wenwen looked at his departing back with a bit of disappointment, her eyes were somewhat complicated. Chen Shusheng didn't give a direct answer, but saying this, it was obviously a rejection. Zhang Wenwen had no choice but to give up. Looking at the Calixiang milk tea shop behind her, her gaze finally became firm. Put aside too many thoughts for the time being and do well in the things at hand. This is the most correct decision. There is still a long time, who can tell what the future will be like? People tend to think too much when they are idle. Only a fulfilling life can make people forget their worries. Zhang Wenwen devoted herself to her work with a very serious attitude and quickly got into the state, no longer thinking about those messy thoughts. After explaining Calixiang's problem, Chen Shusheng thought that the task was temporarily completed. So Chen Shusheng submitted the task. The mission milk tea shop delivery has been completed, and the reward is the Back to Basics Halo, and the mission experience plus 100. Back to Basics Halo effect, are you still worried about being too handsome? Make yourself more reserved. Chen Shusheng? Chen Shusheng looked at this weird thing, it should be specially designed for handsome guys like him. Cough cough. Chen Shusheng has understood that after wearing this halo, although he is still handsome, the effect of handsomeness varies from person to person. In most cases, his handsomeness is more restrained and not so obvious. I will never encounter the embarrassing situation again like the last time I went out and had my pants almost stripped off on the bus. When you walk on the street, there won't be too many people staring at you. It's the kind that gets better the more you look at it. The overall temperament has been sublimated. I have to say that Chen Shusheng was quite satisfied with the reward for this mission. This solved a big personal problem of his, and now he can go out handsomely and without worries. The 100 experience points gained from the mission were better than nothing for Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng took off his mask and took a breath of air comfortably. Cough. I won't say anymore, the smog is a bit heavy. I still have things to do tonight. I stood up Lily last time and she's already angry. I can't stand her up again this time. He still had an impression of the last dinner before they became sworn brothers, but afterwards he had no memory of it at all. This time, Chen Shusheng had a lesson in mind. People can't float. Chapter 27. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Please give me a recommendation, thank you. Before getting in the car, Chen Shusheng planned to call Xiao Lily first to tell her that he would be there soon. After finishing the call, Chen Shusheng slowly got into a taxi. It usually takes only 15 minutes to drive from Chanda Plaza Commercial Street to the high-tech park where Xiao Lily is. But now Chen Shusheng has forgotten one thing. Chen Shusheng, who had resigned a long time ago, obviously forgot that this time was the rush hour for getting off work. After turning from Qingfeng Road to Heping Road, Chen Shusheng discovered that the taxi he was riding in had not moved for a long time. Chen Shusheng, who had been looking down at his phone, looked up at the driver in front of him and asked, "Brother, why aren't you leaving?" "Hey! I thought you weren't in a hurry." The driver smiled. "Chen Shusheng? So if I'm not in a hurry, you won't leave?" Chen Shusheng stared at the driver and said, "If you don't want to leave, just tell me earlier and I'll change cars." Chen Shusheng was puzzled. "What the hell? I'd like to leave right away, but there's a traffic jam after get off work." "Oh, fine, I'll leave now." Chen Shusheng looked up for a moment, and the traffic in front of him began to move forward slowly. Unfortunately, the car stopped again before passing the traffic light. "Not leaving again?" Chen Shusheng leaned over the car window and looked outside. Wow! There was a traffic jam. Chen Shusheng was a little depressed. How long would it take to get there if he kept stopping and starting like this? At this time, Chen Shusheng's cell phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was little Lily calling. It has been a while since then, and after get off work Lily still thought that Chen Shusheng was waiting for her at the company gate just like last time. Little Lily ran happily to the company gate, but she looked left and right but couldn't see Chen Shusheng. Little Lily curled her lips and said, "You said you were waiting for me, where is you?" Unwilling to give up, little Lily took out her cell phone, opened the address book and called Chen Shusheng, who was marked as Big Tail Wolf. Where have you been?" She wanted to loudly question Chen Shusheng, but as soon as Lily opened her mouth, her heart softened. In the end, she weakly asked when he would arrive. She was afraid that Chen Shusheng would really stand her up, and she didn't dare to ask him why he lied to her and didn't come today. This method of retreating in order to advance was the only way to let Chen Shusheng know that she had been waiting for him. I have to say, although little Lily is small, she is very smart. What a clever little boy. However, Chen Shusheng still heard a strong resentment in his grievance. It was not her fault. After all, he agreed to wait for her but he didn't show up, so she had to wait for him. What should I do? Chen Shusheng was also very anxious, but the traffic was stuck and he really couldn't get there. Chen Shusheng decided to comfort her first. "Ahem. I'll be there in 5 minutes, don't worry, find a place to play for a while." "Okay then. Remember to tell me when you get here." He. Little Lily was instantly happy when she heard that Chen Shusheng would be here in 5 minutes. Where is the grievance and resentment just now? Chen Shusheng put down his phone and looked at the motionless taxi, feeling depressed. "Brother, forget it." The depressed Chen Shusheng sighed and hesitated. No matter how much he urged the driver, the car couldn't fly because of the traffic jam. 5 minutes. Chen Shusheng didn't know what expression Xiao Lily would have if she knew that he hadn't moved at all in the past 5 minutes. Sure enough, 5 minutes later the car moved forward 2 meters. After a while, Chen Shusheng's cell phone rang again. Seeing that it was Lily again, Chen Shu picked up the phone again. "That. Brother Chen, you're here. I'll find you where you are," little Lily said happily to Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng thought silently in his heart, "I'm sorry I disappoint you. Well, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes and will be back in 5 minutes. Otherwise, you can wait a little longer?" Chen Shusheng felt guilty as he spoke. Why does it feel like a crime to comfort someone like this? Too much Chen Shusheng put his phone down again and felt relieved, although his guilt points increased a little. Little Lily, who was sitting in the reception room at the company's entrance, rested her chin on her hand and looked at the busy road in the distance. She almost became a wife waiting for her husband Rock. Brother Chen will definitely come, but he was delayed by something. Okay, that's it. On Heping Avenue, Chen Shuxing's taxi finally moved. Fortunately, it ran 500 meters, and then stopped again at the next traffic light. Well, it's blocked again. MMP. What Chen Shuxing feared most now was a phone call. He really couldn't bear to treat such a cute little Lily like this, but he was also afraid that she would get anxious waiting. Chen Shuxing shamelessly called this method a white-intentioned deception. I feel like many people have people who can answer questions in just 5 minutes. When Chen Shuxing's cell phone rang again, the driver in front couldn't help it. Brother, you're putting so much pressure on me. How about we wait 5 minutes? I can't fly over there even if there's no traffic jam. Listening to Chen Shuxing constantly fooling a little girl, the driver finally couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it! Chen Shuxing was interrupted by the driver before he finished his lines. You make me feel like I'm committing a crime. After hesitating for a while, Chen Shuxing answered the phone again. Brother Chen, why haven't you arrived yet? Are you unwilling? If, then I won't go. Little Lily finally couldn't help it and sobbed softly in grievance. Chen Shuxing suddenly felt so guilty for deceiving a young girl. Chen Shuxing had no choice but to tell the truth. He didn't do it on purpose. It's just to keep little Lily from getting impatient waiting. But I never expected that this would have the opposite effect. Damn, Brother Chen, how many 5 minutes do you have left to come? Woohoo, little Lily cried into the phone. She couldn't bear to call Chen Shuxing a liar, so she could only take the grievance on herself. Actually, there's a traffic jam here, and the car hasn't passed yet. I just wanted to comfort you and tell you not to wait too anxiously. I didn't expect it. Don't cry, it was Brother Chen's fault. Brother Chen apologized to you today. Chen Shuxing felt like a scumbag at this moment. After hearing Chen Shuxing's explanation, the crying little Lily was moved by Chen Shuxing's sincere voice. It turns out that Brother Chen was afraid that I would wait too long. I wrongly blamed him. Brother Chen, you were so nice to me, I'm sorry. No, please don't say sorry to me. If you say that again, I will be too embarrassed to see you. I will be there as soon as possible. In order to comfort Lily, Chen Shuxing said to the driver, Brother, just tell me how long it will take to get there? You have seen my situation. I can't wait any longer. Little brother, I won't lie to you either. He emphasized the word lie, as if he was talking about Chen Shuxing before. There's only one more traffic light and the traffic will be smooth. Hearing this, Chen Shuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Chen Shuxing finally arrived. Looking at the little Lily squatting on the ground with a wronged look on her face, he quickly walked forward and pulled her up. He rubbed her bun and said, Don't feel wronged. It's all my fault today. How about I compensate you with 10 5-minute shifts? That's what you said. Chapter 28. You guys are here again? Ask for some recommendation votes. Chen Shuxing was late for more than half an hour this time, leaving the little girl waiting here alone for such a long time. He felt really sorry for her. Chen Shuxing never considered himself a good man, and his feelings for Lily were unclear. It's not that Chen Shuxing has a dark heart, it's more like a man's possessiveness at work. After experiencing the first major setback in his life, Chen Shuxing once again realized the cruel reality of this society. Although he had some small adventures, he is still just an ordinary person now. According to Chen Shuxing's own current life positioning, he is just an ordinary person struggling to survive and live. An ordinary citizen. He will not refuse love when it comes, but he will never take the initiative to pursue love. If one day, Chen Shuxing thinks he has the ability to say no to the world, then, at that time, he would no longer worry about such trivial matters. He can confidently say to everyone, I don't want to know what you think, I want to know what I think. Or, when faced with a difficult decision, just say, I want them all. All Chen Shuxing can do now is to avoid regrets in the future. As for the issue of Zhang Wenwen, she actually knew very well that it would be impossible for the two of them to be together again in the future. Although he is a small person, he has his own selfish desires. A man who gave his first time to his first love, the first woman in his life, and her only shortcoming was that she was a little cowardly. But this is human nature, who doesn't have some imperfections? In the same city, under the same roof, Chen Shuxing was not bold enough to allow his first love to go out with another man and kiss each other under his nose. He would rather keep her as a canary. He may not be able to give Zhang Wenwen a complete Chen Shuxing, but he can make Zhang Wenwen, who is now alone, no longer have to struggle for survival. If one day she really wants to leave, he will also send her blessings. He really likes the little Lily in front of him because she is pretty, sensible, and knows how to act coquettishly. So in many cases, he doted on her, and perhaps there was a hint of indebtedness mixed in. He can't be a ruthless man. You can say that Chen Shusheng is a scumbag, but the fact is that Chen Shusheng is single. Love or not, all he pursues is for things to happen naturally. A girl who devotes herself to you wholeheartedly and he also has a good impression of her, there is no reason for Chen Shusheng to reject her love. As for Chen Shusheng himself, let's just say he's half a scumbag. Chen Shusheng took a taxi from the entrance of Xiao Lily's company, holding the hand of the little girl with tears on her face. A big hand slowly clenched her soft little paw, as if feeling Chen Shusheng's apology, and the aggrieved little face finally broke into a smile with sparkling tears. Like a sunflower blooming towards the sun. Please give me a recommendation. Little Lily, with Chen Shusheng holding her hand all the way, seemed to have turned into a spring lark. She chattered around Chen Shusheng, telling him about her daily trivial stories, some happy, some sad, and the joy she felt when she met Chen Shusheng. Maybe a nod or a smile from Chen Shusheng could make her happy for a long time. Is love humble? I don't know. But at this moment, little Lily herself felt very happy. After getting out of the taxi, little Lily followed Chen Shusheng and smelled his warm breath. Brother Chen, how about we go to another place? Little Lily looked at Chen Shusheng taking her to a very familiar place, but she was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether Chen Shusheng would take her to the place in front again. It was at this place last time that Chen Shusheng spent more than 30,000 yuan. She felt a little sorry for Chen Shusheng's money. She couldn't bear to see Chen Shusheng do this for her. She had been working for more than half a year and knew how hard it was to make money. The reason she wanted Chen Shusheng to treat her to a big meal was simply to be able to stay with Chen Shusheng for a while longer. It doesn't matter what you eat. Little Lily stopped hesitantly and tapped Chen Shusheng's palm with her fingers. Chen Shusheng turned around and looked at her. This girl really cared for others. How could he not see why Lily hesitated? Although Yue Young Couple Restaurant was in line with her current preferences, the cost here was really not low, but there were some things that she couldn't explain clearly. Don't think too much, let's eat something simple this time. This was the only way Chen Shusheng could dispel her worries and continue walking with her hand in hand. Okay then. I'll do it this time. Little Lily, feeling a little worried, followed Chen Shusheng and gave him another reminder halfway through. I'll listen to you. Chen Shusheng smiled. As long as she was satisfied, it was fine. After all, he was here to accompany her today. Coming to Yue Yang again, there was no other reason why Chen Shusheng chose this place. He was quite satisfied with the service here, and creating a good atmosphere for Lily was also an apology to little Lily. I stood her up once and fooled her again today. There has to be something to express. There is no such thing as a long-lasting interpersonal relationship where only one party makes the effort. People always have to be a little humane. Lobby. Welcome, come in. Oh, it's you, you're here again? Please come in. A receptionist warmly welcomed Chen Shusheng and his friend. Halfway through her speech, she was stunned for a moment and realized that the handsome guy in front of her looked so familiar. After thinking about it for a while, the weird couple she met that night popped into her mind. Oh my, it's you guys. Nice to meet you. The unexpected exchange stunned Chen Shusheng. He looked at her with a puzzled look on his face. Do we know each other? You still remember it after just coming here once? Chen Shusheng said with some surprise. Well, maybe I have a good memory. The young lady looked at Chen Shusheng and the other two with a smile. I complained silently in my heart, it's not that I have a good memory, it's that you left such a deep impression on me. I probably won't forget it for a year or two. This time she didn't ask if they were a couple, which meant she agreed to the 20% discount. Because she had been here once before, little Lily was still a little shy this time, but she looked much better than last time. Except for her big twinkling eyes that betrayed her inner feelings, she looked like a graceful and beautiful girl. After entering the couple's room, little Lily stretched out her cute little hand and snatched the menu that Chen Shusheng was ordering from. I'll order some this time. Tell me what you want to eat. It can't be too expensive, hee hee. Chapter 29, Pretending to be Drunk. Little Lily took the menu and pointed at it, discussing with Chen Shusheng from time to time how to eat deliciously and inexpensively. It took a while before they finally chose what to eat. Chen Shusheng did not stop her from doing this. Instead, he felt that this little girl was a good girl who could live at home. With Xiao Lily's help, Chen Shusheng was able to roughly calculate the cost after just one look. He couldn't help but think that this girl could really save him money. Because most of the dishes were light, the cost this time would probably not exceed 5,000 yuan. Would you like some wine? Little Lily's face was red, and her big eyes rolled around as she looked at Chen Shusheng carefully. Then let's have some. Chen Shusheng was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Little Lily's eager eyes. In order not to spoil her fun, he agreed. 1 bottle each? Little Lily gestured hesitantly. Ahem, how about just 1 bottle? Well, okay. There was an inexplicable look of loss in Little Lily's eyes. In addition to the meal and tea, this time Little Lily ordered a bottle of wine. Originally, Lily planned to order 1 bottle per person, but Chen Shusheng didn't forget the video from last time, so he let Lily order 1 bottle. It would be bad if you drink too much and then make a fool of yourself. For Chen Shusheng, whose alcohol tolerance had not increased much, 1 bottle was just right for 2 people. There is a saying that goes, you can't fall in the same place twice. Chen Shusheng has a good memory. However, Little Lily's eyes changed when she looked at Chen Shusheng for some reason. 1 bottle of wine for 2 people, it seems that neither of them can get drunk. Pity. Inexplicably feeling a little lost, Brother Chen didn't want to. Little Lily sat there and thought about random things again. Today's dinner was light but still rich, but Little Lily was a little absent-minded while eating. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Shusheng looked at Little Lily, who was eating quietly, and didn't say much. It was obvious that something was wrong. I'm fine, today is my safe period. Little Lily was obviously absent-minded and didn't know why she replied like this. She herself hasn't reacted yet. When Chen Shusheng heard this, his eyes froze. What does this mean? Little Lily finally reacted when she sensed Chen Shusheng staring at her with a strange look. Ah. No, I mean I didn't say anything. The little hand dropped the chopsticks, her face instantly turned red, and her body almost crawled under the table. How embarrassing. Little Lily was so nervous that she regretted so much that she said her true thoughts to others without thinking. Little Lily felt so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Chen Shusheng at all. She felt like crying but couldn't. It's so hard for me. Chen Shusheng was also a little speechless. He didn't know how to respond. He could only pretend that nothing had happened. Try this broccoli, it tastes great. A piece of broccoli was placed in front of her. Lily was so conflicted that she had no choice but to take it and eat it. An awkward atmosphere filled the space between the two of them. Chen Shusheng took the red wine beside him and poured a glass for Xiao Lily. Come, let's have a drink together, he handed the red wine to Little Lily. Little Lily took the wine and clinked glasses with Chen Shusheng with a blushing face. After taking a sip of wine, the slight intoxication brought by the alcohol instantly dissipated a lot of the awkward atmosphere. Chen Shusheng took the initiative to clink glasses with Xiao Lily, and the atmosphere at the table finally became lively. Little Lily, who had drunk a lot of wine, boldly clinked glasses with Chen Shusheng, and quickly finished half a bottle of red wine. Little Lily remembered the joke that Sister Han told her in the office. It is said that if you meet someone you like, you will get drunk after just 1 drink, but if you meet someone you don't like, you will never get drunk. She didn't understand it before, but now she does. With her alcohol tolerance, it is impossible for her to get drunk after just 1 glass, and she can't drink 1,000 glasses without getting drunk. But Chen Shusheng was right next to her, and although she was a little tipsy after drinking half a bottle of wine, she was still far from being drunk. Little Lily, who had realized something, had a flash of inspiration at the critical moment. Then she got drunk. Pretending to be drunk naked in front of Chen Shusheng. Brother Chen, do you think I'm beautiful? Little Lily was holding the wine glass, her body shaking a little, her face flushed and her eyes blurred as she looked at Chen Shusheng. Of course it's beautiful. So do you like me? After saying this, Little Lily kept hypnotizing herself in her heart. I'm drunk. I'm drunk, I'm talking drunkenly. You can't tell, Brother Chen can't tell. Like it? How could I not like it, Little Lily? I'd be drunk if I drank less. Chen Shusheng didn't see what was wrong. Little Lily looked like she was drunk. Besides, Chen Shusheng didn't think much about it and didn't expect that Xiao Lily was pretending to be drunk. He just thought that girls could drink less. As for why I got drunk earlier today than last time, maybe the wine I drank was different? Chen Shusheng reached out to take her drink but was stopped from drinking. Little Lily was pretending to be drunk, so how could she cooperate? One turned around and continued. I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about do you love me? Chen Shusheng was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Lily would ask such a question when she was drunk. Chen Shusheng stopped what he was doing and sat there motionless, his mind full of little Lily's question. Seeing Chen Shusheng's silence, Lily's intoxicated eyes dimmed, and she could only lie on the table pretending to sleep. After asking this question, she regretted it and didn't want to know the answer anymore. She was really afraid that Chen Shusheng would say those two words. Chen Shusheng couldn't give an answer to this question for now. Even if drunken talk cannot be taken seriously, he is unwilling to deceive Lily on such an issue. Looking at little Lily, who seemed to be drunk and asleep on the table, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, a sense of guilt rose in my heart. It seems that I am really not a good person. Chen Shusheng drank a glass of wine with self-mockery. He thought little Lily had fallen asleep, so he stood up and helped her up and put her against his shoulder. He put his arm around her shoulders and leaned on the sofa, talking to himself. Maybe it's more than liking, but not love. When little Lily, who was lying in her arms, heard this, joy instantly rushed to her heart and she almost stood up and jumped. But when she thought that she was still pretending to be drunk, she could only suppress her excitement and twisted her body in his arms. She replied in a dreamy voice. Brother Chen, I like you. Looking at the lovely little Loli in his arms, Chen Shusheng tightened his arms to prevent her from slipping. After asking the waiter to come in and settle the bill, Chen Shusheng prepared to leave with little Lily on his back. But he was a little hesitant. Little Lily was already drunk. Where should he take her? Mission released, sweet return. Task option 1, stay out all night and take Lily to a nearby hotel to rest. There is no task reward. Task option 2, accompany Lily back to her home under the starry night. Task rewards are fatty happy water or ball. This. Chapter 30 Didn't I say who? Please give me a recommendation and reward. Just go home and come up with a mission. Do you think I'm that kind of man? Chen Shusheng looked at the task with disdain, especially the task reward. What the hell was that? Chen Shusheng no longer paid attention to the task and looked down at little Lily in his arms. The red face looks like she drank too much. Looks like you drank too much? Chen Shusheng gently pinched her tender little face, leaned over and whispered in her ear. Little Lily, do you want to come with me or should I take you home? No response. Well, if you want to go home, just go back to sleep and I'll take you home. If you want to go with me, just say and let me know. Little Lily, who was lying in his arms, was a little confused. Can't you just take me away? You have the final say on where I want to go. Why are you asking me this? I'm obviously pretending to be asleep. Little Lily was very depressed. No response again. Chen Shusheng carried little Lily on his back and said, let's go. I'll take you home. Little Lily, who was lying on Chen Shusheng's back, became anxious and said, I didn't ask you to take me home. I finally got you out, and now you send me back. Don't you want my body? Is this girl not attractive anymore? So angry. Little Lily tilted her head and began to pretend to hum in Chen Shusheng's ear. Want to go home? Aha. Okay, I'll take you home right away. Little darling Chen Shusheng carried little Lily on his back and walked towards the intersection, ready to take a taxi to take little Lily home. Little Lily, who was lying on Chen Shusheng's back, almost got angry. Didn't you tell me to go with you if I just said yes? Why are you still taking me home? Little Lily, 3 times. 3 times? No, you want to go home. Chen Shusheng called a taxi and carried her in. He knew where little Lily's home was. He had been there before, but never entered the house because he had a girlfriend at that time. Master, the north gate of Fenghua Garden, Chen Shusheng said to his master. 20 minutes later, Chen Shusheng got out of the car carrying little Lily. My little cutie, I'll take you home soon. Be good and don't move around. Chen Shusheng hugged little Lily tightly, who was twisting and turning in his arms and making humming sounds. Lily, who was pretending to be dead, felt like she was stabbed in the chest and was so depressed that she vomited blood. This was not the ending she wanted. Chen Shusheng brought Lily to her home with ease and stretched out his hand to knock on her door. A well-maintained middle-aged woman opened the door and glanced at Chen Shusheng. She didn't recognize him. But when she looked into his arms, she realized that the person with his back to her was her good daughter. No wonder it looks familiar. Hello, Auntie. You must be Lily's mother. I'm her colleague. She got drunk today and I sent her home. Chen Shusheng looked at the woman in front of him and saw that she looked 80% like Lily. Judging from her age, she should be Lily's mother. Chen Shusheng is not only handsome but also gives people a good impression at first sight. As soon as Chen Shusheng opened his mouth, Lily's mother believed him 80% of the time. Seeing him personally run a trip to send her daughter home, she became even more enthusiastic about Chen Shusheng. Child, come in quickly. Thank you for sending Lily back. This girl has caused you trouble. Come in and have a glass of water before you leave. Chen Shusheng carried little Lily to her pink bedroom, said a few polite words to Lily's mother, and prepared to leave. Lily's mother sent Chen Shusheng to the door and thanked him again. Chen Shusheng said goodbye to Lily's mother and was about to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, he heard Mother Li talking to herself at the door. Didn't this girl say that we would have a dinner party today and stay over at Sister Hans Hanyan's house tonight? Why does she want to come back again? Chen Shusheng paused for a moment, then walked away with a normal expression. But in his heart, he kept criticizing this girl. What a clever little girl. She could even come up with such an excuse to be with him. Unfortunately, today, Brother Chen, you have to be a fool for once. Not long after Chen Shusheng left, little Lily, who was lying on the bed, stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Little Lily, didn't I say a lot? You said you would take me away. Big liar. The falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water is ruthless. Ah, big liar. Aren't you drunk? What are you yelling about in your room? Go to sleep instead of making so much noise every day. Outside the door, Mother Li was startled by little Lily's yelling and said something to him in a bad mood. My daughter's behavior seems a little strange lately. Chen Shusheng was determined and walked away in a cool and unrestrained manner. Although he liked her very much, one should not be too greedy. If you take big steps, you may get your balls pulled. Some things are better taken slowly. After walking through half of the city from the north gate of Fenghua Garden, Chen Shusheng took a taxi back to Pantao Garden. I opened the door and lay down on the sofa. It's still more comfortable at home. Take a hot bath and go to sleep. The mission suite return is completed. Please choose the mission reward, mission experience plus 100. MDZZ. Chen Shusheng, let the steel wool give you happiness, and give me the rest. A can of Coke appeared in Chen Shusheng's hand. Is this fatty happy water? After drinking, the physical fitness is plus 1? Does that mean the effect of the ball is double the happiness? Chen Shusheng was in a good mood when he saw this, and he gained some attribute points for free. Drink it up, drink it up, drink it all. Drink it right after opening the can. Chen Shusheng took a sip and found the cola taste acceptable. After drinking it, Chen Shusheng felt warm all over, as if a little ant was crawling on him. The numbing feeling disappeared after a while. Chen Shusheng moved his body, and his kidneys were full of energy. It seemed that his physical fitness had really improved. Host, Chen Shusheng. Level, 3400-1000. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 10. Ability. The physique was increased a little. It's settled. But after drinking this bottle of drink, he couldn't fall asleep. Sitting at the desk, Chen Shusheng looked at the starry sky outside the window in a daze. The experiences of these days seemed as real as a dream. When he lost, he also gained a lot, and what it brought was a little change in his state of mind. Chen Shusheng is no longer willing to be an ordinary office worker. The question of how to grow from an ordinary citizen to a big boss was deeply engraved in his mind. Society is a bitch that is really realistic. She may look down on ordinary people, but there are also some people that she has to face up to. I guess the only thing she would admit to having extraordinary influence on are money, status, and other things that can influence her will. Although Chen Shusheng is now poor and has no status, and is a nobody, but he has a dream, motivation, and opportunity, so why not give it a try? Chen Shusheng tapped the table, propped up his chin, and looked at the starry sky outside. System, you are already a mature system, can't you take the initiative to make money on your own? Chen Shusheng muttered, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. It seems that money, status, and position can only be gained step by step. Opening his notebook, Chen Shusheng typed down something that this world never had. Chapter 31, Aloof and Air, isn't that a husky? Please give me a recommendation, thank you. Because he drank the fatty happy water, Chen Shusheng was energetic all night. He was busy in front of his notebook all night until 6 in the morning when he felt sleepy and went back to bed and fell into a deep sleep. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Shusheng was awakened by a burst of urgent ringing. Chen Shusheng, who was half asleep, felt around for a while before taking it in front of his eyes. It turned out to be the home phone. Chen Shusheng shook his head to regain consciousness before answering the call. "Mom, are you okay?" "Mr. Chu, Mom has something to tell you." "Is it convenient for you now?" "Mom, if you have something to say, just tell me." "I'm very convenient here." Although Chen Shusheng didn't know why his mother called him at this time, he thought that if there was nothing wrong, she would not call him at this time. "Well, Mom will tell you straight, it's like this, isn't it almost the end of the year? Your cousin has introduced you to a marriage, why don't you take some time to meet her? I heard from your cousin that the girl is pretty, and she's also in the city, not too far away." "Mom." He never expected that his mother would call him to ask him to go on a blind date. Chen Shusheng encountered such a big turn of events. Although Chen's mother did not mention this matter at home, he was her own son after all. "I see it with my eyes and feel the pain in my heart. Chen Shusheng has been gone for so many days, and they must be worried that Chen Shusheng might be unable to get over it and do something stupid." So the worried Chen mother came up with this idea. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. She might as well find a new marriage for her son so that he can forget about those things as soon as possible. "Okay, stop talking. Mom has already made arrangements for you. You have to go and meet her today no matter what. Your cousin will call you later. Dress up before you go to meet her. Don't look so shabby that you might give a bad impression." After saying that, Mother Chen hung up the phone without giving Chen Shusheng a chance to refuse. Chen Shusheng looked at his phone speechlessly. "Am I so fragile and unwanted in my mother's heart? I look down on your son so much." Sure enough, within 5 minutes, his cousin Zhao Yuan, who hadn't spoken to Chen Shusheng on the phone for a long time, called him. "Before that, my mother must have called my cousin again. Suppressing the helplessness in my heart, sister, this is unnecessary, right? This is none of my business. Your mother has the final say. Don't make me get scolded by my aunt. I'm telling you now that you need to meet me in the evening. Do you hear me? If you dare to refuse, I'll beat you up." Zhao Yuan and Chen Shusheng have known each other since childhood. Although they have less contact time after work, their relationship has always been good. She was present at Chen Shusheng's wedding day and felt sorry for her younger brother. Chen Shusheng listened to the familiar voice on the phone and wanted to refuse, but then he thought better of it. "It's settled then. I'm hanging up now." Chen Shusheng finally came to his senses when he heard the busy tone on his cell phone. He now understands that his family is doing this for his own good, but he no longer wants to talk about love for the time being. "Well, let's meet. It will also relieve the family's worries." I put on my clothes, washed up briefly, and made some food to fill my stomach. It was still early, so Chen Shusheng wasn't in a hurry to go. I might as well take advantage of this time to sort out everything I prepared last night. Winter sun, warm sunshine. Golden sunlight pours in from the balcony. Chen Shusheng breathed in the air that smelled of warm sunshine, sat at his desk and reopened his notebook. Chen Shusheng possesses not only the system, but also some memories from the Earth world. The songs that Chen Shusheng once sang and became popular all over the internet came from the Earth Star copy world. Because the technological levels of the two worlds are almost the same, there is basically nothing Chen Shusheng can think of that he can help with his current strength. However, culturally the two are very similar, yet different. Chen Shusheng, who was busy all night last night, wrote down the classic masterpiece Journey to the West word by word from his memory. He didn't mind borrowing this cultural treasure. Compared to being a singer, he now prefers to be a copywriter. You don't have to show up in public, but you can still gain fame and fortune. Why not do it? Chen Shusheng was also a semi-coder before, and his typing speed was also first-rate. It doesn't take him long to finish a work, so he can have more time to deal with other things. This was one of the quickest, most direct, and effective methods he could think of with his own ability. Open the largest original literature website in the Red Sun Federation, Red.Chinese Network. Register, log in, upload. Journey to the West author, Chen Shusheng. Upload Chapter 1. As spiritual roots nurture the source of flow, the mind cultivates the great way of life. The poem says, before the chaos was divided, the world was in turmoil, and no one could see it. Since Pango broke through the chaos, the world has been clear and turbid. All living things look up to the supreme benevolence, and all things are good. If you want to know the merits of creation, you must read Journey to the West. After reading it carefully, Chen Shuxing confirmed that there were no problems and waited for it to be approved. No one could have imagined that in just a dozen minutes, a famous top IP would be born in the hands of Chen Shuxing. Chen Shuxing then spent the entire afternoon completing another part before stopping. Looking at the setting sun, Chen Shuxing stood up and stretched his body. It was almost time to meet his cousin. As for the next blind date, just go through the motions. After changing into a neat set of clothes, Chen Shuxing's cousin called him before he even left the house. "Shusheng, are you ready?" "Yeah, I was planning to go out." Zhao Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was afraid that Chen Shusheng would not answer the phone and would not accept this arrangement. Now that it seemed that Chen Shusheng had no objection, she felt relieved. She thought that the next meeting would not have a bad outcome. "That's good, come to Golden Eagle Pedestrian Street and I'll wait for you here." "Okay, I'll call you when I get there." "I'm hanging up now." Putting down his phone, Chen Shusheng called a taxi. "Master, Golden Eagle Pedestrian Street." After Chen Shusheng got in the taxi, it drove towards the pedestrian street. Places like pedestrian streets are basically the best places to talk about love. He had been here many times before and it was not far from Yueyang, so he was very familiar with the place. Not long after, the car arrived. After calling his cousin, Chen Shusheng was standing at the entrance of the pedestrian street waiting for her to come. 2 minutes later, Chen Shusheng saw a tall urban beauty walking towards him with her long legs and black high heels. "Sister, I've been away for a long time and you look more beautiful." Chen Shusheng greeted Zhao Yuan with a smile. Zhao Yuan was 1 year older than Chen Shusheng, so they were of the same age and spoke more casually. Zhao Yuan walked up to him and looked him over. "Mr. Chu, why do I feel like you're getting more handsome the more I look at you?" "Isn't that right?" "Sister, let's stop flattering each other. How about I treat you tonight after we're done?" "Don't worry about this, let me tell you about the other party first." "Well, that's fine too. Her name is..." "Her personality is a bit cold and a bit silly sometimes, but there's nothing wrong with her." "Other aspects." "Sister, isn't this a husky?" Chapter 32, Bad Brother Behavior. Please recommend. Zhao Yuan, who was earnestly introducing the woman's basic information to Chen Shusheng, was almost choked to death by Chen Shusheng's words. "I even forgot the other half of the speech I had prepared." Zhao Yuan stretched her neck, stared at him with her 2 big black eyes, and held her white forehead with her hand. She looked at him in shock and speechlessness. "When did you become such a straight man, Shusheng? Are you asking for a fight on purpose?" Zhao Yuan glared at him and stretched out a slender hand to twist Chen Shusheng's ear. Seeing this, Chen Shusheng smiled and took a step back, not letting her succeed. "Sister, I'm not wrong. Isn't that the stupid husky from our second aunt's house? He acts cool and aloof in front of me, but acts silly in front of you. Well, he values women over friendship. Oh no, bah. He's just attracted by women, that's right, a lecherous dog." Chen Shusheng became more and more excited as he talked. If you didn't know him, you would think he was going on a blind date with a husky today. "What are you talking about?" Zhao Yuan looked at him speechlessly. How could this naughty little brother be so naughty after just not seeing him for such a short time? He doesn't look sad at all, but that's okay. At least you don't have to worry too much about him having mental problems. That's good. Okay, stop arguing with me. Now that we're here, let's meet. I didn't say I wouldn't see you. Let's go. Zhao Yuan put her arm around Chen Rance, and the 2 handsome men and beautiful women walked together towards the agreed place. As the lights come on, the neon-lit Golden Eagle pedestrian street is filled with all kinds of aromas. Chen Shusheng was no longer surprised by this place. There were too many girls and the smell of perfume was too strong. It would be strange if there is not much fragrance. Shunai Restaurant is a very fashionable music restaurant on the pedestrian street that focuses on creating a perfect dating space for young people. Zhao Yuan first took Chen Shusheng into the reserved private room and asked Chen Shusheng to wait there for a while. Then he picked up the phone and walked out the door while dialing the number. Chen Shusheng was a little far away and didn't hear anything. However, what is certain is that the woman for this blind date should not have arrived yet. Whether you arrive late or not has little to do with Chen Shusheng. For Chen Shusheng, not coming is a good idea. It can also save some time. Isn't it nice to go home and write? Isn't it nice to sleep? Or isn't it nice to chat with little Lily? Chen Shusheng sat alone in the room with his eyes closed, bored. I don't know how to solve the problem perfectly later. Thinking of the interview he had 2 days ago, Chen Shushan was somewhat speechless today. It's really a tit-for-tat thing. Just proved that statement. It's almost the end of the year and the blind date conference has started again. This is the first time for Chen Shusheng. Spring is here, everything is coming back to life, and it is the season for animals to reproduce and thrive on the prairie. The air in the city is filled with the smell of hormones. 10 minutes later, my cousin Zhao Yuan entered the private room with a tall beauty who was about the same size as her. Zhao Yuan, who came in with them, gave Chen Shusheng a look, indicating that he should welcome them. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Chen Shusheng was defeated. However, the aloof girl who came in with her cousin was stunned for a moment when she saw Chen Shusheng, then turned her eyes and said to Chen Shusheng, "Sorry for being late." "Hey, it's okay, I just arrived too, please take a seat." Chen Shusheng had no choice but to straighten his attitude at this time. He himself may not care, but the person was brought by his cousin. He couldn't cause trouble for his cousin. The two met for the first time and exchanged pleasantries. Zhao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this and gave Chen Shusheng a look that said, "You're smart." After saying hello, Zhao Yuan said a few words to the two of them and then went out and went to the next room. She couldn't help with the rest of the things, and if she stayed, it would make the two of them feel uncomfortable. After Zhao Yuan left, the two sat far apart, staring at each other for a while without saying a word for a minute. They were sizing each other up. For Chen Shusheng, the quality of the girl his cousin introduced to her this time was quite considerate. In terms of appearance, with makeup, she is basically the same level as her cousin, and judging from the expression on her face, she does look a bit cold and aloof. You should know that Zhao Yuan was also a school belle for a while in high school. Zhao Yuan was staying in the next room and couldn't hear anything. She thought the box was well soundproofed. In fact, she had no idea that once she left, the two of them would become quiet and not say a word. Chen Shusheng thought that it would be useless to just sit there, and he wanted to end this date as soon as possible. Are you planning to sit together until late at night? One of them regained his cool and didn't want to talk about it, and the other didn't have the heart to do it at all. Chen Shusheng was also a bit stubborn, but when he thought about sitting there for an endless time. Forget it, he has already admitted defeat this time when we met, so it doesn't matter this time. Chen Shusheng withdrew his gaze from her, and his breath sank into his dantian. Waiter! Zhao Yuan from next door waited for a long time and finally heard the sound. Zhao Yuan, it's been such a long time, and I only heard a waiter? MDZZ. Are you sure you're not kidding me, or did I really not hear anything? Beautiful lady and handsome guy, what do you need? The waiter came in and knew what was going on after taking a look at the two of them. The two of them are sitting so far apart, they are definitely not a couple. That? You're still going out for a blind date with this look? MMP. I silently complained in my heart that the two of them had nothing better to do. Give me a glass of Blue Mountain, the cold girl finally spoke again. How about you, handsome guy? Me? A glass of water, please. After Chen Shusheng finished speaking, the cold girl opposite him looked at him unexpectedly with an unpredictable look in her eyes. Of course, Chen Shusheng saw her reaction. I am happy only when I think that you are not satisfied. Coffee? You drink it late at night and then go back to sleep? Please enjoy your meal, both of you. The box was silent again. Chen Shusheng didn't want to drag it on any longer. Let us show our cards. Should I go through the process or withdraw directly? If I retreat directly, will my cousin hit me on the head? Be steady. Hello, my name is Chen Shusheng. Since we are here now, it would take too long to drag it out like this. Why don't we just go through the procedure? Chen Shusheng took a sip of boiled water to moisten his throat and said, What is the procedure? She held the small spoon with her slender white fingers and slowly swished the coffee. She raised her goose-white neck and looked at Chen Shusheng and said calmly. There was a different kind of doubt in his eyes again. This guy, why does he seem more handsome the longer we spend together? How strange, is this an illusion? Going through the formalities means, you've never been on a blind date before? Chen Shusheng was stunned for a moment when he was talking. This? No, I don't like it. After hearing this, Chen Shusheng was choked. Don't like it? Because you don't like it, you have never been on a blind date. Such a strong reason, Chen Shusheng even thought she was just pretending to be cool. I didn't expect it to be so cold. Chapter 33 My Old Swan. Does that mean Chen Shusheng has passed the preliminary test? How about this, since this is our first meeting and we don't know each other well, I'll tell you about my personal situation first. If it's suitable, we can talk about it. If not, then we can finish drinking and leave? Although she looked good, Chen Shusheng really had no feelings for her. If you don't have that intention, no matter how much you say, it will be useless. What you said makes sense. Since you are good looking and round, why don't I say it first? Chen Shusheng? Chen Shusheng almost choked on the boiled water. How can this girl feel so good about herself? She ignored Chen Shusheng's thoughts and continued talking to herself. As for me, you can call me Su Fengxian. I'm very familiar with your sister, but we're not in the same company. I work in the financial company next to your sister's. My salary is not high, barely 16,000 after tax, and I get a bonus at the end of the year. It's close to 300,000 a year. Chen Shusheng felt sour instantly after hearing this. What the hell? We are all young people, why is there such a big gap? Think about how he worked so hard in a small company before, and the salary he earned in a month was only 5,000 or 6,000 yuan at most. In the financial industry, she is beautiful, well-educated, capable, and has a high salary, a typical strong woman. No wonder she is a bit aloof. I don't know how Zhao Yuan found such a great blind date girl for him. Are you sure you're not here to attack him? If this had happened before, Chen Shusheng would have turned around and left. He would not have the face to stay. He is no longer the same now. He has become much thicker-skinned. He never thought about it in the first place. Isn't this just perfect? It's your turn. Su Fengxian raised her head and glanced at Chen Shusheng a few more times. Chen Shusheng graduated from Nanjing Normal University with a bachelor's degree in Chinese. Su Fengxian nodded as she listened. He was quite handsome and his education level was just right. There is no car at the moment. I have a BMW 5 Series. No room available at the moment. I have a large flat in the Arc de Triomphe in the city center. What the hell have I been through? What do you want to say? Since our conditions are not suitable, should we end it early today? Chen Shusheng put down the cup in his hand. Now it's time for everyone to go their separate ways, right? Actually, I have a good first impression of you. You look very pleasing to the eye. Su Fengxian put down the coffee in her hand and said to Chen Shusheng seriously. Chen Shusheng was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't it time to end? What do you want to express by saying this? He looked at Su Fengxian in confusion. Su Fengxian, you are good looking and educated, it would be better if you could work harder. You don't have to have a car for now. I don't have a particularly high pursuit for cars, and I don't need a better car for now. You can also be without a house for the time being. My house is barely enough. I don't mind that you have nothing now. But if you want to pursue me, you have to work hard. A man cannot be without dreams and ambition. Chen Shusheng? What on earth have I been going through? When did I say I wanted to chase you? Su Fengxian stared at Chen Shusheng with increasingly strange eyes. Her originally cold and delicate face now reveals a hint of pink. Actually, as long as you are willing to pursue me, I will reluctantly agree to it. I am willing to give you a chance. Chen Shusheng thought, my old swan. No, I don't want a chance. Let me go. Where's the coolness you promised me? Are you being stupid now? Chen Shusheng strongly suspected that there might be a husky covered in human skin sitting opposite him. The current husky. Ugh, why is this woman so narcissistic? The way you look at me makes me feel a little scared. Let Chen Shusheng pursue her. Chen Shusheng is too tired to complain. I really want to eat shit. Actually. Chen Shusheng wanted to confront him directly. This originally cold and aloof girl was now a little abnormal. You don't have to say more, I understand it in my heart. Su Fengxian looked at him gently. Chen Shusheng, I haven't even told you yet. You already understand? Go to the bathroom. Chen Shusheng looked at her eyes and he almost figured out where the problem lay. This cold girl should just calm down. She greeted her and left the private room under his eager gaze. It took 5 minutes for Chen Shusheng to come back slowly from outside. At this moment, the whole atmosphere in the box strangely returned to the time when they first met. As soon as Chen Shusheng entered the room, Su Fengxian said to him coldly, "What I just said was just to test you. Don't think too much. I won't even look down on you even if you chase me. With your conditions, you are not worthy of me for the time being, not to mention that I don't like men without ambition." Su Fengxian's arrogant eyes revealed contempt. How could a person with no job, no house, and no car be in her eyes? Su Fengxian is a little annoyed now. How could she be so shameless and speak without thinking and become a bootlicker just now? So angry. A man who only drinks boiled water when treated to a meal is not worthy of a woman like her who lives a refined life. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Chen Shusheng laughed instead of getting angry after hearing this. This is the correct way to start a blind date. It smells so good. Humph, since you know there's a world of difference between us, I hope you take care of yourself and work harder in the future. Maybe you'll meet a woman who's half as good as me in the future. Today, for Yuan's sake, you don't have to pay for my cup of coffee. This woman has ordered me to leave. Chen Shusheng heard this and stood up. Okay then, let's stop here. Then I'll go first. Chen Shusheng stood up and left without any hesitation. It's finally over, it was so hard. When they reached the door of the private room, Chen Shusheng turned back and said to her, "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that I have already paid the money." "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I never thought of pursuing you." Chen Shusheng blinked at her, his eyes filled with a narcissistic look of "You are so funny." Zhao Yuan next door couldn't hear the conversation between Chen Shusheng and Su Fengxian at all, which made him complain that the sound insulation of this box was so poor. Really bad review. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Shusheng called Zhao Yuan first. "Sister, where are you after this?" Zhao Yuan would never tell him that she was eavesdropping next door, even though she didn't hear anything. "Have you finished the talk? How did it go?" Zhao Yuan was eager to know the result. After all, what if it worked out? "Let's not talk about this for now, sister. Tell your friend first. I'll treat you to dinner later." Chen Shusheng hung up the phone and found a bench on the pedestrian street to sit down. When Zhao Yuan knew that the blind date was over, she ran back to her original room from the next door. "Susu, how was your conversation?" "We are not a good match." Su Fengxian didn't say much. The two of them had a good relationship, so he naturally wouldn't say anything bad about her cousin in front of her. But what that guy said before he left was a bit irritating. "There are so many people chasing after me, you wouldn't make a difference, huh?" Chapter 30. For the smile gradually disappears. 4000. Chen Shusheng sat leisurely on the pedestrian street with his hands in his pockets, his back against a bench, watching the couples coming and going. Why do I feel so sour all of a sudden? It's the sour smell of love, yes. This place is definitely not suitable for a handsome single guy like him. Haruno Restaurant. Su Fengxian and Zhao Yuan talked and laughed for a long time, then said goodbye to each other. Zhao Yuan did not feel embarrassed because the deal failed. Although this meeting was arranged by Zhao Yuan herself, she didn't actually have much hope for it. Chen Shusheng and she had grown up together, so she knew him very well. With Chen Shusheng's stubborn personality that sometimes couldn't be pulled back even by 8 oxen, it was extremely difficult to force him to do something he didn't want to do. I guess the reason he came here this time was just to avoid worrying his family. And Su Fengxian, this urban beauty she meets every day. Because they are both very beautiful and capable, although they are not in the same company, they often meet each other over time, and two equally outstanding people can naturally play together. This should be called birds of a feather flock together. She was very familiar with Su Fengxian's aloof style. There were many people chasing after them in the company's office building every day, including all kinds of elites. But in Zhao Yuan's impression, there are very few people who can be looked at with her eyes. Over time, it becomes even colder. If her aunt hadn't begged her, she wouldn't have been forced to help Chen Shusheng. After all, she doesn't know many outstanding single women. Looking at Su Fengxian's tall figure walking away, Zhao Yuan took out her cell phone and called Chen Shusheng. "Where?" "Okay, wait for me there, I'll be there soon." Zhao Yuan put down her phone, rubbed her brows, and thought, forget it, it's already like this, no need to worry. Under the neon lights. "Are you Chen Shusheng?" A playful voice came from beside Chen Shusheng. Unexpectedly, Chen Shusheng, who was sitting on a bench in a daze, was approached by a man. When Chen Shusheng came to his senses, he realized that the other person was not alone, but a pair of dog men and women. Chen Shusheng turned around and looked at him. He felt that this man with greasy hair and powdered face looked familiar. Chen Shusheng frowned. But just this little frown made the other person unhappy. Mr. Chen is such a forgetful man, you can't even recognize Mr. Li after just a few years of not seeing him. Mr. Li? Why does this word sound familiar? Suddenly, Chen Shusheng took another careful look at him. Looking at his face, a figure in memory gradually emerged. Harmful. He said, "Who is this?" After thinking for a while, Chen Shusheng finally reacted. "Oh, I remember now. Look at my memory. It turned out to be Mr. Li in person. How come you have become so much more handsome after not seeing you for a long time? No wonder I didn't recognize you at first." "I'm sorry, Chen is so short-sighted." As Chen Shusheng was talking, he teased him a few times in a playful tone. The great talent Li mentioned by Chen Shusheng was not just a casual remark. This person is his high school classmate, named Li Mo. The relationship between him and her was average, and there might have been some minor conflicts that seemed inexplicable to Chen Shusheng. Li Mo's family owns a publishing house and has some assets in Hong Kong. Perhaps influenced by his family environment, Li Mo developed a strange accent like ancient people over time. Especially at school, I often talk about Li or something like that. He has learned most of the ancients' nitpicking. Chen Shusheng still remembers that once during a physical education class in his second year of high school, the boys in his class fought with the class next door over the basketball court. After this incident, the female classmates who were watching the game were not happy and reported it. When we were in high school, we were all passionate young people. When I heard that someone in my class was beaten by someone from the next class, I was so upset that I couldn't let my classmates be bullied. All the boys and girls in the class went there, and they all shared the same hatred for the enemy. But this guy has a different way of thinking from others. Chen Shusheng still remembers the funny scene at that time. A girl asked him loudly why everyone was going but he wasn't going. Who would have thought that this guy would say something in the class with righteous words and passion? Fighting? That's disrespectful. I, Li, am ashamed to be associated with you. The female classmate who asked him the question was so angry that she cried after hearing this. He was not a man. This remark made him famous at the time. The students in the next class looked down on him, not to mention the boys and girls in his own class. It's just a weird thing. However, although this guy has been unpopular since that incident, his family is rich, his family owns a publishing house and has a good relationship with the school, so few people bother him. After all, we are all students, who would bother the school? Of course, there are also many people who flatter him. It wasn't until the third year of high school, when time had passed and everyone was busy preparing for the college entrance exam, that incident had been almost forgotten, and no one excluded him anymore. Even now, Chen Shusheng still has a deep impression of this incident. When Li Mo heard Chen Shusheng, the handsome guy, praising him, he felt a little proud. No, I can't compare to handsome Chen. Li Mo flattered Chen Shusheng with satisfaction. When Chen Shusheng heard this, he thought, oh, this bad habit hasn't been cured much. Chen Shusheng looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. I was wondering why I didn't recognize it after looking for so long. I thought I was just blind. I didn't expect you to be such a person. How much did it cost? Li Mo was just feeling proud of being praised by Chen Shusheng, when Chen Shusheng suddenly asked him this. He blurted it out before he could react. A mere 100,000, not worth mentioning. Li Mo was somewhat proud. Li Datsai's face froze, and his smug smile slowly disappeared. Hashtag. Chen Shusheng felt relieved now. You little bastard, you got too carried away. Still want to pretend with me? You're dreaming. Chen Shusheng calmly praised again. Li Datsai is still rich. Li Mo's face flushed red, and he felt the woman next to him looking at him suspiciously. Li Mo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But he is an ordinary person who has been deeply poisoned by the ancients. Even if he is angry, he will not take action. It is said that a gentleman uses his mouth but not his hands. In fact, in Chen Shusheng's opinion, he is just used to being a coward. Why did everyone else go but he didn't? Because there are only about 10 boys in their liberal arts class, while the other side science class has more than 30. With his cowardly personality, he is afraid of being beaten, that is the truth. It's impossible to take action, but this guy has a great ability to hold a grudge. Chen Shusheng was more popular with girls in the class because he was more handsome than him. This seemed inexplicable to Chen Shusheng, but he still held a grudge against him. Ahem. You are here alone, are you waiting for some beautiful lady? Li Mo quickly changed the subject. Walking street, it's really cool to come alone. When he passed by just now, he saw Chen Shusheng sitting here alone. After making sure that he was alone, he came over to greet Chen Shusheng. Looking at Chen Shusheng, who was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't even have a watch on his wrist, the mobile phone in his hand was also an old model fruit machine from 2 years ago. Apart from being handsome, he has absolutely no other advantages. Li Mo's face became more and more proud. I've had plastic surgery, and I'm no worse than you, ha! Chen Shusheng watched him gradually become more proud. Wow! I haven't seen you for a few years. You look much thicker. Chen Shusheng looked at Li Mo in front of him, and the charming woman with a pungent fragrance. He never expected that the seemingly elegant Li Mo would find such a woman. Is she my girlfriend? Chen Shusheng moved back a little and felt better about the air. Yeah, Chen Shusheng said casually, not wanting to talk to them anymore. They were just old classmates, and they didn't have a close relationship, so there was no need to be too enthusiastic. Especially since Li was about to give up his pretentious attitude, Chen Shusheng didn't want to continue listening to him. Chen Shusheng hummed casually. Li Mo's mind was in a state of confusion. He stared at Chen Shusheng and began his analysis journey. It seemed that he was saying him casually, but in fact he was pretending because he was guilty. I finally ran into an old acquaintance, so I had to pretend before leaving. Oh, in today's society, if you don't have money, it's useless no matter how handsome you are. Don't you think so, Fei Fei baby? Li Mo said proudly, pausing and turning to look at the woman beside him. Brother Mo said it very well. Fei Fei. Nowadays, men cannot go out on a date without a suitable outfit. Look at my new Armani suit and the green submariner on my hand. This outfit of mine costs no less than 200,000 yuan. Brother Mo is so rich. Fei Fei praised Li Mo again, her eyes shining as she looked at him, thinking that she had really caught a rich man this time. No, it's just so. Fortunately, my publishing house is doing well, and I've signed several good books for the publishing house. Li Mo became more and more proud as he spoke. Chen Shusheng sat quietly on the bench, watching the two of them praising each other happily. I really want to interrupt them and ask, are you singing the Arenzu in here? Day. The sound of high heels came closer and closer to Chen Shusheng's ears. Shusheng, your friend? Zhao Yuan, who had just arrived, saw a man and a woman in front of Chen Shusheng, singing in unison, dancing, and boasting. After listening for a while, Zhao Yuan couldn't help it. Where the hell did this funny guy come from? Are you trying to show off your superiority in front of your brother? This is unbearable. Zhao Yuan came over, put her arm around Chen Shusheng's arm, and leaned on his shoulder. Watch them continue to play with Chen Shusheng. As soon as Zhao Yuan appeared, Li Mo's eyes widened. You bastard Chen Shusheng, you are actually waiting for a beauty? And a beauty of such high quality. Seeing this aura, Li Mo swallowed his saliva and his heart was moved. She is much stronger than Fei Fei, who he has just met, mainly in terms of temperament. The gap is too big. Before Chen Shusheng could speak, Li Mo could not wait to answer. I am Chen Shusheng's high school classmate. Hello, he said as he was about to shake hands with Zhao Yuan. But how could Zhao Yuan think highly of him? He turned around and looked at Chen Shusheng without even extending his hand, which made Li Mo very embarrassed. Feeling Zhao Yuan's gaze, he asked, where did this weirdo come from? Is this really your classmate? Yeah, high school classmate, Chen Shusheng replied speechlessly. Surface. Before Chen Shusheng could say anything, Zhao Yuan interrupted him. Call me Yuan. Zhao Yuan pinched him with her fingers and whispered in his ear. Chen Shusheng didn't know what his cousin was up to, but he would listen to you. Li Mo, who was standing by, looked at the intimacy between Chen Shusheng and Zhao Yuan and instantly felt jealous. How could this poor guy be so lucky? He got to date such a beautiful lady with such good temperament, who is just a little more handsome than him. Is my Armani outfit so inconspicuous? Or is the watch on my frozen wrist not eye-catching enough? Can't you feel the strong aristocratic aura on me? Are women nowadays so short-sighted? Li Mo, who had a crooked mind, came up with a plan. Student Chen, since we have met by chance today, this must be fate. Why don't we go shopping together? Li Mo thought to himself, as long as you agree, I will let you feel the charm of money. Then, he just didn't believe that the woman in front of him wouldn't be tempted. He had used this trick many times and it never failed. Chen Shusheng understood from the look Li Mo gave his cousin. This guy really doesn't let go of any opportunity. He can see what he's planning. He actually wanted to beat up his cousin? Chen Shusheng smiled unkindly. You are just dreaming as a regenerated creature who has undergone plastic surgery. Still want to go shopping with him? I'm not going to go shopping with you. Do you want to continue to show off your fancy tricks? Forget about shopping. We still have to go back after dinner. Chen Shusheng rejected him bluntly. It's still early. There's no need to go back right after coming out, right? Li Mo was naturally unwilling, and his eyes inadvertently fell on Zhao Yuan. How about this? Meeting is fate. How about I treat you tonight? Task release, large-scale show-off scene. Task option 1, reject Mr. Li's invitation. It is annoying to see him pretending to be a jerk, so it is better to ignore him. There is no task reward. Task option 2, accept Li Bai Wang's invitation and make Li Mo bleed heavily. Task reward, the more you spend, the more you earn. A random critical hit rebate will be returned to the host based on Li Mo's spending amount. After looking at the task seriously for a few seconds, Chen Shusheng suddenly raised his head and stared at Li with shining eyes and a strange expression. Mr. Li, are you sure you want to treat us? Our expenses are not low. Chen Shusheng deliberately emphasized the second half of the sentence. Li Mo heard this and looked at him with contempt. With your ragged clothes, you haven't even been to a place with rich people? Expensive? Ha ha. Li Mo looked down on me, but smiled confidently and said, I said please, so don't worry, you won't go broke eating this. Who are you looking down on? Zhao Yuan didn't want to stay with Li Mo and the others any longer. She turned around and looked at Chen Shusheng in confusion as to why he suddenly changed his mind. Listen to me first, I'll take you to a free meal, Chen Shusheng whispered to her. The look in his eyes, the sucker is here. Is chapter 35 about Zhao Yuan who rushed through obstacles in anger for the beauty he loved? Since someone insisted on paying the bill, Chen Shusheng could only accept it with a smile. After all, he is an old high school classmate, and his thinking pretending imagination compared feeling ability and comprehension ability are really high. Li Mo saw that Chen Chu's business was moving, and said happily, you can choose the place, and no one should be polite to me today. Chen Shusheng raised the corner of his mouth and gave him a look that said, you are so awesome. Since you have such a talent for pen preserving, I'll give you a chance to show off your talent today. You should seize it well. Zhao Yuan still held Chen Shusheng's arm. Chen Shusheng thought for a moment and said, then let's go to Hyatt. I've already booked it. Since Mr. Li wants to treat us today, I'll give it to you today. Li Mo was a little surprised when he heard this. Hyatt? Are you sure you're right? Looking at Chen Shusheng's clothes, when will people like him be able to spend money at Hyatt? But since he had already agreed to treat him, no matter whether Chen Shusheng was deliberately trying to trick him or not, he couldn't lose face at this moment. For men, the most important thing when going out is face. Especially in front of women. After all, I am a rich man with a net worth of tens of millions, so I still have this confidence. Li Mo said this in a heroic tone, occasionally glancing at Zhao Yuan, who had an outstanding temperament. I kept feeling sorry, it's really a flower stuck in cow dung. What a pity. Then let's go to Hyatt. It's closer. Maybe we can have time to go shopping later. Hyatt Regency Hong Kong, a luxurious 5-star hotel near the pedestrian street. Consumption. Chen Shusheng will not give up unless he makes Li Mo, the scapegoat, bleed hard this time. My dear, let me help you make this competition more perfect. When you are in the martial arts world, you will inevitably get hurt. Chen Shusheng had already prepared the knife for him. As for how much blood can be released, that depends on how rich Mr. Li is. As the saying goes, those who show off will be struck by lightning. Chen Shusheng transformed into a knight of justice and was about to execute the judgment of justice. Walk east from Golden Eagle Pedestrian Street for 200 meters and you will see the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Zhao Yuan held Chen Shusheng's arm, and the two of them walked behind Li Mo and the other man, exchanging glances. Brother, what evil idea do you have? Zhao Yuan pinched his waist lightly with her fingers. If someone is willing to be a sucker, then give him a chance. Chen Shusheng smiled at his cousin indifferently. Zhao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at Chen Shusheng in annoyance. You are the only smart guy. Zhao Yuanyuan was very unhappy with the way Li Yimou stole eyes at her, but when she thought about taking advantage of this sucker later, she felt inexplicably excited. Zhao Yuanyuan tilted her head and looked at Chen Shusheng seriously, wondering if she had been led astray by her stinky little brother. Why do I have such strange thoughts? Why are you looking at me? You seem to be getting more and more handsome, but why do you seem to be getting more and more mean? He is handsome for sure, but how can you say he is getting worse and worse? Don't frame me. Humph. That's right, I feel like you've led me astray. Chen Shusheng looked at Zhao Yuanyuan speechlessly. After lowering his head to take a look, Chen Shusheng remained silent. You are older, so you have the final say. Speaking of what happened today, the person who was most unhappy was the woman named Fei Fei that Li Yimou brought with him. I thought I had hooked up with a rich guy and was preparing to go shopping and spend some money. Who would have thought that Chen Yaojin would show up halfway? Actually, judging from Fei Fei's attire, apart from the strong smell of perfume, her appearance was considered to be above average. But the appearance of Zhao Yuanyuan directly surpassed her. What's worse, Zhao Yuanyuan's appearance and temperament directly trampled her into the ground. Especially Li Yimou, this rich guy, would sneak a peek at Zhao Yuanyuan from time to time, which almost made her teeth fall out. I keep complaining in my heart that all men are bad. They eat what is in the bowl and look at what is in the pot, bah. Although she was very unhappy with Zhao Yuanyuan's appearance and Li Yimou's pig-like appearance, she didn't want to give up on Li Yimou, a potential stock. It's not easy to meet a handsome man with a family fortune of tens of millions. Plastic surgery? All you need is money. Fei Fei could only suppress her inner depression and flirt with Li Yimou from time to time. In a small and exquisite private room at the Hyatt Hotel, Li Yimou generously invited Chen Shusheng and Zhao Yuanyuan to sit down. Old classmate, it is fate that we meet today. Please don't be polite to me at today's meal. He said this to Chen Shusheng, but Li Yimou's eyes were directed at Zhao Yuanyuan. Chen Shusheng looked amused, thinking that Mr. Li was really an evildoer with evil intentions. Then I'll have some fun with you. Thank you very much for your expense, Mr. Li. Waiter. Chen Shusheng gave Li Yimou a thumbs up and called the waiter to take our order. Let me do this. Zhao Yuanyuan beside him took the menu that Chen Shusheng had just received. I hope this classmate doesn't mind? After glancing at the menu, Zhao Yuanyuan looked up and suddenly said to Li Yimou. Li Yimou was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman who had ignored him all the way would actually take the initiative to talk to him. This made him react excitedly. Beauty, just order whatever you want. As long as you're willing to order, I'm willing to pay. No need to save money for me, it's just a small amount. Small money. Li Yimou climbed up the pole and quickly turned back to ask Zhao Yuanyuan, what do you call this beautiful lady? Why don't you introduce me to her, old Chen? His eyes were always on Zhao Yuanyuan, he didn't care at all whether other people were present or not. Chen Shusheng was too tired to complain. Why hadn't he noticed that this man had such a shameless side before? Zhao Yuanyuan was concise and to the point, and I was too lazy to respond to him even if he said one more word. Zhao Yuanyuan. I remember now. Is it the Zhao Yuanyuan who risked his life for his beloved? What a good name, really great. No wonder you are so beautiful. Thinking back to the time when Wu Dalong rushed through the pass in anger for a beauty, it was truly a heroic feat. But when I saw how beautiful you are, I finally understood why. It is true that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beauty. You are truly a role model for our generation. If I have the chance, I would like to emulate you. Li Yimou stood up excitedly, gesticulating with joy and looking like he was ready to command someone. At this moment, he looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with even more eager eyes. Fuck. What were you talking about? As Chen Shusheng listened, the corners of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. Zhao Yuanyuan, who risked his life for his beloved. Who was Chen Yuanyuan? You really don't save face for yourself when you're pretending to be better than others. And what is Wu Dalong? Wu Dalong rushed through the barriers for his beloved? Are you fucking causing trouble? Li Yimou spoke passionately for a while, then he realized that no one responded to him. Are you intimidated by my cultural literacy? Li Yimou looked at the three dumbfounded people in the room and felt proud. Zhao Yuanyuan's face turned red after being flattered by Li Yimou for such a long time. It's not excitement, it's not happiness, it's just so embarrassing. Zhao Yuan really wanted to spit in his face. She rolled her eyes and said to him, "My name is Chen Yuan, not Zhao Yuan." Li Mo was stunned. Chen Yuan? Wasn't that Chen Yuan I was talking about? Li Mo's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Brother, you are overdoing it. Chapter 36, Dog Licking No House Please Recommend. Chen Shushen looked at his flushed face and felt a little funny. I never expected that Li Datsai, who was deeply influenced by his family culture, would be such a talented man. Chen Shusheng was full of admiration. It's a pity that he pretends to be cool and quibbles with words all day long, but in the end he is just a show-off. Just talking. Oh. When Chen Shusheng thought of the name Wu Dalong, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Why don't you talk about Wu Dalong punching Jingguanqi and Wu Dalong lighting beacons to trick the princes? Wu Dalong, bah, Mr. Li, let's eat first. Seeing that Li Mo, the atmosphere killer, shocked everyone with his big move, Chen Shusheng quickly skipped the topic. Since the great talent Li is treating us today, we have to give him some face. Oh, yes. Let's order. Li Mo sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big deal to put the pen in, but it's embarrassing for whoever leaks it. I thought to myself that Chen Shusheng was a pretty good person. Isn't it true? I hope you think so too when you check out later. Okay, we've ordered, would you like to take a look? At this time, Zhao Yuan handed the menu in her hand to Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng took it and looked at it, then gave Zhao Yuan a surprised look. You are so excellent. She has deeply understood what Chen Shusheng meant. Chen Shusheng took a look at it, and handed it to Li Mo, smiling and asking, Master Li, do you think it's suitable? Li Mo saw that most of the dishes were ordered by Zhao Yuan, who was in his mind, so he didn't have the nerve to really look at what was ordered. As for the other menu, he didn't even look at it and just gave the order to Fei Fei. I don't need to look at this, waiter, bring us one of these 2 items on the menu, and also make 2 of your signature dishes. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter went out again with the menu. After a few minutes, the 4 people had basically gotten to know each other. At this time, Fei Fei made full use of her social skills gained from years of hanging around in bars. Not only did she liven up the atmosphere in the room, but she also flattered Li Mo to make him feel comfortable. Even Chen Shusheng couldn't help but take a second look at this heavily made-up woman. Chen Shusheng hadn't intended to look at him, but he always felt like she was peeking at him. MMP. Chen Shusheng already knew that his handsomeness was radiating invisibly. The dishes have been ordered, why don't we order some wine? Li Mo was thinking in his mind, how could he not drink at this moment? Fei Fei, go ask the waiter to bring 2 bottles of good wine. Before anyone else could say anything, he had already made arrangements. When Fei Fei stood up, she secretly glanced in the direction of Chen Shusheng. Zhao Yuan, who had felt something was wrong just now, finally caught sight of this scene. Her fingers under the table had already reached out and pinched his thigh. What's going on? What's going on? I feel like you're hiding something from me. Why is she winking at you? Tell me the truth. Zhao Yuan looked at him unkindly. Chen Shusheng really wanted to complain, should I tell you that she was attracted by my handsomeness? You're thinking too much. You must have seen it wrong. If you don't believe me, wait until she comes back and see her attitude again, Chen Shusheng said righteously in a low voice to Zhao Yuan. Really? Zhao Yuan stared at him suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? This is the first time I see you. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. Fei Fei comes back with 2 bottles of red wine that looks very high-end, with the help of the waiter. Fei Fei, who had gone out for a walk, has now returned to normal. She only has eyes for Li Mo, who has the ability to make money, and doesn't even look at Chen Shusheng. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan felt confused, it seemed that she was really overthinking. It was obvious that the woman was not someone who was easy to deal with, and she didn't want Chen Shusheng to make the same mistake again. Chen Shusheng looked at the wine in her hand. Wow! Millennium Lafite. This must be 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a bottle, right? This woman is no less ruthless than them. But the more this is the better. The more Li Mo spends, the more he earns. Li Mo looked back at the wine in Fei Fei's hand and his eyes twitched. This girl is really rude. But now that the wine has been brought, can it be returned? Do you think Mr. Li has no face? The big talk of treating us has already been made. It's just 2 bottles of wine. Even though it's a little expensive, it's enough to give us face now. Yes, it's okay. It's not expensive. Liemo looked at Chen Shusheng and the other person opposite him with some pride, and even deliberately struck up a conversation with Zhao Yuan. Miss Zhao, do you like this wine? Student Li is generous and open-minded. Zhao Yuan rolled her eyes and looked at Chen Shusheng several times, then praised Liemo. Damn, it was worth it. Liemo wanted to reward Feifei with a big red flower. There was a knock on the door, and the meal was served. The door opened and a food cart slowly pushed in. Kaiwei International is a luxury 5-star hotel with a rich variety of ingredients. Not only does it have the main dishes of various cuisines from the local federation, but it also has various specialties from all over the world. The world's 3 great delicacies, caviar, truffle and foie gras, are also available. Although the quality may not be top-notch, it is still an extraordinary delicacy. As soon as the dining car opened, a rich aroma filled the room, making everyone feel hungry as soon as they smelled it. Liemo's eyes widened as he watched, and he held a piece of grass. What's in those little plates? French foie gras, Iranian caviar, Nordic truffles. Liemo, with his mouth twitching, looked at Zhao Yuan who seemed to be indifferent, and was speechless. It looks like I'm really going to vomit blood this time. But if you can really win the heart of a beautiful woman, that's not a bad idea. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The other dishes will be here soon. The sweet waitress smiled and left. When Liemo heard this, he thought, there's more. Chen Shusheng looked at the delicious food with satisfaction, and complimented Liemo again. Thank you very much for the treat today, Mr. Li. I can eat such delicious food with good color, fragrance, and taste. Oh, yes. I'm treating you all today, please don't worry about eating. Liemo had to be generous again. Miss Zhao, are you satisfied with the taste? Liemo took the opportunity to ask Zhao Yuan, who looked very happy. It tastes great. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the hospitality. I feel much better all of a sudden. Liemo smiled. Feifei sat beside him, complaining in her heart. Stinky man, a dog licker cannot get the house. How could a sumptuous meal be just this? As the dining carts came in one after another, the 2-meter round dining table was gradually filled up. The crab meat lion head is not expensive at only 880 yuan per serving, the Wensi tofu is not expensive at 500 yuan per serving, and the Shandong Cuisine National Banquet sweet and sour carp is not expensive at 1,660 yuan per serving. A portion of plain Chinese cabbage for a state banquet costs 6,600 yuan. Finally, there is a big meal. When the altar was opened, the aroma of meat spread to the neighbors. Upon hearing the Buddha gave up his meditation and jumped over the wall to come. A variety of precious abalone, sea cucumber, fish lips, yak hide glue, king oyster mushroom, tendon, flower mushroom, cuttlefish, scallop, quail eggs, etc. are gathered together, added with broth and special aged wine, and simmered over low heat to create a top-notch delicacy. Longman Buddha jumps over the wall worth 88,000 yuan per serving. Chapter 37. What does it mean? From the very beginning, Liemo felt heartache again and again when he looked at the delicious food that was pushed up to him again and again. This is all money. The boasts I made back then can only be fulfilled with great reluctance now. Chen Shusheng looked at his increasingly painful expression and was a little afraid that he would regret it. He couldn't let the mission fail. Don't you want to drink? Okay, come on. Thank you for the hospitality today, Mr. Li. I'll drink first. You can do whatever you want. Chen Shusheng stood up and complimented Mr. Li, but the tone of his words sounded like, if you don't finish this cup, I will look down on you. What are you talking about, Lao Chun? We are classmates and this is the norm. Let's drink until we are drunk. Liemo saw Zhao Yuan looking up at him, and the heroic spirit in his heart rose to the sky. Gulp, gulp. Wow, he drank a big glass of red wine right at the start. Mr. Li has a really good alcohol tolerance. I admire you. Seeing Liemo finish the glass directly, Chen Shusheng quickly praised him again. I have to blow you away today. Isn't it nice to feel like you're floating in the air? Chen Shusheng looked at him with a smile. Drink more. Otherwise, you will feel the pain that this world brings you soon. Chen Shusheng praised after contact. Master Li, please enjoy the food. If Master Li hadn't treated us today, we wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to taste the world's 3 greatest delicacies and the charm of these state banquet delicacies. Eat more too. Maybe it would be less painful if you were full. Li Mo looked at the increasing amount of delicious food on the table. It smelled good, but the price must be expensive. It's better to eat more and try to make back your investment. The intoxicating aroma of red wine filled the air, complementing the delicious food on the table. The beautiful Lady Feifei who was sitting next to Mr. Li drank a glass of wine and turned into a female warrior at the table in the blink of an eye. No one knew what she was up to. Li Mo was intoxicated. However, this is exactly what Chen Shusheng wants. This Millennium La Fight, which costs 30 to 50,000 yuan a bottle, is the first time that Chen Shusheng has drunk such expensive wine. But it tastes really good, no wonder. There is a reason why it is expensive. He looked up at Feifei who was pouring wine for Li Mo and gave her a look quietly. You are great too. Chen Shusheng held the red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan and gently clinked glasses with Zhao Yuan. The two of them whispered to each other. Are you satisfied with the dinner I treated you to today? Zhao Yuan rolled her eyes after hearing this. It's just like what you said. After glaring at Chen Shusheng unhappily, Zhao Yuan said with some pride. How do you like the food I ordered? Well, it tastes good. Chen Shusheng nodded with satisfaction. You naughty brother, are you still pretending in front of me? You know that's not what I meant. Zhao Yuan kicked him lightly under the table and rolled her beautiful eyes. What does that mean? This is meaningless. Okay, you do understand what I mean. Hee, your classmate is really interesting. Since he wants to show some appreciation, then let him do as he wishes. Do you think I'm being nice enough, hee? Zhao Yuan proudly clinked glasses with Chen Shusheng. You are great. Then Chen Shusheng gently sipped the red wine beside his lips, thinking. It seems that women really can't be provoked, they hold grudges. Just because the great talent Li looked at Zhao Yuan a few more times, this table full of delicious food was her masterpiece left behind with just a few strokes of her pen. Or it was because Li looked at Zhao Yuan a few more times, which made Feifei unhappy and directly gave her 2 bottles of red wine worth nearly 100,000 yuan. Li Mo, who had been given a lot of wine by Feifei, was now a little drunk. He began to brag at the wine table. Let me tell you, these days, only those with money can be considered the boss. I am a cultured person and I never brag. Since I joined my family's publishing house, with my superb vision, I have not only signed several best-selling books, but I made hundreds of thousands of dollars for the publishing house last month. Brother Li is really amazing, come and have a drink. Feifei beside him quickly filled Li Mo's glass. His family runs a company and earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. Wow, it's a heart-pounding feeling. Li looked over at Zhao Yuan with a glass of wine in his hand. Brother Chen. I heard, you graduated from the Chinese department of the Normal University? Do you want to come to my publishing house to be an editor? Let me tell you, don't worry about the treatment. I will never treat you unfairly. I can even arrange a job for you, even if it's your sister-in-law. The work won't be tiring. Just be my assistant. Chen Shusheng looked at him speechlessly. Do you really think I'm a fool? Drink too much cat urine and even deceive yourself? Such a blatant excuse is just wishful thinking. This bastard is really determined to do anything. Chen Shusheng saw through it all but didn't say it out loud, thinking to himself that he would suffer for it later. Hundreds of thousands last month? Ha ha. This time I'll make you vomit your entire meal. Mr. Li is a man of honor. Maybe we will have a chance to exchange ideas in this area in the future. I'll toast you again. Damn, if I can't blow you out today, he wouldn't be called Chen Shusheng. No problem, no problem. As long as you, Brother Chen, open your mouth. I, Li, will make sure everything is arranged for you. Let's continue drinking. Brother Li, there's no more wine. Feifei on the side helped Li Mo. Why is it gone? You finished drinking. Then go get it again, waiter. Okay then, I'll go get another bottle. Feifei looked at Li Mo, who was still unsatisfied, and left the room with a twinkling look in her eyes. Mr. Li has a great alcohol tolerance. No, this little bit of wine can't faze me, thinking back to the past. Mr. Li started to brag again. Chen Shusheng was eating while nodding his head in agreement with Li Mo's boasting. He didn't even listen to what he was saying. He was concentrating on the last dish in front of him. Buddha jumps over the wall. Under the table, Zhao Yuan kicked Chen Shusheng again. What? Chen Shusheng turned and looked at her. Why was he kicked again for no reason? Look at what you've done. You have to follow this idiot. He drinks some cat urine and wants to take advantage of me? Do you believe that I will beat him to pieces when I get angry? Zhao Yuan bit the abalone in her mouth hard, as if she was venting her anger. Chen Shusheng blinked and said, "Oh my god. Sister, you still haven't gotten rid of your violent tendencies after all these years. I'm so scared." Chen Shusheng still remembers that he was beaten by Zhao Yuan a lot when he was a child. In fact, Chen Shusheng was also depressed. Why did people have to be so violent when there were so few pretty people? Other people as children are all little fairy sisters, but why are my own children all like iron-headed kids? Are they so tough? Isn't it nice to be a little fairy sister? MDZZ. Chen Shusheng, who dared to listen but not to speak, silently swallowed the king oyster mushroom in his mouth. It was still so delicious. This Buddha jumps over the wall tastes good, you should try it. Chen Shusheng skipped the topic to avoid getting beaten. Of course it's good. How can it not taste good at 88,000 yuan per serving? Zhao Yuan said loudly in annoyance. Liu Mo was very happy to hear Zhao Yuan's praise. Ms. Zhao, just eat it if you like it. If it's not enough, give me another portion. Chen Shusheng gave him a strange look. Blurred eyes, red face. Is this the after effect of the red wine? Just by hearing that it tastes good, did you filter out the 88,000 yuan from Zhao Yuan's mouth? It smells so good. You want another one? Are you going to pack it up and take it back so your dad can beat your head off? Or do you want to use this 88,000 yuan to impress your father? WDGNNB. Li Kaizi should also try it more, otherwise you won't have many opportunities in the future. Chen Shusheng smiled playfully. How could this happen? Don't worry. I'll treat you guys next time. Miss Xiao, just enjoy the meal with you. Miss Xiao, would you like to come work at my publishing house? Just be my assistant, it's easy. I'll pay you whatever salary you want. Hearing Li's mindless invitation again, Zhao Yuan became a little angry. Just then, the door opened. Fei Fei brought in another bottle of red wine. Brother Li, your wine is here. Another bottle of Millennium Lafite. Chen Shusheng felt sorry for this woman. She was really rude. I'm still not brave enough. Isn't the 1982 Lafite fragrant? How could such a big hotel not have it? Come on, pour some wine and continue drinking. Liu Mo was really drunk. He finished most of the bottle of red wine by himself. Chen Shusheng saw that Li had almost finished drinking, so he couldn't let him drink anymore. If I drink anymore and really get drunk and pass out, who will pay the bill? Mr. Li has a great alcohol tolerance. I admire him very much. However, we have already drunk the wine and eaten the food, and it is getting late. Why don't we meet again another day? Liu Mo was a little drunk and nodded dizzily. Waiter, come and help this gentleman pay the bill. Chen Shusheng called the waiter. Brother, it's your turn now. Put the pen in place. The large-scale pen installation site is still waiting for you to finish. Fei Fei was holding one of Liu Mo's arms, and there was a waiter on the other side. Sir, your total consumption is 333,000. I'll round it up to 3,000, making it 300,000. Would you like to pay by card or in cash, by card? The pretty and sweet waitress at the hotel front desk looked at Liu Mo sweetly. The waiter looked at the four of them and thought that cash was out of the question. Almost drooled. Who would bring so much cash to a meal? The handsome guy just said that this one is the real one today. Today he's treating. How much? Only 30,000, swipe the card. Sir, it's not 30,000, it's 330,000. What do you think? The waiter thought he had heard it wrong and reminded him again. I know. Just swipe it, I have money. I am willful. Hurry up, I still need to go shopping after swiping. Hee, just swipe your brush. Mr. Li doesn't mind this little money, Chen Shusheng reminded the waiter. Girl, you talk too much. After the waiter swiped the card, he handed it to Liu Mo. She looked at him deeply, and she always felt that she had met a pig that was being slaughtered today. Still quite fat. The handsome boy next to me always seems a bit naughty. Why does my heart beat faster when he smiles at me? Come, help Li Kaizi onto the horse. Fei Fei went out with Liu Mo in a BMW. When they arrived at the parking lot, Liu Mo became excited again and shouted that he wanted to drive Chen Shusheng and the others home. Come on, everyone, get in the car. I'll take you back, home. I'm very skilled, hiccup. This guy really dares to think. If you dare to drive, even Chen Shusheng doesn't dare to sit in it. This is too long a life. Forget it, forget it. Master Li doesn't need to see us off. We can just take a taxi. Don't be polite to me. Liu Mo said dissatisfiedly. I'm not being polite to you, why don't you take a taxi too? Who are you looking down on? What's wrong with drinking a little? I'm sober. What's the problem? Okay then, you guys drive away first, and we can just take a taxi back. After much difficulty getting Liu Mo to let them go, they watched his BMW drive away. It would be good if this guy was caught for drunk driving. Zhao Yuan on the side cursed at the BMW that was driving away. When Chen Shusheng saw the situation, he realized it. This is still a rage. Let's go too. I'll accompany you home first. Chen Shusheng accompanied Zhao Yuan to take a taxi. It was dark, and Chen Shusheng was worried about her riding in the car alone, especially since she had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Coincidentally, on the way to send his cousin off, Chen Shusheng, who was sitting in a taxi, saw the familiar BMW car again. On the way? Chapter 38, Retribution in this life. 4,100 seeking recommendation votes. Drive away from the neon-lit Golden Eagle pedestrian street, accompanied by a sky full of stars and bright street lights. The taxi headed east. The slightly tipsy brother and sister drove towards Zijin Dongjun in Dongqing district. Chen Shusheng's cousin was temporarily living there. The taxi was speeding on the road. The taxi driver fully demonstrated his superb driving ability. He dodged left and right along the way and never missed any opportunity to overtake. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This taxi is driving like flying and can even drift in the middle of the night just to save time and pick up more passengers. The car made me feel a little suffocated and my stomach was churning. Chen Shusheng, who was already full from eating and drinking, almost vomited. Zhao Yuan's originally rosy face also turned a little pale. Master, do you believe in love? The taxi slowed down, and the driver laughed and said leisurely, Love? I'm already in my 40s or 50s, and you're talking to me about love. Ha, you're thinking too much. I'll spit out 200 on the taxi. You know I'm about to vomit in your car. Can you drive more steadily? We're not in a hurry. Zhao Yuan said to him angrily. The driver smiled and said nothing, but the rest of the journey was much more stable. The air conditioner was on in the car, but it was still a bit stuffy, so Chen Shusheng lowered the window. Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew in, and Chen Shusheng shuddered and quickly closed the car window. Damn it, this winter's cold wind is so special, it feels like a bone scraper and makes my face hurt and my heart tremble. Are you going to die? How dare you open the window? Zhao Yuan, who was also hit in the face by the cold wind, slapped Chen Shusheng's dirty hand in annoyance. I just saw that you were feeling uncomfortable, so I gave you a break. Chen Shusheng smiled awkwardly. In fact, he felt like vomiting. This taxi smells really bad. Hey! Look, isn't that car in front owned by your classmate? Zhao Yuan suddenly pointed at the illuminated license plate of the car in front. BMW 5 Series. License plate, Han G.54D38. Chen Shusheng looked up at the car in front, and sure enough, it was correct. They are exactly the same, ugh, that's it. What a coincidence. Now that you mention it, it's true. Chen Shusheng was speechless. How come he met this guy again while running? The big pen installation scene hasn't passed yet. There won't be any sequel, damn. In fact, the task has been completed, but Chen Shusheng has not settled the task yet. So the question is it Li's aura of forcing the king to follow? NDZZ. How come we bumped into each other by chance? Chen Shusheng sat in the taxi, watching the BMW in front of him swaying forward with boredom. Stinky brother. Zhao Yuan suddenly screamed, causing Chen Shusheng to shudder. Sister, why are you making such a loud noise? Look ahead, ha ha ha, I am such a little genius. What's wrong? Chen Shusheng looked up and didn't see anything, so he looked at Zhao Yuan in confusion. Because the car was heading east, Chen Shusheng was sitting on the left side and could not see the place Zhao Yuan mentioned. However, when the taxi moved forward again, Chen Shusheng finally saw it, and he also understood why Zhao Yuanyuan was so happy. How to say it? In the car, Chen Shusheng kept looking at Zhao Yuanyuan from head to toe, and the headlights were a little dazzling. He suspected that Zhao Yuanyuan had blessed her words. At this moment, he still remembered Zhao Yuanyuan's complaints to Li Mo as he drove away before taking a taxi. It would be great if this guy was caught driving under the influence. I just didn't expect that it would work so quickly. If Mr. Li knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. The city traffic management inspection team is checking vehicles. Look, look! That grandson was stopped by the traffic police uncle. Zhao Yuanyuan was irritated by Li Mo's 2 frivolous words and she no longer regarded him as a good person. In Zhao Yuanyuan's words, she wanted to just go up and smash his head off. Sister, be more ladylike. There is a driver in the car. Looking at Zhao Yuanyuan who was shaking his arm. Is it worth getting excited about? Humph. What do you know about this called retribution in this life? I will not wait until tomorrow to take revenge. Zhao Yuanyuan straightened her body proudly. After hearing this, Chen Shusheng rolled his eyes and said, I can't argue with you. You are older and you have the final say. What's more, you have a pretty powerful mouth, sister. Chen Shusheng was amazed. The taxi followed behind Li's BMW. As the car got closer, Zhao Yuanyuan's face became more and more excited. The 2 cars were not far apart, and there was a checkpoint ahead. Fortunately, this is not the main road. There is not much traffic. Setting up a checkpoint on a road like this seems to be a surprise inspection. The ones we are checking are those who are trying to avoid drunk driving checks. The taxi stopped. Because the car ahead is checking. Zhao Yuanyuan lowered the car window and leaned against it, watching the BMW in front of her being stopped by the traffic police. Stop the car and please cooperate with the inspection. The traffic police knocked on the glass of the BMW, and soon Li Mo was seen shaking his head and sticking his head out. Why are you blocking the road? Are you robbing? I want to call the police. Li Mo's yelling made Chen Shusheng's mouth twitch. Mr. Li, you are really drunk today. You dared to call it robbery even when the traffic police were checking you? And you even called the police? What kind of a cowardly move is this? It's really amazing. This guy is finished. The taxi driver looked at Mr. Li in front of him with admiration. I'm from the inspection team. I suspect you are driving under the influence. Please get out of the car immediately. Cooperate with the inspection immediately. The traffic police smelled a strong odor of alcohol when he opened the window. As soon as Li Mo opened his mouth, he realized that the guy in the car in front of him must be drunk. Start talking nonsense in front of him? Otherwise, how could you not even know what you are doing? Highway robbery? Investigate me? You are not. So you are the inspection team. That's great. I'll come out right away. Li Mo, who was lying on the car window, suddenly felt dizzy. He opened the car door excitedly and got out as if he had found his family. Hey! Brother Mo Feifei in the car was stunned. This is walking into a trap. As soon as Li got off the car, he floated up and bounced back and forth in front of the car door. Don't mention how happy I am. Please show me your driver's license. I now suspect you of driving under the influence, a serious violation of the Road Safety Act. Please cooperate. I know. I understand. You don't need to check. I think I must have drunk too much today. Li said excitedly, and he confessed himself without any need to check. I won't be happy if you don't catch me today. That's what you said. The traffic policeman's face became serious. This driver was really a bit unreasonable today. Yes. As long as you take me to the traffic inspection team today, I will sponsor 2 official cars. You don't need to sponsor the official car, just cooperate with us. No problem. If you can't prove you're drunk driving today, I'll look down on you. Li continued to show off. I mean what I say. There is more than 500,000 yuan on this card. The password is 567,567. Don't mention 500,000 or 600,000, this is for you. The traffic police ignored the bank card he took out and started to perform his duties. I have money, I am willful, yeah. Li Mo posed crazily in front of the inspection team. Traffic police, come on, put this thing in your mouth and blow it for 5 seconds. Don't worry, I promise I'm very professional. Li took the detector handed to him by the traffic police and blew air into it with big gulps as if he was bragging. After blowing it, the traffic police took it and took a look. Wow! Congratulations, little brother. Hello? You have been in danger of drunk driving, violating. Oh, right. Drunk driving? Great. I'm going to be detained? I want to be handcuffed. As if he had heard his own success, Li jumped up excitedly. Almost stunned everyone who noticed. Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, come and take a picture. The 3 traffic policemen were speechless about this weirdo. Others were scared to death when they saw their inspection team, but this guy wished he could hand himself into their hands. The kind that doesn't hesitate at all. After the evidence was collected, the talented Li, who was in high spirits, was taken away with his car. Suspected of drunk driving. I wonder if he will cry when he sobers up tomorrow. Besides, he still thought he still had 500,000 or 600,000 in his card. When he wakes up and knows that he spent more than 300,000 last night, will he? Chen Shusheng witnessed this wonderful sequel in its entirety, and it was so delicious. I say Shusheng, your classmate is really special. Ha ha. Zhao Yuan felt relieved when she saw Li Mo being taken away. I let you take advantage of me and talk nonsense, now you feel relieved. It's really retribution in this life. I didn't expect that he could be so talented. His level of pretentiousness is so high. Chen Shusheng shook his head and smiled. It feels good to pretend to be cool for a while, but afterwards my eyes are filled with tears. Humph. I told you at first glance that this guy is not a good person. Just after drinking a little bit of wine, he thinks everything in the world belongs to him. Chen Shusheng was just annoyed with his pretentiousness, so he wanted to trick him in order to curb his arrogance. But he never expected that this would be the outcome. You sent yourself to jail? You are the boss here. Chen Shusheng said he was convinced. He is so cruel that he doesn't even let himself go. The taxi continued to head east, carrying Zhao Yuan and Chen Shusheng straight to Zijin East County. 5 minutes later, the speeding taxi did a beautiful drift and stopped at the roadside. Arrive. Zhao Yuan twisted her waist and got out of the taxi. She said to Chen Shusheng in the car, "Do you want to go up and have a drink before leaving?" "Forget it, it's getting late so I won't go up. You should go back and get some rest." Chen Shusheng was too lazy to move and didn't want to go up with her at all. This woman is too fierce, it's better for him to stay away from her. Okay then, please treat me to a big meal next time when you are free. Zhao Yuan joked before leaving and turned away leisurely. Looking at Zhao Yuan's tall figure, Chen Shusheng could only sigh. This is not a gentle fairy, this is a violent goblin. The kind with a very strong fist. Master. Please get off at Dongpan Taoyuan. Chen Shusheng greeted the driver. The car continued to go east. 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen Shusheng arrived home. It's still that small room. But it is this small room that makes. Chen Shusheng felt very peaceful when he returned home. Like a paradise without worries. Today has been a long day. I was busy during the day and the whole afternoon. Not only did I have a blind date with a cool and silly husky like Beauty that night, I also unexpectedly ran into a high school classmate whom I hadn't seen for many years. Unfortunately, nothing that happened that night made Chen Shusheng happy. Dregs. It's all dross. To be honest, it's all because of money. Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Chen Shusheng was too lazy to think, so he went into the bathroom and took a nice hot bath. Sure enough, thinking too much is not the life he wants. Chen Shusheng, lying on the bed, remembered that he had not yet handed in today's task. Settlement tasks. The mission of large-scale pen installation has been completed, and the mission reward is being calculated. Chen Shusheng clearly remembered that Li spent no less than 330,000 yuan this time. In other words, he might get 330,000 n times the monetary reward. This. Although Chen Shusheng already has a lot of savings in his card, who would complain about having too much money? Isn't this money good? Calculation completed, rewards issued. Mission experience plus 100. Toot. Chen Shusheng's hands were shaking. The text message came. I opened it and saw, friendly reminder, Federal Bank received 1,650,000.00, balance 2,475,000.00. Chen Shusheng took a look and was stunned. Just by eating a meal, he got 1.65 million. This is more than double the amount in his original card. Although the days are getting more and more things. But what he got after several missions was not cheap at all. Chen Shusheng has now become a millionaire. It can be said that from today on, he is considered a person with some assets who can make a living. Delicious. Open WeChat. Chen Shusheng once again saw the plus 99 greetings from little Lily. This silly girl is really persistent. When he opened it, he saw that the latest message was sent 5 minutes ago when he was taking a shower. It's already past 11 at night. This girl hasn't even slept yet. I don't know where she gets so much energy every day. Don't you need to go to work during the day? Since sending her home after dinner last night, it can be said that Chen Shusheng has not contacted her once all day. This was a very disturbing thing for little Lily. Only Chen Shusheng is careless and always realizes things too late. Send Lily a message. Are you asleep? Have a good rest. Lily was lying on the pink bed in Fenghuayuan community and saw that Chen Shusheng finally replied to her message. I was so excited, but when I opened it I was so depressed that I almost vomited blood. Lily, I waited for the whole fucking day, and you just told me to have a good rest. The little girl clenched her little fist and punched the teddy bear next to her hard. I'm so mad. Straight guy, really annoying. After hammering the bear for 10 seconds, Lily picked up her phone again. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to talk to me? You're talking about this? You definitely can't guess what I'm doing. You said I couldn't think of it, so why are you saying that? Tell me now. I told you I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep. No. Real? Absolutely true. Then I'll tell you, I'm going on a blind date. Chen Shusheng smiled unkindly after sending this message with his mobile phone in his hand. 10 minutes passed and there was no reply from little Lily. Chen Shusheng touched his nose. Did he fall over? Chapter 39, Floating Clouds and Anti-4100. Time flies. Today is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the end of the year. The annual Spring Festival is coming soon, and Calixiang has already got on track. And Chen Shusheng himself has not been idle these days. The desk is simple and clean, with a mouse, a laptop and a thermos cup with wolfberries. In Chen Shusheng's words, both of these are for a better life in the future. The only difference is that one is external and the other is internal. Chen Shusheng didn't want to hurt his body by staying up late at this time, so that he would have to soak wolfberries in a thermos cup when he was middle-aged. Young man, be braver. Let's do it now, isn't it good for health? Chen Shusheng has always believed that the body is the capital of revolution. For example, if he only has a good-looking appearance but no strong capital. Depression plus 99. The famous Journey to the West written by Chen Shusheng has been thought about by Chen Shusheng the author for a long time, and he decided to put it aside for the time being. He was not worried that the masterpiece would be unreceived because he had reproduced the classic masterpiece in its entirety. He already knew all the classic plots in Journey to the West. Even with his somewhat harsh eyes, he had to applaud this work. The reason why a classic is called a classic is undoubtedly that it breaks certain common sense that is difficult to break through. His audience can be said to cover people of all ages, from the elderly to young children. But because it is so classic, Chen Shusheng decided to postpone it. Another work set in the Earth's copy world caught Chen Shusheng's attention. If Journey to the West is more grand and lofty, then his current work Xu Xian seems to be more down to earth and more suitable for the current situation. Red.Chinese website is also under the pen name Chen Fusheng. He has already passed the review for the series Xu Xian for 3 days. However, what surprised Chen Shusheng was that this work did not attract a lot of attention as he had imagined. However, Chen Shusheng was not worried. He believed that good works would always have their day to shine. It's just that the time is not right yet. In view of the lack of fairy tale culture in the world of Planet Aquamarine, the mainstream works on Red.Chinese website are currently mostly about martial arts and science fiction. The concept of xianxia is a niche among niches, a concept that has only just been born. Chen Shusheng did not read this kind of works before, but now he has written many works with the theme of Journey to the West and other xianxia works. This made him see the infinite splendor of the future world of immortal heroes, and the vastness of the great world made his heart flutter. He has also read a lot of the fantasy works on the website, but after reading them, he was greatly disappointed. This is inevitable. After witnessing the grandeur of works such as Journey to the West, these works, which are disguised as fairy tales but are still martial arts in essence, are just that. It would be strange if Chen Shusheng could bear to watch it, it was simply hard to swallow. But this is also an opportunity for Chen Shusheng. He believes that once he finishes Zhu Xian, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio and Journey to the West will be back. A complete fairy world structure has been basically completed. By then, it won't be an exaggeration to call him the originator of the immortal heroes. The world of Aquamarine is a world with a strong cultural and technological atmosphere. The literati and scientists here have a more important position. Red.Chinese website, backstage of the author of Zhu Xian. After Chen Shusheng uploaded the latest chapter, he opened another website again. Xuanshi Literature Network. If Red.Chinese Network is the old leader of literary websites, then Xuanshi Literature Network is the rookie king. The two companies have a 60-40 ratio and basically monopolize more than 90% of the cultural market in the entire Red Star Federation. The author of creation literature is Chen Yunsheng. Another pen name of Chen Shusheng. The word floating clouds also represents his attitude towards life. Don't be afraid of the clouds blocking your view, because you are on the highest level. Creation Literature Martial Arts Section. Chen Shusheng's The Legend of Chu Liuxiang has been serialized. Its style is different from the martial arts culture of this world and can be said to be unique. Feel the charm of the thief Chu Liuxiang. Chapter 1 White Jade Beauty. I heard that you have a white jade beauty, carved by your skilled hands, with the most beautiful appearance, and I am very eager to get her. Tonight at midnight, I will come to get her under the moonlight. You are always elegant and generous, so you will not let me go back and forth in vain. This short note is now spread out on the bright marble table. The candlelight from the pink gauze shade turns the light blue paper into a wonderful light purple, making the beautiful handwriting look more elegant. There is no name on the letter, but it carries the scent of tulips. This ethereal and poetic scent is enough to explain who wrote this short note. After all, walking on one foot is a bit too narrow-minded for Chen Shusheng. With so many cultural treasures, he doesn't mind moving forward with both feet. In this way, his growth rate will be fast and steady. Chen Shusheng uploaded all the written chapters and set the timer. Only then did he feel at ease to close the website, and sat lazily in the chair, stretching. Chen Shusheng has reproduced many works in the past few days, but he doesn't think there is anything shameful about it. Now the shameless Chen Shusheng considers himself half a cultured person. Can the things done by cultured people be called plagiarism? What's more, this is a treasure from another world. Picking up the thermos cup on the table, Chen Shusheng took a sip of the health-preserving tea with wolfberry and angelica. It tastes good, sigh. Chen Shusheng looked very happy. Young people should be nicer to themselves. I spent another leisurely morning typing and drinking tea in the room. Tomorrow is the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. He has already arranged the Spring Festival holiday for the Kalixiang milk tea shop, so he doesn't have to go to work tomorrow. Likewise, he will take the bus home this afternoon. After returning to his hometown, Chen Shusheng has let go of everything and there is nothing he cannot face. The weather is nice today and there is plenty of sunshine. After this spring festival is over, this winter should be over soon. No more wearing thick clothes and wrapping yourself up like a dumpling. Even if the temperature in a harbor city near the sea is not too low, it will still be too humid and the sea breeze will blow. There was that damp and cold feeling throughout the winter. Men who live alone generally cannot be refined. Especially a useless person like Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng made a simple lunch, just enough to fill you up. I patted my belly comfortably and looked at the sun rising in the sky. I lay down on the balcony and basked in the sun. Chen Shusheng still remembers a sentence that he often heard his teacher say when he was in elementary school. Getting half an hour of sun exposure every day is equivalent to eating an egg every day. Chen Shusheng still believes it to this day. After so many years, Chen Shusheng has never verified whether basking in the sun for half an hour is equivalent to eating an egg. But he has already fallen in love with the warm feeling under the sunshine. Especially in the winter in the port city, the golden sunlight shining on your body is as comfortable as taking a sunbath. As for whether waiting means eating an egg or not, Chen Shusheng no longer cares. Being comfortable is enough. Chen Shusheng squinted his eyes and took a nap on the small sofa on the balcony, thinking about how to arrange his time in the afternoon. It's the new year, I can't go home empty-handed. With more than 2 million in his hands and a milk tea shop, Chen Shusheng is now more and more confident in his life. Of course, even without these, with Chen Shusheng's face. You definitely won't starve to death. Isn't it what all men want, to have more money in their pockets and a more handsome face? After sunbathing for half an hour, Chen Shusheng got up on time according to his biological clock. It's already 1:30 in the afternoon, it's time to set off to prepare New Year's goods and go home to celebrate the new year. Tidy up the house and close the curtains at the head of the bed. Chen Shusheng took a satisfied look and then closed the door of the small room. Walking out of Pantao community. He hasn't come downstairs for 2 or 3 days. This down-to-earth feeling made him feel safe and comfortable. I called a taxi and started from Pantao community. Master, Dongguan RT Mart. The taxi headed west. Because he lived in a remote area, the Dongguan he mentioned was actually to the west of him. Chen Shusheng took out a crumpled $5 bill from his pocket and gave it to the driver, then got off the car when he arrived. She stretched out her long legs and walked towards RT Mart. RT Mart is extremely popular now as the new year is approaching. Everywhere you look is red. In the Red Star Federation of Aquamarine Star, there are only 2 situations where red appears in large quantities. One is the wedding day, which is a small family, and the other is the annual Spring Festival. This is a festival for all Chinese people. Red has a good meaning. It represents happiness and indicates that the future days will be prosperous. Walking into the colorfully decorated RT Mart, Chen Shusheng suddenly felt the New Year atmosphere. I didn't feel it when I was walking on the street, but now I see the crowded supermarket. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but sigh that there were so many people. Maybe this is what the Chinese New Year feels like. It is rare to see Chen Shusheng shopping alone in RT Mart, not to mention that he looks too handsome. There were quite a few young girls looking at Chen Shusheng, but there were even more old men, aunts, uncles and aunts. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Shusheng was like shining. This made Chen Shusheng feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that these people are greedy for his body? Hiss. Scared. I was planning to buy some New Year's goods, but now I feel uncomfortable. If he couldn't help but say it. I'm talking to you, lady over there. Can you please stop following me? And your aunt has been staring at me for 5 minutes. Are you trying to blackmail me? And you, the uncle behind me. I'm still young and I'm not gay. Chen Shusheng's face was full of resentment. This matter made him worried. Forget it, just buy it and get out. Just then, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Chen Shusheng felt a weight on his shoulders and looked back. A smiling middle-aged woman was looking at him with a smile on her face. Young man, you don't seem to be right, do you? I feel like No, auntie. We are not suitable. Hey! Stop it, young man. You're joking with an old lady who's already in her 40s or 50s. I mean, I think my daughter looks quite good with you. Would you like me to leave your contact information so we can get in touch later? WeChat, mobile phone number, or QQ number is fine. I have everything, I don't mind. Chen Shusheng complained in his heart, Auntie, we are not familiar with each other. You don't mind, but I do. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Ahem. Auntie, how can you be sure that I don't have a partner? Isn't this obvious? She is so pretty and yet she comes to the supermarket alone. The aunt is an experienced person. She can tell at a glance. That's how I picked your uncle out of so many people back then. Chen Shusheng looked at the aunt with a rosy face as she talked about her experience with relish. Your aunt is indeed your aunt. Bullshit. What did the single guy do to offend anyone? Ahem, auntie. I do have a date, how about you go somewhere else and pick one? Really? I don't think so at all. It's true. Well, that's a shame. How about I give you my daughter's WeChat ID, maybe we'll fall in love. The aunt still didn't give up. Well, okay, I'll add it when I get back. Stay calm and don't panic. Chen Shusheng seemed to see the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law in the aunt's eager eyes. Ugh. Chen Shusheng felt like he might have been poisoned. I dare to think about this. Chen Shusheng wrote down the WeChat ID the aunt gave him. Before leaving, she turned back and reminded Chen Shusheng, young man. I'm waiting for your news, remember not to forget. A smile appeared on Chen Shusheng's stiff face, okay, I remember. The aunt was satisfied and went to other places with bags of New Year's goods. I didn't expect to encounter something like this when I went out. I don't know if it's because of the Chinese New Year or because spring is coming soon. After the aunt left, Chen Shusheng finally understood why people other than those little girls would look at him intentionally or unintentionally. So this was the plan. Mother-in-law visits son-in-law? Father-in-law looks after son-in-law? Or is it grandparents visiting their grandson-in-law? Chen Shusheng was busy shopping and preparing to move away. He is an only child and his parents are the only ones at home. So Chen Shusheng thought about it and bought a winter wool coat for his mother. The style and quality were both very good, and he was satisfied with the price of 3,500 yuan. In addition, Chen Shusheng went to the store next door and bought a leather belt and a Cartier lighter for his old father. After buying gifts for his parents, Chen Shusheng also bought a lot of New Year goods. During the Chinese New Year, there will definitely be relatives and friends visiting to pay New Year's greetings at home, so all these things need to be prepared. Chen Shusheng knew that he had grown up and should take over these responsibilities from his father. After packing up the things he bought, Chen Shusheng took a taxi eastward to his new house in the new city area. He negotiated with the taxi driver and gave him more money, which made the driver wait for him outside the community for a while. Zhang Wenwen must not be at work at the moment, so he put some of the New Year's goods he had bought into an empty room. Then Chen Shusheng went downstairs, got back into the car and continued driving east. Chen Shusheng didn't plan to take the bus home. He had bought a lot of things and it would definitely be inconvenient to take the bus. He took a taxi directly from the new city back to his hometown. Sitting in the car, Chen Shusheng thought at this moment whether he should be nicer to himself. My original car was given to my father to drive, so I think it's time to buy one for myself. Otherwise it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shusheng finally returned to his hometown. Chapter 40, Old Dog Food. Liu Lake Community. The taxi drove in from the west gate of the community and followed Chen Shusheng's instructions to the downstairs of his house. Chen Shusheng's home is on the first floor, but fortunately it's not too high. My parents are getting older, and the first floor is just right for them. They don't have to climb high anymore. It was about winter. The days are short and the nights are long, and the sky is already a little dim at just after 5 o'clock. Chen Shusheng's parents, dad and mom, had been waiting downstairs for a while. On the way here, Chen Shusheng had already called to inform. The taxi stopped downstairs, Chen Shusheng paid the driver the fare, and then got off the taxi carrying large and small bags of gifts and New Year goods. Why didn't you tell me earlier before you came so that I could drive to pick you up? Dad Chen complained to Chen Shusheng, who got out of the taxi. Can't you stop talking? Can't you see that your son has so many things in his hands? Go and get them. You're so old, but you don't even have the ability to see clearly. Mother Chen was unhappy when she heard old Chen complaining about his son as soon as they met. Old Chen laughed, not daring to refute, and reached out to take the things from Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng has gotten used to it. It can be said that there is always someone better. It's quite troublesome to go back and forth. I don't have a lot of stuff, so I just took a taxi back. It's convenient even if I don't have much money. Chen Shusheng smiled and helped Lao Chen out of the dilemma. You're so old, but you're not as sensible as a child. Mother Chen rolled her eyes at old Chen and took her son upstairs to go home. Old Chen, holding something in his hand, followed slowly. The family status is evident. A family of 2 generations. It was a sumptuous dinner in a joyful atmosphere. The food tonight is relatively light. First, there are no outsiders at home, and second, if we don't eat light food now, we will eat too much meat and fish tomorrow and become nauseous. After dinner, Chen Shusheng took out the gifts he had bought for his stepson one by one. Mom, this is the new woolen coat I bought for you this year. The brown color suits you perfectly. It will definitely look very fashionable on you. Hey! What are you talking about? Your mother is too old to be fashionable anymore. Seeing the gift her son gave her, Mother Chen was humble in her words, but she was really happy in her heart. The smile on Chen's mother's face made old Chen feel jealous. You still have self-awareness? Humph. My son bought it for me, what does it have to do with you? Go wash the dishes. This you are going too far. If you don't go, can I go? I will go. Don't worry, Dad. I have some gifts for you here too. Chen Shusheng took out 2 small gift boxes and handed them to Comrade Lao Chen. Comrade Lao Chen, who was halfway towards the kitchen, turned back. He also had a gift? Old Chen felt relieved. What the hell? Don't buy your dad anything expensive. Mother Chen looked at the beautifully decorated box and was a little unhappy. Old Chen can have the gift, but Mom Chen won't be happy if it's better than hers. It's nothing expensive, don't worry, Mom, it's just an ordinary lighter and a belt. Chen Shusheng would definitely not tell the truth at this moment. It is said that people become more childish as they get older, and it seems that Mr. and Mrs. Chen have also followed this trend. Lao Chen opened the gift box, took a look at it, and felt instantly satisfied. This lighter and belt look like good stuff. Chen Shusheng didn't intend to expose his words of comfort to Chen's mother, and he was happy to himself. This son was not raised in vain. Leaving his parents in the living room, Chen Shusheng went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Shusheng, come here. Mom wants to ask you something. What is it? That's the one your cousin introduced you to last time. How are you guys doing? Well. What's wrong? It's just not appropriate. Oh. Mother Chen hesitated and didn't know what to say. Why are you worrying about this? What do you have to worry about if our son looks like this? He looks very similar to when I was young. Don't young people nowadays like to look at appearance? Old Chen looked like he was talking freely, and he shook the lighter in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Maybe because Mother Chen has been at home all year round, her ideas and concepts are still old-fashioned. But Lao Chen often goes out, so his perspective is naturally different. According to Lao Chen's understanding, they, the elderly, can't keep up with the times. Don't young people nowadays like to look at appearance first? When I think of my son being as handsome as me. Come on. If you weren't 1/10 as pretty as my son, I wouldn't even look down on you. Mother Chen looked at old Chen with disdain. How could a man of his age be so shameless? Hee, you said it yourself that it was you who pursued me, old Chen boasted. What? Say it again? After hearing this, Chen's mother got furious. Why are you so loud? What's wrong with me saying it again? Chen Shusheng couldn't bear it any longer. I had just finished my meal and was then spoon-fed a mouthful of stale dog food. Slip away. Chen Shusheng quickly returned to his room, closed the door and found himself in peace and quiet. Lying lazily on the bed, Chen Shusheng took out his cell phone. Open WeChat. Looking at the vast amount of messages, Chen Shusheng opened them casually out of boredom. It's the end of the year and everyone is free. The originally deserted group has become lively. Calixiang group. Chen Shusheng glanced at the girls inside and heard them chattering as if he, the boss, didn't exist at all. He couldn't believe the dirty jokes in various TV dramas. He thought these little girls could do such things. It is said that 3 women make a drama, which is absolutely true. Calixiang had already become very popular a few days before the new year, and Chen Shusheng was not stingy. I gave each person in the group a red envelope of 500 yuan as a New Year's gift. Li Kier, thank you, boss. You are so generous. Shu Miao Miao, thank you, boss. M. Shu Miao Miao, sister, you are shameless, but I love you too, boss. Zhang Wenwen. Chen Shusheng, ahem, Happy New Year everyone. It's getting late, go to bed early and stop talking about nonsense. Chen Shusheng, also, please don't post this kind of photos in the group anymore. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Chen Shusheng flipped through the chat history and almost had a nosebleed. This young man. This is a work group, not a place to discuss body shapes and underwear styles. MDZZ. It smells so good, bye. He glanced at the little lowly. This girl hadn't spoken to him for several days. I don't know if I was really stimulated by Chen Shusheng's last time. But it was better this way, because Xiao Lily's love was too strong before. But Chen Shusheng's mind was obviously not on love, so maybe this would hurt her less. The classmates group, which had been silent for a long time, became lively again at the end of the year. Chen Shusheng took a casual look and saw that most of them were just bragging, chatting, and gossiping. Some were showing off their work, while others were constantly complaining that they had worked hard for a year and only earned less than 1 million. Chen Shusheng really wanted to spit in his face after seeing this. Less than 1 million? You are pretending. Chapter 41, Circles may change, but licking dogs will not. Chen Shusheng has 2 classmates groups. One is his middle school classmates group and the other is his college classmates group. The 2 groups are in turmoil right now, and Chen Shusheng has transformed himself into a diver, quietly diving in the groups. Lan Jingshi University Chinese Department G1002 Class Group. Handong Province, with its capital in Nanjing. The second class of the 10th class of the Chinese Department of Nanjing Normal University. Chen Shusheng was in the 10th class. There were exactly 40 people in the class, half of them were male and half were female. This was very rare in normal schools. After all, generally speaking, the male to female ratio in normal schools will not exceed 3 to 7. Maybe Chen Shusheng's major is really not popular. Although the cultural industry in this world is well developed, but the ancient literature major is not so popular that even dogs and dogs despise it, but it is really an unpopular major. Chen Shusheng chose this major because he was interested in it, but he didn't expect. It's hard to put it into words. After school started, I found out that except for a few people who took the initiative to apply for this major, the rest were transferred here. But it's not to say that this major is bad, it's just a little unpopular in comparison. There are still jobs after graduation, such as Chinese teacher, secretary, literary creator, editor, copy planner, etc. Chen Shusheng's story is even more difficult to describe. After graduation, he encountered setbacks several times and ended up joining a home furnishing company that had nothing to do with the Chinese department. There is always a gap between ideal and reality. Looking at the students in the university group, some continue to study and prepare for postgraduate entrance examinations, some have already started working. In short, there are really very few students in the class group who are actually engaged in related majors. Most people are like Chen Shusheng, who chose an unrelated job after graduating from college for various reasons. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Of course, this is the situation for ordinary people, but there are always a few special examples. For example, in the current group, Domya Red Army, this year I celebrated the new year in my hotel, it was more lively than at home. Donya Hongjun, picture, picture, picture. Yes, you read that right. This is not an online name but a real name. Chen Shusheng was also stunned when he first heard this name. There is actually someone named Donya in this world, Hongjun. MDZZ. It's so easy to be misunderstood. However, Chen Shusheng had a general impression of this guy. That's how it is in college, there are always circles. It is obvious that someone like Chen Shusheng who doesn't like to be a bootlicker for others can definitely get along well with this arrogant and domineering rich second generation. He is a native of Nanjing and the young master of the 4-star Donya Hotel. He drives a Ferrari 488 to school. He is a true second generation rich. He is a well-known figure in the class, the Chinese department, and the entire college. When such a person speaks, naturally someone will flatter him. Niu Huan, I envy Jun Gu. He is not like us poor people who are still struggling for life. This guy licks it so disgustingly. Before anyone had even spoken, he was the only one representing them all. Just because you are having a miserable life, do you think everyone is a good person? Marco, brother Nyo is right. I envy brother Jun for living in a hotel and driving a sports car every day. Niu Huan, brother Jun, I am also in Nanjing. When can I help my brother? Marco, and me. Donya Hongjun, sure. In the future, I will definitely help you in Nanjing. Hu Rongrong, when can the Red Army students help me? Donya Hongjun, Rongrong has already said so, how dare I not listen? If you have time, come to my hotel and I will treat you well. As soon as Chen Shusheng saw the name, he knew who this slutty girl was. Calling her the school socialite was a compliment. This woman has a seductive face and speaks and acts in a coquettish manner. Especially good at seducing tall, rich, and handsome men. Everyone calls her a bus behind her back. This is also a strange woman. Speaking of extraordinary women, Chen Shusheng thought of another extraordinary woman in his class. This woman is truly a remarkable woman, not a slut like Hu Rongrong. Donya Hongjun, Miss Li is also at Nanjing Bar, do you want to hang out? At Chen Shusheng, you really think of everything. That's right, what Chen Shusheng thought of was this extraordinary woman who seemed to have walked out of calligraphy and painting. Chen Shusheng had only heard that she came from the scholarly Nanjing family, and that her ladylike demeanor was unforgettable. Chen Shusheng had been moved before, but he knew himself that this kind of woman was not something an ordinary person could desire. To be honest, ordinary people don't even have the courage to pursue it. Hu Rongrong, Miss Li is really proud of her reputation. She didn't even reply to young Master Jun's words. Donya Hongjun, Rongrong, don't talk nonsense. Ningxue must be busy with something and should not be online. Hu Rongrong, brother Jun is the best, he is very considerate. Chen Shusheng took a look and almost vomited at the sight of these two dogs. The double act was really beautiful. After decisively closing the group chat, Chen Shusheng opened another high school classmates group. The atmosphere of the two groups is somewhat different, how should I put it? One is better than the other in boasting? Looking at the group chat, Chen Shusheng felt a little surprised. He actually saw Li Mo. Wasn't he this guy caught driving under the influence and taken away? How long has it been since you came out? And you're still chatting so happily in the group? Mr. Li, it's Chinese New Year now, and everyone is basically in Hong Kong, right? Do you want to get together after the New Year? Mr. Li, I will treat you at Liando Landbridge Jinjian Hotel. At everyone. Lindon, brother Mo is treating us, I will definitely go. Xiao Leiyan, +1. Xia Donghai, the 5-star hotel in Liando? Mo is so generous. I must go there. Li Lu, it's been a long time since we last met, it's time to get together at Song Shuelai. Well, since everyone is in Gangchang, let us go and sign up. Mr. Li at Chen Shusheng, handsome guy, what about you? Don't you give me face? Chen Shusheng was quietly lurking, and he really didn't expect to be named by this guy. This guy didn't name anyone, but only mentioned him? Chen Shusheng, didn't you go in? Why are you coming out so soon? Mr. Li, how do you know? Are you the one who is plotting against me? Chen Shusheng, stop slandering me. I have advised you before. Mr. Li, haha. Chen Shusheng, he burp. Xia Donghai, Chen Shusheng, please stop being sarcastic. Brother Mo is treating us like this and you don't even give me face? Zhang Jinqing at Xia Donghai, shut your stinky mouth, what the hell does it have to do with you? Are you here to treat us? Chen Shusheng at Zhang Jinsheng, stop it. Why are you competing with a dog? Xia Donghai. Xia Donghai was banned from speaking for 1 minute by the group owner. Song Shuelai, we are all classmates, don't curse at each other. Zhang Jinsheng, TGBDHS. BZBQ. Mr. Li, are you coming? Chen Shusheng, then I'll let you spend more money. Looking at the many lickspittles who agree with Li Mo in the group, Chen Shusheng can only sigh that no matter how the circle changes, there will never be a shortage of lickspittles. Chen Shusheng saw Li like this and knew that he had bad intentions. But Chen Shusheng was not afraid at all. A paper tiger with a bunch of licking dogs thinks you can play with him? Overthinking. At the Guanhai Villa in Liandao district, Li Mo's fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged. Damn Chen Shusheng, he cheated me out of 330,000 yuan in one meal. This bastard even got me into jail. If his family didn't have some connections, he might really have to live there for a while. Having your driver's license revoked is already a light punishment now. However, when he thought that it was all Chen Shusheng's fault, he wished he could tear Chen Shusheng to pieces with his own hands to vent his hatred. How could Li Mo, who was so twisted in his mind, think that the cause of the incident was his own evil intentions? Li Mo, Chen Shusheng, just wait, I will make you pay. Chapter 42, 1.6 m tall. Thanks to Akwon for the 5,000-point reward. That night, Chen Shusheng slept soundly. No matter how prosperous the world outside is, it is not as warm as this moment at home. No matter how good the outside world is, it's not as good as home. No matter how far you go, please remember to go home for the new year. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Chen Shusheng's big bed, he slowly woke up. Outside the bedroom window, there is dazzling white. The drifting snowflakes kept hitting the bay window. The first snow of 2017 arrived quietly. Chen Shusheng yawned and pulled back the quilt. Half of his body, which had just been stretched out, retracted into the quilt in less than 3 seconds. It's snowing and the weather is a bit cold. After tossing and turning in bed for a few minutes, Chen Shusheng finally got up, put on his clothes, and walked to the window. Chen Shusheng looked around and saw that the nearby landscape trees, the road surface, and the roofs in the distance were all covered with white snow. This snow must have started falling last night. Early in the morning, there was a knock on Chen Shusheng's door. Chen Shusheng went to open the door and found that it was no one else. Childhood friend and old classmate Zhang Jinsheng. Hey, you're visiting me so early? Old Chen was holding a cigarette in his mouth early in the morning, playing with the lighter that Chen Shusheng gave him last night. He leaned his head out and found that it was not his old friend who came to visit, so he retracted his head. Lao Chen has the habit of smoking, but he dare not smoke at home. I can only put it in my mouth like this to satisfy my craving. Mother Chen is watching eagerly from the side. Yes, Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt. Zhang Jinsheng said without any hesitation. The young man is sensible. Shu Sheng, why are you blocking the door and not letting them in? It's not right. Aunt Chen watched them grow up and was also friendly to Jin Sheng. Chen Shusheng stepped aside and said, "Go in by yourself, you must let me treat you? Why do I suddenly feel out of favor? Yesterday you were a treasure, but today you have become someone else's child." Zhang Jinsheng chuckled and walked into the living room without caring about Chen Shusheng's reaction. "Wow! Uncle, this lighter is pretty good." Jinsheng looked at the lighter that Lao Chen was playing with. He didn't know whether it was really good or not, and he blew Lao Chen away with a touch. This guy is a typical smooth talker. When old Chen heard this, he was delighted. "You have good taste. Xiao Chen gave it to me yesterday. This lighter is comfortable to use and smoking is also pleasant." Old Chen was praised and his pretentiousness instantly increased. Chen Shusheng just smiled and said nothing. He could listen to the first half of the sentence, but as for the second half, he could only smile. "Why did you come to see me so early?" "No one comes to visit you for no reason, hee." Zhang Jinsheng winked at Chen Shusheng. "Let's talk outside?" Chen Shusheng asked in a low voice. Uncle and Aunt, Shusheng, and I are going out for a while today." "Are you going out? Is it far? Do you want me to give you the car keys?" Lao Chen put down the lighter in his hand and shook the car keys in his hand. Chen Shusheng turned his head and looked at Zhang Jinsheng, asking if he wanted to drive. "Thank you for the BMW, uncle." He took the car keys and went out with Chen Shusheng. "Hey! This kid wants a BMW with a broken Jetta." Old Chen laughed and scolded as he watched the two of them walk out the door. When they got downstairs, Chen Shusheng shook off his hand. Two grown men were still pulling each other, and if the old lady downstairs saw them, she would probably gossip about them. "Tell me, what brings you to me so early?" "Big thing." Zhang Jinsheng looked around and said mysteriously in a low voice. "How big can it be?" "It's this big." Zhang Jinsheng gestured with his hands and spread his arms. "What do you mean, infinity?" "Stop making trouble." "What do you mean? 6 feet tall?" "Just tell me." "Hey, you're half right," Zhang Jinsheng whispered in his ear, "go with me." "Why the hell should you have told me earlier? I thought you had just killed a 1.6 meter tall pig." Come on, come with me." "Are you going like this? Why don't you change your clothes?" Chen Shusheng glanced at his clothes, which were a bit rustic to be honest. "It's okay? I feel good," Zhang Jinsheng said without caring. Chen Chulin's lazy complaints raised questions about his aesthetic taste. The two of them came to the red car with the car keys. "I drive you? If you want to open it, go ahead." Seeing that he was eager to try, Chen Shusheng let him do it. Anyway, he hadn't driven for a while, and he couldn't say how good his driving skills were in this snowy day. "That's fine, look at me as an experienced driver." Zhang Jinsheng was not unfamiliar with the car at all. The red Jetta was spinning in his hands. He started the engine, released the handbrake, and stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. Chen Shusheng was shaken for a moment. "It's snowing, take it easy." "Hey, you still don't trust me?" "I don't worry about it." "On the way to the town. Arranged by the family?" Chen Shusheng asked curiously. "How can that be possible?" "It's embarrassing if my family introduces me, so I had to ask an old classmate to introduce me." "TSK Tisk, that's right. You're not young anymore, it's time to find a partner." "Don't talk about me, what about you? What are your plans? You can't just stay single forever, right?" "Me? Don't worry about me. Can't you see such a handsome guy? Tisk, he's just a little bit more handsome than me." Zhang Jinsheng turned and looked at him. "Why are you looking at me? You're not as handsome as me. Drive carefully." The red Jetta ran slowly on the snow and finally arrived at the town 10 minutes later. Blind dates on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the day before New Year's Eve, are also rare. Chen Shusheng still remembered that he had encountered the same thing a few days ago, but he didn't expect to experience it again in the blink of an eye. However, the male protagonist this time is not him, but his childhood friend Zhang Jinsheng, who came to him mysteriously early in the morning. This kid is a few months younger than Chen Shusheng, but he is also 24 years old. Zhang Jinsheng's family was pressing him hard, and they kept saying they wanted to introduce him to a girl for a blind date. But he refused to agree no matter what, thinking that blind dates were shameful. Zhang's father and mother almost hit him with a rolling pin. They just wanted to have a grandson as soon as possible and didn't care whether he had face or not. Zhang Jinsheng was left with no other options but to ask his old classmates to introduce them to each other, which led to this meeting. Oh my god, can you please stop shaking your hands? We're almost there. You don't want to kill two people in one car, do you? Chen Shusheng was shocked when he saw the shaking steering wheel in his hands. The town was just around the corner, and the car was on the national highway. Although it snowed heavily, there were still many cars on the road, and the ground was slippery. If the steering wheel was unstable, it would be easy to get into trouble. I'm a little nervous. Chen Shusheng. I didn't see you being nervous before I came here. Now, you're wilting? Hold on, don't panic. I'm here with you. Where shall we meet? Yapingxiang Hot Pot Restaurant. Meet at the Hot Pot Restaurant? What's wrong? Is it okay to have a blind date at a hot pot restaurant? Chapter 43 White Jade Beauty. Thanks for the 1000 reward for commenting after reading it. Good luck to the boss. Downstairs of the town cinema. The little red Jetta arrived slowly. This cinema is newly built, but Chen Shusheng has never been there. There are more than a dozen restaurants on the first floor, and because it is new, the decoration is quite fashionable. As soon as the car turned in, Chen Shusheng saw the destination. Yapingxiang Hot Pot Restaurant. Now that he was here, he was too lazy to complain. Let's go, why are you hesitating? After getting off the car, Chen Shusheng saw that Zhang Jinsheng was still lingering in the car and refused to come out. This is not like his usual carefree self. How could she still be as shy as a little girl? This is the first time for a young lady to ride in a bridal sedan. Have your classmates arrived? Chen Shusheng asked. Not yet. Fuck, you're getting nervous before anyone even arrives? Do you have any ambition? Get out of the car. If you can't do it, I'll go find you a blind date. Chen Shusheng stepped forward and pulled him out. After closing the car door, he took out the car key and put it in his pocket. Now that I'm here, I still want to back out. Are women so scary? It seems that there is a little bit. WDLTY. There was a light snowfall, and it was really interesting to go on a blind date in this kind of weather. It was unclear whether Zhang Jinsheng was shivering from the cold or from nervousness, so Chen Shusheng pulled him into the hot pot restaurant. What time do we meet? 10 o'clock. There are still 10 minutes left. Let's sit down for a while. The hot pot restaurant was a little warm. Perhaps influenced by the always calm Chen Shusheng beside him, Zhang Jinsheng soon relaxed. Chen Shusheng helped check the time. It's this late, they should be here soon, right? I think so. Then let's go to the door and take a look. Look more manly. Act like a man. Chen Shusheng pulled him to the door and waited. Here it comes. Zhang Jinsheng spoke before Chen Shusheng noticed. Where? That's the beetle. Is that possible? You even found a rich woman? Chen Shusheng joked with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, that's the squad leader's car. Squad leader? It's Song Shueli. Chen Shusheng. Why am I becoming more and more confused? Song Shueli is here to have a blind date with you? Will she like you? Chen Shusheng looked Zhang Jinsheng up and down with his sidelong eyes. Damn, it's not that hurtful. It's not her, it's her classmate. Zhang Jinsheng was dissatisfied, but did not refute. Aren't her classmates our classmates? No, we're from the class next to each other. We should have met before, but we're not familiar with each other. Oh, rabbits still eat grass near their nests? Get lost. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Here it comes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Jinsheng shuddered when he saw the beetle door open. Chen Shusheng stood next to him. Both of them were over 1.8 meters tall and good-looking, so they were naturally eye-catching. When the people on both sides covered their faces, they knew that someone had arrived. Chen Shusheng looked at the two people getting on and off the beetle. A graceful and elegant beauty wearing a white down jacket and a knitted scarf around her neck appeared vividly in front of him. As if she had noticed Chen Shusheng's gaze, the white jade beauty smiled slightly, like a flash of bright red blooming in the drifting snowflakes, warming the whole winter. Chen Shusheng was a little confused. This was really her former class monitor? Is this classmate Chen? Long time no see. The sweet voice woke Chen Shusheng from his trance. Chen Shusheng was distracted just now, and remembered the fierce girl with a ponytail in high school, holding a homework book and yelling at the whole class. After not seeing each other for many years, he never expected that the little pepper from the past could actually such a soft side. Girls change a lot when they grow up? Are you sure it's not a miracle? Song Shuelai? Why not? Song Shuelai looked at the somewhat confused Chen Shusheng with a smile. This guy seems to be more handsome than when he was in school. If it weren't for your beauty mole, I wouldn't dare to say I know you. People will grow up eventually. Let's not talk about us anymore. It's time for today's protagonist to appear. Zhang Jinsheng was so nervous when he saw the girl in yellow clothes next to Song Shuelai, and he didn't say a word. He looked at Chen Shusheng and Song Shuelai chatting with resentment. I kept complaining in my heart, brother. I am the one who came to the blind date today, not you. Can you give me some face? As if sensing Zhang Jinsheng's resentment, the two of them stopped talking after a few words. Let's not stand outside. There are so many people here. Let's go in. The rooms are ready. As the helper Zhang Jinsheng called today, Chen Shusheng naturally had to lend a helping hand at this moment. The person involved, Zhang Jinsheng, can no longer be relied upon. I never expected that this kid would be so shy and timid. I used to brag to him about how I chased women and how great it was. Now it seems that it was all just bragging. Chen Shusheng even suspected that this guy was an old virgin. Every girl he meets is like this, and he no longer believes anything he said before. He can't brag today. As a brother, he has to keep up the good work. This wasn't what classmate Zhang did when he asked me for help. Class monitor Song Shuelai teased Zhang Jinsheng, who was extremely nervous. Zhang Jinsheng's face turned red when he was teased by the squad leader. Chen Shusheng was speechless. The girl in goose yellow clothes beside him also followed Song Shuelai and smiled sweetly twice. Squad leader, please sit inside. Chen Shusheng pulled Jinsheng, who was about to go into the box, and signaled the squad leader and the others to go inside. In fact, they were classmates in the same school and old alumni of Gangchang No. 13 Middle School. When you come to the hot pot restaurant and smell the aroma of hot pot filling the room, you can't chat on an empty stomach. Chen Shusheng called the waiter and looked up at Song Shuelai and the girl and asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" "It's okay. I'm fine." The girl in the goose yellow clothes was not shy at all. Song Shuelai hesitated. Then how about a double-flavored hot pot? I can't eat spicy food either. Seeing the squad leader's expression, Chen Shusheng knew that he couldn't eat spicy food. After some instructions, Chen Shusheng's hot pot was ready. Let me introduce you to her. After all, I'm the one who introduced her. Song Shuelai lowered the white knitted scarf around her neck, revealing her snow-white gooseneck. The beautiful girl next to me is called Zhang Lingling, from the next class. The one opposite is called Zhang Jinsheng, a little shy? The one next to him is called Chen Shusheng, but he is not the protagonist today, so I won't say much. Song Shuelai blinked at Chen Shusheng. Seeing Zhang Jinsheng sitting there stupidly without moving, Chen Shusheng kicked him lightly under the table. But Chen Shusheng didn't expect that this idiot actually lowered his head and said to Chen Shusheng, "Why did you kick me?" Chen Shusheng, I almost couldn't breathe. Why the hell don't you say hello to the girl first, but wait for others to say hello to you first? Chapter 44, Fell? Please vote for recommendation. Chen Shusheng still remembers that Zhang Jinsheng's mother once introduced him to a blind date. At that time, Zhang Jinsheng did not have the strong opposition to the blind date as he did later. Zhang's mother asked him for a photo of herself that she thought looked more handsome, and then sent the photo of Zhang Jinsheng to the woman. He didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Isn't it normal to look at a photo before a blind date? But then, Zhang Jinsheng thought, since he had shown his photo to the other party, shouldn't he also take a look at what the other party looks like? So he told Zhang Ma that he wanted to see what the woman looked like in the photo. But I didn't expect to be scolded by Zhang Ma. Zhang's mother, the aunt matchmaker, said that girls are more conservative and have strict family education, so the photos cannot be shown to others casually. Besides, it is the rule that the girl should look at the boy during a blind date. He was scolded by a lot of people. Zhang Jinsheng was immediately unhappy. "Mom, who is your son? What kind of rules are these? I can't even know the other person's name, age, or anything else? I am like a thing that others choose first? I can't accept such a blind date." From then on, Zhang Jinqing began to feel traumatized by the blind dates arranged by his family. At this moment, this idiot is acting stupid again. Chen Shusheng winked at him for a long time, and this guy finally said to Zhang Lingling in a daze, "Nice to meet you." Have you heard this sentence somewhere before? Zhang Lingling didn't mind and replied frankly, "Me too." Chen Shusheng looked up at Zhang Lingling, who was eating by herself, and the two people who were holding chopsticks for a long time without moving. The scene was a little dull. He had only been on a blind date once, so he couldn't really talk about experience. Teaching Zhang Jinsheng, that's just overthinking. It all depends on his luck. Song Shualai smiled at Chen Shusheng, who looked troubled, and said, "Let's eat and talk at the same time." He couldn't control too much, it was good enough that he could liven up the atmosphere. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years, handsome Chen? Yes, we all went our separate ways after graduation. Where did the class monitor go? I knew that handsome Chen wouldn't pay attention to ordinary girls like us. You call yourself ordinary? Chen Shusheng looked at his delicate face, snow-white neck, and pink cheeks. I mean, in the past, Song Shuelai winked playfully. It wasn't that unremarkable before, it was as fierce as a little female leopard. Song Shuelai snorted, "You are the female leopard." The two people next to him didn't make any movement, but Chen Shusheng was chatting and laughing with Song Shuelai, the squad leader he hadn't seen for a long time. Zhang Lingling on the side was actually watching with great interest, but she seemed to be indifferent to the idiot Zhang Jinqing opposite her. In fact, the main reason is that Zhang Jinqing doesn't take the initiative to talk to others. From a chatterbox to a mute. Chen Shusheng despised him very much. He couldn't possibly need his help even to pick up girls, right? Chen Shusheng, I'm full. Do you want to go out for a walk with me? Song Shuelai wiped her rosy lips with a tissue and winked at him. Okay then, I just happen to be going out for a while too. Chen Shusheng understood and stood up. Lingling, Zhang Jinsheng, have a good chat. Song Shuelai wrapped a scarf around her neck and gave them an assist before going out. Chen Shusheng glared at Zhang Jinsheng and turned around and walked out. Give them some private space, how things develop next depends on them. Chen Shusheng followed Song Shuelai and walked out of the hot pot restaurant one after another. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and from time to time they fell on Chen Shusheng's face, bringing a hint of coolness. Chen Shusheng realized it later. Why did he suddenly feel that the atmosphere had changed a little? Neither of them said a word, just walking side by side along the deserted street. That? Chen Shusheng scratched his head, and Song Shuelai in front of him was also stunned. You should speak first. Chen Shusheng looked at Song Shuelai, who spoke at the same time as him. Well, I heard you say that some time ago. Chen Shusheng was speechless. If I had known you were going to bring this up, I would never have let you speak first. Actually, not many people knew about this. After all, the friends Chen Shusheng notified when he got married were only his close friends. If something like that happens, no one will gossip about it. How could Song Shuelai know that? He knew without even thinking that Zhang Jinsheng must have let the secret slip. Squad leader Song, do you want to comfort me now? I originally wanted to do it for the sake of our old classmates, but now that I see you are living a happy and good life, I don't want to think about it anymore. Song Shuelai stared at Chen Shusheng, as if trying to see some changes on his face. What a pity, Chen Shusheng had already let it go, and this matter no longer had much impact on him. Looking at Chen Shusheng's unchanged expression, Song Shuelai muttered in her heart, what a scumbag. It's only been a short time since you've let go of it. How heartless. No, the happiness you see now is fake. In fact, I am really sad. For the sake of our old classmates, can you give me a hug to comfort me? Chen Shusheng's face was sad and his eyes dimmed, like an abandoned child. Song Shuelai was also surprised when she saw Chen Shusheng's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that what he said was true? Oh, that's right, how long has it been? Looking at Chen Shusheng in front of her, Song Shuelai's heart softened and love overflowed. As Chen Shusheng's former leader, it's only natural that he should show some concern for him, right? How about giving him a hug to comfort him? Song Shuelai's hands were a little nervous and embarrassed. The falling snowflakes fell in front of the two of them, adding a sense of sadness to the atmosphere. Then, how about, just, hold me for a while? Real? Just for a moment. Squad leader, you are so kind. I am so touched. The slender jade hands were about to hug Chen Shusheng in her arms. Chen Shusheng smelled the fragrance so close to his nose and was a little surprised. Could this girl be so easily fooled? Am I being a little too heartless? The beautiful hair blown by the breeze gently caressed his face. Chen Shusheng hesitated and finally took 2 steps back. Well, I'm not sad anymore. Song Shualai, who had closed her eyes and was about to give him a hug, opened her eyes and looked at Chen Shusheng. Looking at the unnatural smile on Chen Shusheng's face, she felt as if she had been fooled. But this guy is so noble, why wouldn't he take advantage of the opportunity? Is he a scumbag or not? Were you just fooling me? How could that be possible? What I said is true. I don't think you're sad at all. You must have been lying to me just now. It has to be said that women's sixth sense is quite sensitive. Chen Shusheng gave a dry laugh when he was exposed. I'll kick you to death. After saying that, Song Shualai raised her little foot and kicked Chen Shusheng's calf. Hey! You are a little fairy now, don't act like a female leopard. Chen Shusheng was kicked and just ran away with his feet spread out. What do you care about me? You are the female leopard, and so are your whole family. Song Shualai chased after Chen Shusheng, and they ran towards the wheat field in the distance, one in front and one behind. Half an hour later, the two returned to the hot pot restaurant from the deserted wheat field. Song Shualai's face was blushing, and her steps were a little unnatural. The grass green of wheat seedlings and the corners of her clothes were wet by snowflakes. It's all your fault. Song Shualai breathlessly blamed Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng really wanted to say, if you hadn't been chasing me and had been running, how could you have fallen? I haven't said anything to you even though more than 100 pounds of blood fell on me. Chen Shusheng complained in a low voice. However, Song Shualai, who had sharp ears, still heard it. Who are you talking about who weighs over 100 pounds? Your whole family weighs over 100 pounds. I'm only 9. Why should I tell you? The fierce female leopard was really vivid at this moment. She had long forgotten the temperament of a fairy. Weight is always a taboo topic for women, and even Song Shualai is no exception. You're quite smart. You know that my whole family weighs about 100 pounds. Are you investigating me secretly? Chen Shusheng said with a smile after making another nonsense. I'm investigating you, for what? You think too much. Song Shualai's aggressive aura suddenly weakened, and she felt guilty. She did ask Zhang Jinsheng about Chen Shusheng. The two of them returned to the box one after the other and were now in the room. Chen Shusheng didn't expect how Zhang Jinsheng could have such a lively conversation with Zhang Lingling. He didn't look like a dull person at all. Looking at the bottle of Jiang Xiaobai on the table, it's okay. They even drank together. Could this be what the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave? Shusheng, squad leader, you guys are back. Hey, did you go out to have a field battle? Hiccup. Zhang Jinsheng blushed and opened his mouth to shock Chen Shusheng and the other person who had just come in. Just now, the two of them were having a snowball fight and fell in the wheat field, so their clothes were indeed a lot of mess. Song Shualai's face turned red when she heard this. You want to die? I just fell down. After being scolded by Song Shualai, Zhang Jinsheng finally came to her senses. The person in front of her was her great benefactor, and she couldn't offend him. You know what, they really look alike. Zhang Lingling on the side joined in the fun. Okay. How long has it been since you two started singing in unison? Is the progress so fast? It seems that we two have really become light bulbs that have hindered your performance. Song Shualai seemed to have returned to the years when she was a squad leader. She was really unforgiving when she opened her mouth. Chen Shusheng sat aside, watching them being humiliated by Song Shualai's words. I cried out in my heart. Women are really hard to understand. He thought she had changed, but in fact she hadn't. Under the appearance of a fairy, she still had the heart of a female leopard. He thought she hadn't changed, but in fact she had changed a lot, from a hot girl with pigtails to a lady with outstanding temperament. Chen Shusheng leaned against Zhang Jinsheng and asked him quietly, what happened? Zhang Jinsheng laughed. What are you laughing at? Tell me. Look how happy you are. I feel quite satisfied. Chen Shusheng understood that she had taken a liking to him. Chen Shusheng was relieved now. At least he was halfway to success, right? By the way, are you really going to the party on Liandao tonight? That guy obviously has bad intentions, Song Shualai asked Chen Shusheng. Originally I was too lazy to bother with him, but since the squad leader has organized the trip, wouldn't it be disrespectful to you if I don't go? Bah! What does it have to do with me? It's up to you to go or not. Song Shuai just wanted to remind Chen Shusheng, and she got angry when she saw that he didn't appreciate it. It's okay. Li Mo is a great man with a silver rod and wax spear, but he's useless. Don't worry, I'll play with him for a while. By the way, if the three of us are going there in the afternoon, would Lingling like to come along? Zhang Jinsheng looked at Zhang Lingling, and it was obvious that he wanted to spend more time with her. Your class is having a party, is it not okay for me to go? Zhang Lingling was a little tempted as she watched the three of them go. What does the squad leader think? It's not impossible. If Lingling wants to go, we can go together. Compared to when we first met, the atmosphere now is undoubtedly much better. We chatted for a while and agreed on a time. Chen Shusheng drove Zhang Jinsheng, and the squad leader drove her beetle. The two cars drove slowly from the town to Liandao along the national highway, one in front of the other. Chapter 45, Waves Rising. Please recommend. Liandao, on the coast of the East China Sea. On the pink beetle. Lingling, how do you feel? Silly and dumb, it's not good to be too honest, not as good as the one next to him. When Song Shuai heard this, she realized that this meant that she had some feelings for Chen Shusheng. She was a little distracted. Don't worry. I won't steal the dog from you, haha. What dog? Your sweetheart Chen Shusheng. Bah. No, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Song Shuai blushed. You're still saying no. Look how nervous you are. I just said one word and you haven't grabbed it yet. Why did you end up drinking? I saw he was quite nervous, so I ordered it. Then you guys. Let's not talk about him anymore, it's boring. I'm curious about how you guys fight with the jungler after you go out. What kind of wild game are you playing? Stop talking nonsense. Just say you fell accidentally. The two cars did not drive directly to the Landbridge Jinjiang Hotel, but went directly to the beach to see the sea. Although for people in Hong Kong, the sea is not a rare thing. But they had rarely seen the sea view with heavy snow. 6 p.m. High school classmates. Lindong, it's really a bad time to have this heavy snow. But I have to give Brother Mo the honor of treating me. I'm here. Picture. Xia Donghai, Lao Lin is so fast, I will be there soon too. Is this Saishang Jiangnan Hall? Got it. Li Mo at squad leader, when will the squad leader arrive? Everyone is almost here. Outside the hotel, two cars were parked in the parking lot of Landbridge Jinjiang Hotel. Seeing the Landbridge Jinjiang Hotel right in front of her, Zhang Lingling's eyes lit up. Beautiful lady, your classmate is quite impressive. A 5-star hotel is treating us. Song Shuai, this is okay. That's right, it's really nothing for a rich girl like you. Nonsense again, I'm not some rich girl. Okay, I won't say any more, landlord's son. The red Jetta was parked next to the Beetle. Looking at the entire hotel parking lot, his car might be the lowest grade. However, Chen Shusheng didn't think it was a big deal. He felt at ease with several million in his card. Song Shuai looked down at her phone and said, Li Mo is urging us to go up now? The Jiangnan Hall on the Great Wall. Except for 6 students who could not come, there were a total of 40 students participating this time. The 4 round tables were basically all occupied. Xia Donghai, it's okay that the monitor came late, but does Chen Shusheng still think he was once a big shot in the class? He's so arrogant. Lindong, that's right, Brother Mo invited me out of kindness, but I don't even give him this little courtesy. Li Lu, if you ask me, being good in school is useless. Only when you enter the society can you tell whether a person is a dragon or a worm. It's nothing like Brother Mo, who is always the best. Li Mo, thank you all for your support. I, Li, am just an average person. A few million a year is the limit. As soon as Li Mo uttered these millions, it immediately caused a commotion. Millions. For those of them who have only been in society for a few years, this is an unattainable goal. He has a good father and a good family. Although this starting point is not too high, it is already the destination that many people find difficult to pursue in their lifetime. No wonder they can treat guests in 5-star hotels, while I can only eat $10 fast food on the roadside. Just as many people were admiring and praising Mr. Li, the door of Saishan Jiangnan Hall opened again. Song Shuai and Zhang Lingling walked in first. Perhaps it was because he was surprised by Song Shuai's beauty, or perhaps it was because he was shocked by the sudden intrusion of the stranger. The originally lively atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became quiet. Song Shueli was also stunned for a moment. Looking at the confused and surprised eyes, she said softly, "Why, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for a few years? Xiao Leiyan, are you the squad leader?" Xia Donghai. Sun Jia, wow. It's the monitor. Is this a fairy descending to Earth? Such a big change. A beautiful lady stood up in surprise. Sun Jie? You've become more beautiful too. Song Shueli smiled and continued to look at the old classmates who were all shocked. Long time no see, classmates. I'm a little late. Oh, I brought a friend with me. Do you mind? Liamo, what are you talking about, squad leader? I'm treating you today, you can bring whoever you want. After recovering from the initial shock, Liamo was already attracted by Song Shueli's stunning appearance. What's more, the girl next to her in yellow clothes was also very pretty. Liamo, squad leader, and this beautiful lady, please come and sit at our table. There are still seats here. Song Shueli, isn't this a bit bad? Your table should. Song Shueli frowned slightly, feeling a little disgusted by Liamo's gaze. Song Shueli was about to refuse when Chen Shusheng and his companion, who had arrived late, quietly came and pushed open the door of the banquet hall again. Chen Shusheng, let alone anything else, this handsome guy also caused a lot of surprise when he came in. Who is this? The person next to him was easy to recognize, and Zhang Jinsheng was recognized at the first sight. So, the only one who can go out together with Zhang Jinsheng is probably Chen Shusheng? Could it be that? Hey! Chen Shusheng, I thought you didn't dare to come? Liamo looked at Chen Shusheng, who suddenly came in and teased meaningfully. The anger in his eyes flashed away. Mr. Li's hospitality is so kind that I can only refuse it disrespectfully, huh? Chen Shusheng smiled faintly. More than a dozen female classmates in the class looked at the handsome guy in front of them in surprise. Is this really Chen Shusheng? I haven't seen you for a few years. How come you seem so much more handsome? When Chen Shusheng walked up to the squad leader, he ignored Liamo's murderous gaze and asked, "Squad leader, do you want to sit with me?" The two of them standing together are like a golden boy and a jade girl. Well, let's go together. Song Shueli followed Chen Shusheng, and the four of them walked towards the main table together. There were only a few empty seats there. Chen Shusheng didn't need to think about it to know that it was Liamo who arranged it on purpose. Except for a few girls, more than half of the people at this table are his lickers. This arrangement is definitely not just for a few flatteries to satisfy himself. The position left behind is simply left for him, the person who is about to be targeted. The seat next to Liamo is probably reserved for the squad leader, but Song Shueli chose to sit with Chen Shusheng. Liamo looked at Song Shueli and Chen Shusheng sitting opposite him, looking a little embarrassed. Why do so many beautiful women like to surround this man who was good for nothing except handsomeness? It was the same last time and this time too. MD. However, Li considers himself a scholar and is quite cunning. In just a moment, he changed into a smile and turned to look at the remaining two people, Zhang Jinsheng, who had not yet sat down, and Zhang Lingling, whom he did not know. There were several empty seats, two next to Chen Shusheng and one next to Liamo. Liamo, with ill intentions, looked at the two of them with a hypocritical smile. Zhang Jinsheng seems to care a lot about the girl in goose yellow clothes in front of him? Could it be that? This beauty shouldn't be from our class, right? She looks a little unfamiliar, but since I'm treating you today, I naturally don't mind having one more beauty join us. Would you be so kind as to sit over here? Liamo pointed to the seat beside him and enthusiastically invited Zhang Lingling, but his eyes were sweeping towards Zhang Jinsheng and Chen Shusheng. Hearing Liamo's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Jinsheng suddenly looked embarrassed. Damn, he actually set his sights on the girlfriend he just met. But he didn't get angry right away. In his heart, he was secretly wondering what the person he just fell in love with would choose. But some things just can't stand the test. Zhang Lingling originally wanted to sit on the other side of Chen Shusheng, but was stopped by Liamo, and she hesitated. When she arrived, she knew that today's landlord should be the handsome scholar opposite, a wealthy man with a considerable fortune. Today, she came out to meet Zhang Jinsheng. It was Song Shueli who brought them together. She didn't have a strong feeling about Zhang Jinsheng. He looked okay, but she didn't like his personality. Especially after learning that he didn't have a house in the city and only drove a Baojun. It's better to keep such an honest person as a spare tire. Zhang Lingling, who had her own thoughts in mind, accepted Li Mo's invitation without even looking at Zhang Jinsheng. Thank you for your hospitality, handsome guy, Zhang Lingling agreed with a smile, not looking awkward at all. Lingling. Song Shuelai looked at Lingling, who was walking over, and was hesitant to speak. But Zhang Lingling seemed not to hear it. Chen Shusheng witnessed all of this, and it seemed that today would not end peacefully. He reached out and pulled Zhang Jinsheng to his side, whispering, "Don't worry, wait and see. Wouldn't it be better if you recognize it clearly?" Zhang Jinsheng sat down without saying a word, his previous excitement gone. He looked at Zhang Lingling from time to time, but got no response from her. It has to be said that Li Mo's move really made Chen Shusheng sick, but Chen Shusheng couldn't control how others chose. Seeing the beautiful woman in goose yellow clothes coming towards him, Li Mo felt quite proud. Looking at Zhang Jinsheng's ugly expression, he couldn't help but sneer again. "Haven't you always been good to Chen Shusheng? Then I'll start with you. This is just the appetizer. Dare to cheat me? I will step on you, Chen Shusheng, and everyone around you." Song Shuelai, who was standing by, also looked a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who introduced them. But she didn't expect Zhang Lingling to. "I shouldn't have brought her here." Song Shuelai looked at Chen Shusheng and Zhang Jinsheng with some grievance. "Song Shuelai, I don't know why she did this." Chen Shusheng gave her a knowing look and whispered, "Don't think too much, it has nothing to do with you." Li Mo stood up to greet her. "What's your name, beautiful lady? You look familiar." It looked strange just now, but now it looks familiar. But this familiar look was not just a casual remark by him, but this guy really cared about women in the past. Many of the girls in the neighboring class were on his mind. How could the beauties in the neighboring class not look familiar to him? "Zhang Lingling, I remember you, Li Kaizi from the next class, right?" Zhang Lingling responded with a smile. Li Mo had a bad reputation when he was in school, but it must be different now that he is out of school. Zhang Lingling insisted on sitting over there regardless of what Song Shuelai said. How could she not have any thoughts? Although she and Song Shuelai were classmates who had a fairly good relationship, she was always jealous of Song Shuelai, a rich girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, even though she didn't say it out loud. "I envy her for being born rich, and I envy her for becoming more and more beautiful than me. Women are just so strange sometimes." When she saw that Li Mo had feelings for her, she had some different ideas. If she could continue to develop her relationship with Li Mo, she would also be a rich lady in the future. "It's not much worse than Song Shuelai. I don't deserve to be called a talented scholar. I, Li, feel ashamed. Miss Lingling, please sit down." Li Mo smiled and asked Zhang Lingling to sit down. "Everyone is here. Does the monitor have anything else to say? If not, shall we get started?" Li Mo looked at Song Shuelai. She was so beautiful. She was even more beautiful than Zhao Yuanyuan that day. Song Shuelai was feeling a little depressed now. When she heard Li Mo's undisguised smug voice, "You're treating me today, so I won't take the initiative." After saying this, Song Shuelai suppressed her emotions and sat quietly beside Chen Shusheng. Listening to the flattery all over the table, Song Shuelai regretted coming to this class reunion. Chapter 46, Will you be my secretary from now on? The Jiangnan Hall on the Great Wall. Li Mo raised his glass and looked around, feeling very proud. "You all came here today to give me, Li, face. I, Li, would like to offer a toast to you all." Li Mo glanced around at his former classmates and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "In the past, you guys excluded me and ignored me in school, but now that I'm out of school, who dares to laugh at and exclude me? A bunch of mud legs." However, when he saw Chen Shusheng again, his face became gloomy again. "Chen Shusheng, this bastard." He winked at a few people around him. Xia Donghai had always been in cahoots with Li Mo, and he had never been fond of Chen Shusheng. At this moment, seeing Chen Shusheng calmly, he just touched the wineglass and put it down. Regardless of the occasion, he directly said to Chen Shusheng in dissatisfaction, "Hey, Master Chen, are you raising turtles? TSK 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 TSK." The wine in Chen Shusheng's glass was barely touched. Xia Donghai continued to talk to Chen Shusheng leisurely. "Brother Mo invited everyone to drink, but you only took a sip. Do you look down on Brother Mo or all the students here? Brother Hai is right. This is a bit unkind of you, Chen Shusheng. What's more, you were the last to arrive, and you were so arrogant that you made so many classmates wait for you? Shouldn't you drink 3 cups as a punishment? Lin Dong looked at Chen Shusheng, who was speechless after being scolded by Xia Donghai, and added fuel to the fire with his thorny words. The atmosphere was full of gunpowder right from the start. Okay, you guys, Chen Shusheng and the others didn't come late on purpose, and he drove here. He won't be able to drive away if he drinks too much. We are all classmates, why bother with each other? Song Shuelai was very dissatisfied when she saw them attacking Chen Shusheng right away. Hey, what are you talking about? We are all classmates, don't be like this. How could Chen Shusheng be so arrogant? Classmate Chen didn't do it on purpose, right, classmate Chen? Liemo looked at Chen Shusheng, who was sitting opposite him with a smile and looked calm. He wanted to see how long Chen Shusheng could keep calm. Xia Donghai and his friends played the bad guy, while Liemo played the good guy, and the topic could not be separated from Chen Shusheng. It's clear that he won T have an easy time today. Chen Shusheng looked at Song Shuelai, who was looking a little anxious. It was not something a man should do to let a woman stand up for him at this time. Chen Shusheng stood up, not angry at all. He gently lifted the wine glass in front of him with his slender fingers and shook it gently. It's just a glass of wine, what's the point of such a small fuss? Why bother? Mr. Li is really generous. Everyone here is an old classmate, so we must drink this wine. I am late today and have wasted everyone's time. I want to apologize to everyone. I'll drink this glass. Seeing Chen Shusheng being forced to drink a glass, Liemo smiled smugly. Student Chen has a good alcohol tolerance. Student Lulu, fill up our student Chen's glass. Hey, brother Mo, stop it. Chen Shusheng doesn't want me to pour wine, I won't go. Li Lu laughed and looked down on Chen Shusheng. What's the point of being handsome? Isn't it because Liemo targeted him so badly? There were those present who were laughing secretly, those who were gloating over the misfortune, and there were more who were just standing by and watching the fun as it had nothing to do with them. We are all classmates, but why did the word classmates suddenly become so unfamiliar? Chen Shusheng has experienced a lot of the ups and downs of life, so he is not disappointed by this situation. After all, people change. Liemo was very proud of himself when he saw Chen Shusheng was stifled again. However, this was unlikely to cause any fatal harm to Chen Shusheng, so how could he be satisfied with this? You know, since that night, he has put a lot of effort into investigating Chen Shusheng. Liemo sneered in his heart. Today, he would make Chen Shusheng look bad and embarrassed. He would make him lose face in front of everyone. Zhang Jinsheng, who was standing by, also realized that this group of people had no good intentions and had been targeting Chen Shusheng. But he didn't know why. List. I know what you want to say. Don't worry about a few jumping clowns. Chen Shusheng didn't care. Song Shuelai sat listlessly next to Chen Shusheng, who turned around and looked at her with amusement. Why, you feel uncomfortable now? How could they do this? We are all classmates and it's rare for us to get together after so many years. Song Shuelai didn't understand. Shouldn't a class reunion be about having a meal, chatting, singing, etc. in harmony? How come? Why? She couldn't understand it because she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth and didn't have to worry about work or livelihood. But ordinary people like them are different, they have been struggling to make ends meet and have already experienced countless beatings from society. If you can climb up the ladder and work less for decades, who wouldn't want to do that? To put it bluntly, most people have to bow to society. Although Chen Shusheng could understand, he did not think that it was justifiable for this group of people to target him. Xia Donghai and others felt secretly happy when they saw Chen Shusheng being humiliated, and they started chatting happily at the table. Lin Dong, I heard that Lao Xia became the security captain of the New Century Group in the west of the city some time ago, and he is in charge of dozens of people. That's amazing, that's the New Century Group. Xia Donghai, no. It was just luck. I can't compare to you. I heard that Dong Gu has become the purchasing manager of New Hope Company. That's a lot of money. Xia Donghai said that he was lucky, but mentally he felt very happy. Lin Dong, brother Hai, please stop talking nonsense. There is no such thing as profit. Xia Donghai, I understand, we are all brothers. At this time, Liemo suddenly interrupted, by the way. Where is classmate Chen now? Chen Shusheng, who was chatting casually with Jinsheng, heard Liemo mention him again. This guy is causing trouble again. Work? Ask him this question. Chen Shusheng stared at Li Mo, looking at his half-smile. He knew that Li Mo already knew that he had lost his job. What's the matter? Didn't Mr. Li say last time that he would introduce me to a job? Could it be that he has one now? Chen Shusheng said lightly. Yes, but the editor position I promised you last time is no longer available. Just yesterday, a very qualified and experienced editor came to apply for the position, and I accepted it out of joy. Later I remembered that it was the seat reserved for you. I am so sorry, Brother Chen. I accidentally filled the seat I prepared for you. You can't compare this person. Although you graduated from the Chinese department, your experience is obviously insufficient compared to others. This time it was Li's unintentional mistake. I will punish myself with a drink. Li Mo's expression of pity for Chen Shusheng seemed to be a true expression of his feelings. But don't be discouraged, Brother Chen. Although the editor position in my publishing house is gone, the company still has a few sanitation administrator positions. If you don't mind, I will definitely reserve a position for you this time. Li Lu, oh, Brother Mo, you are such a joker. You are a sanitation manager. Isn't it just cleaning? And you put it so nicely. You are a cultured person after all. Xiao Leiyan, Brother Mo, this is wrong. How can a handsome guy who graduated from the Chinese department go to clean the house? I think it would be better for Brother Chen to follow Brother Hai and work as a security guard in Kaiyuan Group. Xia Donghai, hey. What you said seems to be true. Brother Chen is over 1.8 meters tall and has such good looks, it's more than enough to be a lobby security guard. The salary is higher than that of patrol security guards. How about Brother Chen come and join me? Zhang Jinsheng, Xia Donghai, you are a lousy security guard. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Do you want Brother Chen to be your security guard? Xia Donghai sneered, why do you look down on security guards? It's not worse than your dirty and tiring job of repairing cars, right? Although I don't earn as much as you, it's better than leaving Brother Chen without a job and no income, right? I mean, well. Listen. What a nice person this is. Xia Donghai and his friends chatted loudly on purpose, so that people at the four tables could basically hear what they were saying. Introduce the jobs of cleaner and security guard to Chen Shusheng? Many old classmates couldn't help showing strange expressions. This is true. To put it nicely, this is for Chen Shusheng's own good, it's to find a job for him. In fact, none of them had good intentions and deliberately trampled Chen Shusheng mercilessly. After putting Chen Shusheng's label on the cleaners and security guards, Li Mo smiled complacently. By the way, how did he know that Chen Shusheng had lost his job? It was because he accidentally met this weirdo Li Dapeng. What's the point of being handsome? You're just a loser who doesn't even have a job. Now let us see what you will do. Chen Shusheng seemed to feel a silent mockery. He touched his nose and said, he is indeed unemployed. I can't refute it. But why don't I feel nervous or ashamed at all? MDZZ. I'm sorry, I have no shame, I don't have a job, I am guilty and I confess. Chen Shusheng was really depressed at the moment. When did he become so popular? Even the security guards and cleaners were vying for him. Which one is better, one to sweep the toilet and the other to guard the door? Seeing Chen Shusheng in a daze, Song Shualai nervously asked Chen Shusheng in a low voice, are you really unemployed? How about you, be my secretary, assistant in the future? Chen Shusheng felt the back of his hand being gently scratched and came to his senses. Assistant? What? He still doesn't know what Song Shualai does. Chen Shusheng had no desire to confront them at all. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he really can't do it. He also wanted to roll up his sleeves and show them his expensive watch that would dazzle their eyes, but unfortunately he didn't have one. He also wanted to pull out a Ferrari or Rolls-Royce car key from his pocket and throw it on the table casually, slapping them in the face with ease and pleasure. But when he thought of the little Jetta in his pocket, let us just forget it. Chen Shusheng was very confused now. He didn't feel any anger at being ridiculed and even felt like laughing. I have no shame, I draw my sword. I've embarrassed everyone. Just then, the cell phone in Chen Shusheng's pocket rang. Chen Shusheng took out his cell phone and took a look. Why was she calling me? Chen Shusheng hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to answer it. Hey! Student Chen, you are reluctant to change your cell phone, so you are reluctant to answer the phone too? Is there any difficulty? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can give you some help. Liemo looked at the hesitant Chen Shusheng with a smile. Chen Shusheng glanced at Liemo. This hanged man really holds a grudge. He will chase you and bite you without letting you go. Didn't I just trick you once? Okay, the pit is a bit miserable. Chen Shusheng picked up his phone and the restaurant fell silent. Chen Shusheng put his ear to the phone. Boss, I've already calculated the store's revenue before the new year. Hearing the familiar voice in his ears, he already knew why she was looking for him. It turned out to be about Calixiang. Well, let's keep the profits in the store. It will be enough to pay their salaries next year. You should stop being so busy and have a good rest at home. Chen Shusheng hung up the phone quietly. He rarely went to the store, and he didn't expect to make tens of thousands of profits in just these few days. He put the phone back in his pocket and looked up to see that many people were looking at him. Some people were not far away, and the room was very quiet. Some of them had already heard. Call Chen Shusheng the boss? Tens of thousands of dollars? Doesn't it mean that Chen Shusheng has no job? Boss Shusheng? Zhang Jinxing didn't know that he owned a store. It's nothing. It's not easy now. I can't make much money working. I have no choice but to open a store to make some money to make a living. Chen Shusheng sighed. He believed that he was telling the truth, but it sounded different to others. Why do the dishes on this table suddenly not smell good? Basically, more than 2/3 of the people present here work for others. If you say that, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? Ahem, let's drink, everyone. Xia Donghai suddenly coughed to break the silence. Yes, come on, have a drink. Lin Dong agreed. They glanced at Liemo. Didn't you say you had no job? When did you become the boss again? Liemo looked at their gazes and shook his head. He doesn't know about this either. But could it be possible that Chen Shusheng had arranged this in advance? To trick them. Liemo looked at Chen Shusheng with a gleam in his eyes. It's very possible. I'm so smart. Do you think you can resolve the embarrassment in this way? Don't even think about it. Student Chen opened a shop. Do you want us to go and support him? Liemo asked. It's just a small shop. It's enough to make some pocket money. There's no need for Mr. Li to spend money on it, Chen Shusheng waved his hand. If he lets this guy nail the girl in his shop, he'll be in trouble. This guy is a typical playboy. It can be said that he falls in love with every girl he meets. Liemo heard this and was unwilling to say it. He was afraid of being exposed. It seems like he was just pretending. Liemo started to sneer again. Come on, let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. Seeing Liemo and the others had been silent for a while, Chen Shusheng stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Chen Shusheng walked out leisurely. Liemo was muttering quietly on his cell phone, looking at Chen Shusheng from time to time. He knew that this guy would never stop. I looked at the time and it was already 8:30. It should be over soon. 5 minutes later, Chen Shusheng came back from the bathroom. As soon as I opened the door, I heard an unusual commotion inside. Sister Jian? Chen Shusheng looked at the charming woman in front of him with some surprise. How come she is here? Chapter 47, One Wave After Another. Class reunions during student days are often completely different from class reunions after graduation. When we were students, the focus of discussion was often on the top students, the pretty girls and the former class leaders. We were more concerned about whether the university was prestigious enough and whether we were doing well in school. But the class reunion after graduation is completely different. Especially for students who have experienced the harsh treatment of society, they are more concerned about whether their work is good, whether they make enough money, and whether their social connections are impressive enough. Especially for someone like Liemo who was born into the elite class, he is naturally more focused on developing a network of contacts. For example, knowing some big shot. Looking at Liemo standing respectfully beside Jiang Weiyan, with a humble smile and a proud look in his eyes. Chen Shusheng understood a little bit. This person was the big shot invited by Liemo to support him. He wanted to tell these old classmates that he was not only rich, but also had a wide network of contacts. When Chen Shusheng saw Liemo introducing Jiang Weiyan's identity and all the classmates were shocked, Chen Shusheng couldn't help laughing. You are really being too old-fashioned in pretending. He even saw the hidden displeasure in Jiang Weiyan's eyes. He had come into contact with Jiang Weiyang. How could such a strong woman be a tool for Li Mo to show off? Although he didn't know what means Li Mo used to invite Jiang Weiyang, but Jiang Weiyang was a very capable person. She would never look down on someone like Li Mo. It was probably that Li Mo used his family connections. Although Chen Shusheng's laugh was not loud, who was Li Mo? Chen Shusheng noticed him as soon as he entered the door. It is even possible that the introduction just now was deliberately said to Chen Shusheng. Hearing Chen Shusheng laugh, Li Mo felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. This laughter was too harsh for him. Chen Shusheng, what are you laughing at? Why are you looking down on Aunt Jiang? You don't even know the famous Yi Weiyang, do you? Chen Shusheng, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, was questioned by Li Mo, and everyone looked at him. Xia Donghai jumped out again. Chen Shusheng, just embarrass yourself, but don't embarrass all your classmates in front of President Jiang, okay? Chen Shusheng complained in his heart, I just laughed and I embarrassed you? Chen Shusheng didn't want to pay any attention to this clown. Chen Shusheng? Jiang Weiyang heard a familiar name and turned to look over with some curiosity. This name left a deep impression on her. When Jiang Weiyang saw Chen Shusheng, her eyes lit up instantly. I never thought it would be him. This strange boy who only sang for 3 days gave her a hard time finding him later. Unfortunately, the contact information that Chen Shusheng left casually was not accessible and he could not be found. Unexpectedly, I met him by chance in the hotel today. Seeing the look Jiang Weiyang was giving him, Chen Shusheng smiled slightly. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Weiyang left Li Mo, walked out of the crowd and walked towards Chen Shusheng. I've already told you not to call me Mr. Jiang, just call me Jiang Jia. The familiar communication between Chen Shusheng and Mr. Jiang stunned the students present. Chen Shusheng actually knew Yi Weiyang's CEO. And they seemed to be very familiar with each other? Many people were surprised. There are also many students who want to make connections, which is like eating a lemon, so sour. Song Shuelai stared at Jiang Weiyang closely, feeling as if something of hers had been stolen. She whispered to Zhang Jinsheng beside her, Shu. Chen Shusheng knows this Mr. Jian? This. Shu Sheng never told me. Zhang Jinsheng shook his head to indicate that he knew nothing. Song Shuelai began to have wild thoughts. Why is Jiang Jia here? Chen Shusheng looked at Jiang Weiyang. Jiang Weiyang didn't say it directly, but turned around to look at Li Mo and said lightly, I just happened to be here to treat you today. I just didn't expect that this is actually your class reunion. It seems that there is really no coincidence in the world. Jiang Jia is. Hearing Jiang Weiyang say this, Chen Shusheng knew that Mr. Jiang in front of him must have something to discuss with him. You little clever boy, leave me your contact information. I won't disturb your party today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Weiyang asked for Chen Shusheng's contact information, smiled at Chen Shusheng, and shook the phone in her hand to indicate that she would contact him later. Then she left without even notifying Li Mo. It seems that people of this status are not without temper. How could a woman who could build such a career not see through Li Mo's little tricks? As soon as President Jiang left, the students in the hall started talking. Several old classmates who originally had an average relationship with Chen Shusheng started to joke and talk to him in an attempt to get closer to him. Sure, Boss Chen is so awesome that he even knows Yi Weiyang's CEO. When will you take me with you? It seems that Boss Chen has really become very successful. In an instant, Chen Shusheng went from being the focus of everyone's disdain to being the focus of praise. This time, his fame even surpassed that of the landlord Li Mo. Even Li Mo himself didn't expect this. Judging from what happened just now, no one is stupid. Mr. Jiang was invited by Li Mo, but there was a huge contrast between Li Mo's respectful and flattering attitude towards Mr. Jiang and Chen Shusheng's familiarity with Mr. Jiang. After all this time, it turns out that none of the people you, Li Mo, invited have a good relationship with Chen Shusheng. Li Mo felt as if he had eaten a dead fly as he watched this group of bootlickers flattering Chen Shusheng. Obviously, he was a great god that he had brought here, but halfway through, he became a wedding dress for his mortal enemy. Li Mo was so depressed that he was vomiting blood. He couldn't understand how an ordinary Chen Shusheng could know a person like Zhang Zong. You know, he had to use his family's relationship to barely invite Jiang Weiyang. Li Mo sat at the table drinking alone. Brother Mo, will we continue with the plan later? Xiao Leiyan looked at Li Mo and asked. Humph. Let him be high profile for once. How can I let him off so easily if I say I will deal with him? I'm going to let him have a taste of what it feels like to be in jail. Liemo looked at Chen Shusheng hatefully. Liemo paid 10,000 yuan to Xiao Leiyan and asked him to give it to his father in the inspection team, to find a way to get Chen Shusheng on his way home. Xiao Leiyan naturally agreed to it because he could earn 10,000 yuan for free. Isn't it normal to set up checkpoints to check for drunk driving during the new year? You don't even need to find a reason. The class monitor just said that Chen Shusheng drove here and would drive back after the event, and he drank a lot of wine tonight. This is a good opportunity to trick him. How could Liemo let go of this opportunity? This dinner party that Liemo had carefully planned ended quickly as time went by. Zhang Lingling sat next to Liemo and had been talking and drinking with Liemo a lot during this period. This made Zhang Jinsheng, who was next to Chen Shusheng, very jealous. What the hell is this? It's getting late. Students who want to go home, please be careful on the road. Those who don't want to go back can stay in the hotel with me temporarily. I'll cover the expenses. Liemo saw that it was almost time and said politely to the classmates, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Li. I won't stay long." Most people declined. Although we were all classmates, how could we stay at someone else's house after eating there? No one could take advantage of others like that. Besides, my home is in Hong Kong, and it's not inconvenient to go home, so there's no need to stay any longer. We still have to save some face. Li Mo's table. Sergeant, do you want to stay for one night before leaving? It's already dark. Li Mo was obsessed with the beautiful Song Shueli. That's not necessary. Song Shueli had a very bad impression of Li Mo. Where is classmate Chen? Do you want to stay for one night before leaving? Liemo looked at Chen Shusheng with a smile. Me? Forget it. Oh? Really? Then be careful on your way home. Don't worry about it, Jinsheng, squad leader, let's go together. Seeing Song Shueli and the other two were about to leave, Zhang Lingling beside Liemo hesitated for a moment and was about to stand up and leave with them. Liemo glanced at Zhang Lingling and said to Chen Shusheng and the other two again enthusiastically, "I'll see you off." Having said that, he followed them out without caring about the reactions of Chen Shusheng and the others. In the parking lot outside the hotel, Liemo watched Chen Shusheng and others about to get in the car. He walked to Chen Shusheng's car and wrote down the license plate number and prepared to send it to Xiao Leiyan later. But he didn't stop there. He turned his eyes and invited Zhang Lingling. "Lingling, do you want to stay here for a night before leaving? You and the monitor are not going the same way and it's not safe at night. Why don't you wait until tomorrow and I'll take you back? What do you think?" As soon as Liemo finished speaking, all four of them looked at him. Liemo smiled and ignored Zhang Jinsheng and the other three, just looking at the woman Zhang Lingling. He had already seen that although this woman came with Chen Shusheng and the others, they were not of the same mind. He said this on purpose to disgust Chen Shusheng. "Do you think I can't see that Zhang Jinsheng, a peasant, is interested in this woman?" Liemo sneered in his heart. Chen Shusheng held Zhang Jinsheng and looked at Zhang Lingling. Song Shueli also looked at Zhang Lingling again with some complicated feelings. She has been disappointed once, but I don't know what she will choose this time. Zhang Lingling looked at everyone who was looking at her. Should she leave or not? Chen Shusheng looked at Zhang Lingling, whose eyes were flickering and hesitant, and then he pulled Zhang Jinsheng into the car. What a woman! He didn't want to see his brother angry over such a woman. Totally not worth it. How about let's go tomorrow. It's dangerous at night. Zhang Lingling hesitated and said to Song Shueli. She chose to stay. Song Shueli's eyes dimmed. She felt that she could no longer understand her classmate. Song Shueli nodded, returned to her car, and drove away. In the little red Jetta. Zhang Jinsheng stared at Zhang Lingling intently. This was over before it even began? Brother Chen, do you think this is considered a broken heart? Okay, this brainless woman will only hurt you if you keep her. She has a good plan, but her IQ is too low. I know, I understand, but I'm just a little unwilling to accept it. I'll introduce you to a boss later, okay? That's not necessary, I'd rather talk to myself. Chen Shusheng looked at Zhang Lingling's expression, and suddenly Kill's words popped up in his mind. The pink you thought was pink has long been tarnished by time. Outside the car, Liemo looked at the small Jetta and Chen Shusheng in the car with disdain. He waved to them proudly and went to the hotel with Zhang Lingling. Although he couldn't keep Song Shueli, it was not bad to keep Zhang Lingling. Liamo was still a little proud. He thought he had left behind a high-quality goddess, but he had no idea that the tree-lined path he thought was there was actually already a lot of traffic. Chen Shusheng drove Zhang Jinxing away. Liamo took out his cell phone as he watched the Jetta go away. Lei Yan, they're gone, red Jetta, license plate number, right. Okay, it's up to you. Liamo put down his phone and smiled proudly. Old dog Chen, let us see whether you live or not. Liamo quickly got into a car. He wanted to witness what happened to Chen Shusheng. The only way to get back to the city from Liando is through Shidi Avenue. When Liamo learned that Chen Shusheng was about to drive away from here, he had already prepared a big dish for Chen Shusheng. At the exit of Shidi Avenue, the inspection team was suddenly faced with a wave of checkpoints and vehicle inspections. The whereabouts of Chen Shusheng, who was walking on Shidi Avenue, was still unknown. Mission released, conspiracy. Mission introduction, Liamo used his special connections to get the inspection team to Shidi Avenue 3 minutes ago. Task option 1, use alcohol to get through the checkpoint directly. The task reward is 1 million. Mission option 2, accept inspection and face Liamo's conspiracy. Mission rewards include special hangover pills, bad luck cards, and unlocked skill one-handed Ferrari. Chen Shusheng, who was driving, was suddenly startled. Is there someone checking for drunk driving ahead? Is this Liamo's doing? Chen Shusheng never expected that this guy would be so vindictive and vicious. He even had a backup plan. If this system, which had not appeared for a long time, had not given him a task, he would not have known that he had been tricked. Task option 1, 1 million is good, but Chen Shusheng doesn't want to die. I won't say much about this little Jetta, this is definitely not an option. Fortunately, there is option 2, and this dog system is finally useful for once. The exit would be reached in another minute, so Chen Shusheng chose task option 2 without hesitation. Chen Shusheng took out a black pill from his pocket. Is this the special hangover pill awarded by the system? It's a gamble whether it will work or not. You can't turn around in the middle of Shidi Avenue, you can only drive forward. Chen Shusheng swallowed it in one gulp and found it a bit bitter. However, as soon as this special hangover relieving pill entered his stomach, Chen Shusheng felt as if all the pores on his body had relaxed as if he had applied some wind oil. My mind suddenly became very clear and there was a faint fragrance in my mouth. Chen Shusheng felt relieved now. He continued to drive forward without making any noise. Shusheng! Shusheng! Stop! There is an inspection team ahead. Zhang Jinxing suddenly noticed the red and blue lights ahead and panicked. Although they were not drunk, they had drunk a lot of wine tonight. If this gets caught, I won't have a peaceful new year. Looking at Chen Shusheng driving calmly, how could he not be anxious? Don't worry, I've seen it. Then you're still driving forward. What else can I do? Can I turn back? What if they find out? How about letting me drive instead? Zhang Jinsheng was a little anxious. It was he who called Chen Shusheng out today, and it would be difficult to explain to Chen's parents if something happened. You're the one who's driving. You haven't been drinking? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Seeing that Chen Shusheng's car was about to reach the checkpoint, Zhang Jinsheng had to give up. Taking a look at the anxious Zhang Jinsheng, Chen Shusheng smiled secretly in his heart. There were some things he couldn't explain. Chapter 48 Don't panic when you encounter problems, revised version. Shidi Avenue exit. Liamo had arrived a long time ago. Just to see Chen Shusheng being investigated with my own eyes. Zhang Lingling sat next to Liamo in the back seat of the black car. Brother Mo, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Just taking you to see a good show. Liamo looked at Shidi Avenue outside through the window. It was not him who was driving, but the driver he had prepared in advance. The red Jetta was clearly visible through the bright streetlights. Here it comes. Liamo looked at it with a hint of excitement. The inspection team made a gesture to Chen Shusheng, who was driving, to stop the car and pull over for inspection. After seeing this, Chen Shusheng cooperated with the inspection team obediently. Zhang Jinsheng watched the car stop and the traffic police in front walked over, and he was extremely panicked. But when he saw Chen Shusheng sitting there calmly, he was a little confused. Brother Chen was not afraid? Or was he going to cooperate with the investigation and tell the truth? Why are you panicking? Don't panic when you encounter problems. If you have time, you can take a photo with your mobile phone and post it on your moments. Chen Shusheng looked at Zhang Jinxing teasingly while preparing his documents. Cooperate with the traffic police. You should be more proactive. There was a knock on the window of the red Jetta. Chen Shusheng looked at the inspection team members outside the car door, lowered the window, and smiled at a traffic policeman who was walking over. As soon as the car window was opened, there was a faint smell of alcohol in the car. The traffic police stared at Chen Shusheng, who looked calm and smiling. This young man is quite brave. Hello, please show me your driver's license. I suspect you are driving under the influence, a serious violation of the Road Safety Act. Please cooperate. The serious tone of the inspection team made Zhang Jinxing in the car extremely nervous again. Okay, I understand that I am a professional and I will cooperate. Chen Shusheng shook the ID in his hand and handed it over. Okay, you don't seem to be panicking at all, but there is a lot of alcohol in your car. After looking at Chen Shusheng's ID, the traffic police nodded to indicate that there was no problem with the ID. Here, this is for you. I don't need to teach you how to play it, right? Don't worry, I promise I'll be very professional. Chen Shusheng took the alcohol tester with a smile, took a deep breath and blew out 2 big puffs of air. Chen Shusheng smiled secretly in his heart, giving you 2 5-second seconds. If he could be found to be driving under the influence, he would directly sponsor 2 official cars. In the black car on the roadside, Liamo watched Chen Shusheng blowing air obediently. He laughed excitedly. Although Chen Shusheng didn't drink much at the table, he still drank. Even if he didn't drink and drive, it was enough for him to drink a pot. Okay. If I can't slap you in the face at the dinner table, can I still do something to you? Ha ha. For Liamo, it was just a matter of spending a little money. I have been cheated out of more than 300,000 yuan, so I don't care about the 10,000 yuan anymore. Brother Mo, you came here just to see Chen Shusheng? Zhang Lingling looked at Chen Shusheng, who was being checked by the traffic police, and seemed to understand why Liamo was so excited. These 2 people have a grudge? I think so. This bastard took advantage of me last time and hurt me. Never mind, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore, just watch the show. Liamo stopped talking halfway when he realized that Zhang Lingling was not very familiar with him. At the checkpoint, Chen Shusheng cooperated very well and blew the air twice in a row, which made the traffic police very satisfied. This young man really cooperated with the investigation. After taking the alcohol tester handed over by Chen Shusheng, the traffic policeman took a look at it and was suddenly stunned. That's not right. There's a smell of alcohol in this car. Why is the value on the display only 3 milliliters 100 milliliters? This. Is it fake? Impossible. He saw with his own eyes that Chen Shusheng cooperated with the blowing and blew more than 1 breath. It is rare to find young people who are so cooperative. Well, facts speak louder than words. It must be that the person in the passenger seat next to him was drunk, which caused the smell of alcohol in the car. Sir, are you satisfied? If not, I'll blow it twice more. I promise I'll still cooperate. Chen Shusheng was so happy looking at the traffic police's puzzled eyes. Okay, just once. Thank you for your cooperation. Here is your ID, please keep it. Hearing the traffic police say that it was okay and reminding him to be careful on the road, Zhang Jinxing began to doubt his life. Brother Chen, this. You won't understand even if I tell you. Let's go home and find our mothers. Tomorrow is the new year. In another car on the side of the road, Liamo watched the traffic police test Chen Shusheng according to the procedure, and then, nothing happened? This isn't right. How can it be okay? Chen Shusheng was obviously drunk. And he forced Chen Shusheng to drink a glass. How could nothing happen? It's fake, it must be fake. They must have reached some kind of PY deal in secret. Liamo clenched his fists and was furious. Unable to bear it any longer, Liamo opened the car door and rushed over. Hey! How could you let him go? He's drunk. You guys? Not seeing the desired result, Liamo, who had drunk a lot of wine, felt a little dizzy. Liamo attracted attention as he rushed over from the roadside. Chen Shusheng, whose car had not yet started to leave, saw Liamo running towards him angrily. He didn't expect this guy to be waiting for him here? Did he want to see him make a fool of himself? What a pity, the devil is 1 foot high and the Tao is 10 feet higher. Liamo's Krypton ability is still not as good as Chen Shusheng's ding ding ding. Please don't interfere with official duties. The traffic policeman looked at Li Mo, who was obviously drunk and questioning his work, with a somewhat unfriendly tone. I didn't interfere with official duties. He was obviously drunk. I see you just drank. Please leave immediately and do not interfere with official business. I did drink. That's right, but I drank with him. How could he be fine? You just let him go. I doubt you. Shut up. The inspector who was checking Chen Shuxing's face turned black. This was a blatant slander on his credibility in law enforcement. Hey, isn't this the great talent, Li? Are you drunk and acting crazy here? Chen Shuxing looked at Li Mo with a smile. Want to trick me? You are dreaming. I, Li, am not drunk. You, Chen Shuxing, are the one who is drunk. Don't talk nonsense here. This officer is obviously drunk and his mind is not clear. We should arrest him and lock him up for 2 days to sober him up, Chen Shuxing suggested to the traffic policeman beside him very sincerely. Li Mo was provoked by Chen Shuxing's words and became angry again. But the traffic policeman in front of him obviously thought he was causing trouble and was drunk, and he was unwilling to let it go. We finally caught Chen Shuxing this time, how could he just let him go like that? He was not stupid either. He shouted at the other 2 inspection team members next to him, Commander. I want to report him. I have a witness. That guy was drinking with us just now. How could he be fine? Zhang Lingling, come down. Come and testify. At this moment, Li Mo was determined to achieve his goal. Zhang Lingling, who was sitting in a black car on the side of the road, heard Li Mo making a fuss and calling her over, with a very troubled look on her face. Looking at Chen Shuxing, she thought of Song Xueli. But then she looked at Li Mo again, hesitated for a second, and got off the car. She thought to herself that maybe if she stood on Li Mo's side this time, she would get what she wanted. Chen Shuxing looked up at the other 2 inspection team members and Zhang Lingling who were walking over. His expression did not change at all. After he used the hangover pills, he was not afraid of anyone investigating him. As for Li Mo and Zhang Lingling coming out to testify, Chen Shuxing could only say to them, a bitch and a dog are destined to be together forever. The traffic policeman's face was very dark. Sir, don't be embarrassed. This is a simple matter. Doesn't this barking thing not trust your inspection results? How about this, I will take the initiative to blow it for you this time, and let other superiors prove this matter to you. Chen Shuxing calmly gave advice to the black-faced traffic policeman. He could see that the traffic policeman had a tough temper and was very annoyed when he was questioned. But no matter how Li Mo questioned him, he was unwilling to check again. To be honest, Chen Shuxing really admired this kind of character, but with a dog chasing him, Chen Shuxing definitely couldn't keep wasting time with him. Before the traffic policeman agreed, Li Mo jumped up. Chen Shuxing, you have to brag even if you don't want to. Don't pretend. You were obviously drunk, how could you be fine? Wait and see how I expose you today. You are sick. I think you should go to the hospital to check your brain and see if you are insane. On the side, 3 inspection team members had already started negotiations. Not long after, under the testimony of Zhang Lingling and Li Mo, the black-faced policeman followed Chen Shuxing's advice and handed the alcohol tester to Chen Shuxing. Holding the instrument, Chen Shuxing looked at Li Mo, you want to bite me after drinking too much? Watch this. Call. The movements were very standard and the postures were regular, but he just couldn't produce the results that Li Mo wanted. Chen Shuxing shook the instrument in his hand and handed it to the traffic police. Do you want to know the answer? Go and ask for it, hee. This guy Li Mo actually walked over to take a look, but the result was obviously not what he wanted. How is it possible? How is it possible? You were obviously drunk. Li Mo still didn't believe it after seeing the result. But the facts have been confirmed by 3 inspection team members, there was no drunk driving or drunk driving. I don't believe it. The instrument must be broken. If you don't believe me, I'll blow it for you to see. Li Mo took the instrument and blew hard. Alcohol content 9100 milliliters. Li Mo took a look himself and was stunned. Why is that? The sullen-faced traffic policeman snatched the instrument and said, all right, if you continue to make trouble, I will ask you to stay in jail for a few days to sober up for the crime of obstructing public service. If he hadn't seen that the black car had a driver, he would have wanted to arrest Li Mo who was questioning him. Thank you for your cooperation again. The traffic police thanked Chen Shuxing again. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Li? Chen Shusheng walked up to Li Mo and patted his shoulder heavily, causing him to stagger. Chen Shusheng, you. Stop being so rude here, your mom is calling you to go home for dinner, so remember to be careful when you get back. Use the bad luck charm, the target is locked. Looking at the unwilling Li Mo, he didn't say anything polite. It was obvious that this bad luck charm was prepared for him. The saying that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge does not apply to him. A bad luck charm was used on him. As for the effect, Chen Shusheng didn't know either, but based on the nature of the system, it would definitely be very exciting. The way home. Zhang Jinsheng was a little dazed and felt that what happened today was a little inexplicable. Brother Chen, how did you do it? How did you do that? Maybe it's because I'm handsome. It was already 11:30 when I returned home from Liandao, and tomorrow is New Year's Eve. When Chen Shusheng returned home, his parents criticized him sternly and told him not to drive around so late in the future. Chen Shusheng agreed with a smile. After a simple wash, Chen Shusheng stretched out his body and hid in the quilt. The early morning bell rings, and New Year's Eve has finally arrived. Taking the ringing phone, Chen Shusheng opened the WeChat account with +99. Chen Shusheng opened it from top to bottom. There were many New Year greetings from relatives and friends. Chen Shusheng took a look, found a greeting that was relatively thoughtful, copied and pasted it, and replied to them one by one. There was a name that he hadn't heard for a long time, and this guy, Little Lily, finally took the trouble to send him a message. Little Loli, Happy New Year, you bastard. Chen Shusheng smiled. When did this girl give him this name? Thinking of her angry face, Chen Shusheng pinched his thigh. Not as soft as her. Chen Shusheng, Happy New Year. Little Loli, humph. I'm not happy at all. Chen Shusheng, I will be happy after a good sleep, good night. Seeing Chen Shusheng say good night to her without saying a word, Little Lily was so angry. Damn man, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. Chen Shusheng was about to put down his phone and prepare to go to sleep, but another vibration made Chen Shusheng look back. Hard drive 300G, Happy New Year, bro. When he saw this name, Chen Shusheng realized that he hadn't chatted with this guy for some time. The two were netizens who had known each other for several years. When he was in school, he often chatted with Hard Drive, but the two of them discussed more about their experiences in short videos. How to say it, although the two have never met, they are considered close friends. The kind of good brothers who understand and share the same interests. Just like his LD, the hard drive is 300G. You can use your imagination. Chen Shusheng, Happy New Year, brother. 300G, hard drive, I haven't contacted my younger brother since he got married last time. Has he forgotten me now that he has a wife? Chen Shusheng. Hard drive 300G, what do you mean, brother? Have you forgotten the happy times when we discussed the truth of life together? Expression, you turned your back on me, I am angry. Hard drive 300G, humph. I didn't expect you to be like this. After having personal experience, you don't want to discuss theory with me anymore. I was wrong about you, a guy who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. Chen Shusheng, stop it, brother, I have a lot to say. Hard drive 300G, what? What's the big deal? Do you want to bring your wife to Shanghai for your honeymoon after the new year? I'll treat you. Chen Shusheng, I don't have a fucking wife, what the hell are you doing entertaining me? Hard drive 300G, surprised, aren't you married? Where is your wife? Chen Shusheng, it's hard to put it into words. Hard disk 300G, I understand, why don't you stay here for the rest of the year? Maybe a change of environment will make you feel better. Chen Shusheng, let us talk about it later. Thank you, brother. 300G, hard drive, you're welcome. What is the relationship between us? We're just friends who have chatted with each other and exchanged poems with each other. This is a friendship worth life. Chen Shusheng, okay, let us contact each other after the new year. I'll send you the highlights you wanted last time. Hard drive 300G, really? My brother. Thank you very much. Go to bed early. Good night, baby. Chen Shusheng looked at him and smiled. This guy hasn't changed at all after all these years. Chapter 49, Firecrackers, Spring Festival Couplets and Calligraphy. The year ends with the sound of firecrackers. On New Year's Eve, the new year begins. The morning sun had just risen above the horizon when Chen Shusheng, who was still sleeping soundly in his bedroom, was awakened by the rumbling sound of firecrackers. After shaking his tired body, Chen Shusheng climbed up. A new year brings new hope. It's not a good idea to stay in bed on the first day of the new year, as that would be a bad omen. Chen Shusheng had just finished putting on his clothes and was about to open the door when he heard loud knocks on the bedroom door. "Shusheng, get up quickly. You can't sleep in today." Aunt Shen's voice seemed to be following him like a shadow. "Yeah, you're up," Chen Shusheng said as he opened the door. Seeing Chen Shusheng coming out, Mother Chen was very satisfied. "We always seek good omens in the new year. Mom, where are the firecrackers? It would be auspicious to hear them in our house early in the morning. Bring them over and I'll set them off downstairs. It's already prepared for you on the table at the door. Come up and have breakfast after you finish." Chen Shusheng walked to the stairs with the firecrackers, then he remembered that he didn't have a lighter. I turned back and saw Lao Chen leisurely sitting in the living room, writing with a brush. "Dad, lend me your baby." Upon hearing this, Comrade Lao Chen was stunned for a moment. "What treasure?" Chen Shusheng shook the roll of firecrackers in his hand, and old Chen understood. "That's it? Be careful when you set off the firecrackers, don't break them." Old Chen hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly took out the lighter that Chen Shusheng had given him the night before from his shirt pocket and handed it to him. "That's not the case, but if it breaks I'll get you a better one." "Okay, you kid just have money to burn." These words were pleasing to the ear. Old Chen waved his hand to signal Chen Shusheng to do what he should do. He also picked up the brush and concentrated on dealing with the stack of red papers on the table in the living room. Chen Shusheng went downstairs with a lighter and went to the open space in front of the entrance of the apartment building. Chen Shusheng hung the 1,000 bang firecrackers on the tree beside the door. Every year, Chen Shusheng sets off the firecrackers, old Chen writes the couplets, and Chen's mother presides over everything for the Chen family of 3. When he was young, Chen Shusheng loved to play. At that time, Chen Shusheng would pester his father and mother for more pocket money during the Chinese New Year every year so that he could buy many small gadgets such as fireworks, firecrackers, bees, skyrockets, etc. But now he is gradually growing up, and these childhood toys have gradually disappeared in Chen Shusheng's growth path. Apart from setting off firecrackers a few times every year, the grown-up Chen Shusheng is too embarrassed to touch those children's things. I still remember that a few years ago, I took a kid's firecracker and planned to savor it, but Chen's mother looked at me with disdain and called me childish. This made Chen Shusheng very embarrassed at the time. Only then did he truly realize that he was already an adult. Chen Shusheng looked around with a lighter in hand. There weren't many people around, so it was safe. Carefully, he rubbed the fuse of the firecracker to create a flame. Squeak! Chen Shusheng quickly took 2 steps back to avoid the sound of firecrackers. In an instant, the deafening sound of firecrackers came. A little bit exciting. Looking at the rumbling firecrackers, Chen Shusheng shook his head and went back upstairs. "Come here, wash your hands and have your meal, and call your dad over." Mother Chen heard the sound of firecrackers downstairs and saw Chen Shusheng come in. She knew that he had done it, so she urged him. The family of 3 had breakfast, beef dumplings. This is the taste we have every Chinese New Year. Compared to the mutton smell and pork fat, dumplings stuffed with beef are acceptable to the whole family. After breakfast, Chen Shusheng felt a little redundant at home. Bored, he could only run to the living room to watch Comrade Lao Chen write Spring Festival couplets. Comrade Chen has been in charge of the Spring Festival couplets for Chen Shusheng's family over the years. Buy a dozen pieces of red paper, take out a set of writing brushes, inkstones, and other tools that you have treasured for many years, and Dad Chen can make any kind of Spring Festival couplets you want by himself. When it comes to calligraphy, the gap between Chen Shusheng, a college student majoring in Chinese, and Comrade Lao Chen, who only graduated from high school, is huge. Chen Shusheng's calligraphy can only be described as mediocre. Although he studied it for a while when he was in college, the difference between his calligraphy and that of Comrade Lao Chen is simply huge. Chen Shusheng's calligraphy has been humiliated by Lao Chen more than once. Comrade Lao Chen has lamented more than once that life is getting better and better now, but some things are being lost more and more. Calligraphy is one of them. Almost everyone in the 1970s could write beautiful calligraphy. Unlike Chen Shusheng, who was born in the 1990s, the way he holds the brush makes people frown, not to mention his crooked and scribbled characters. Walking into the living room, Chen Shusheng saw old Chen holding a small booklet called A Collection of Spring Festival Couplets, flipping through it and nodding his head with satisfaction. He knew that Comrade Old Chen was selecting the best from the best again. Chen Shushang had read the book Spring Festival Couplets before, but he was not very interested at that time. But he also knew that there were no less than thousands of couplets in it. Of course, there were many good ones. Although the Chinese New Year is the same every year, it has different meanings every year, so you have to choose carefully. Comrade Lao Chen is particularly fond of and interested in this aspect. There were already several written Spring Festival couplets placed on the sofa next to the table, and Chen Shusheng leaned over to take a look. In Chen Shusheng's opinion, these are all excellent Spring Festival couplets, but from old Chen's behavior, it can be seen that he seems not very satisfied. It's a good thing that the handwriting is not good and the meaning of the couplet is not perfect. Comrade Lao Chen would not be able to see it if he didn't ask. After all, young people don't really care about this aspect. As long as it looks good, no one cares about anything else. Why are you here, kid? Aren't you interested in these? Looking at Chen Shusheng looking here and there at the table, old Chen couldn't help but ask. Boring, just looking around. Don't you know how to learn something good? Old Chen was a little dissatisfied when he heard that the young people nowadays really don't know how to appreciate. To be honest, looking at the complete set of pens, ink, paper and inkstone on the table, Chen Shusheng really felt itchy to try his hand. But he didn't want to show off in front of Lao Chen. It would be meaningless if he was criticized by Lao Chen before he had even written 2 words. So Chen Shusheng just stood aside obediently, looking like he was just going to stay calm and not do anything. Although Dad Chen is a country boy, he has some artistic accomplishments. He has seen Chen's prose poems and various calligraphy works. He once heard Chen say that his ancestors were landlords. Most of the land under their feet used to belong to their ancestors, but later, Father Chen was unwilling to talk about the past events of those years. Chen Shusheng was young before and just listened to it as a story. He was too lazy to ask whether it was true or not. Times are changing, but we still have to look forward. Seeing Comrade Chen, who had not written for a long time, finally started writing again. The 2 pieces of red paper were pressed down by Lao Chen with a stone stone. Old Chen picked up the brush and started writing seriously, while Chen Shusheng also watched attentively from the side. First couplet, a harmonious family brings 100 blessings. Second line, peace is worth 1,000 gold. Banner, all things are new.